Inside an unlawful Chimera research facility, the scientists realize something is wrong with Cheon. This powerful S-rank Chimera, known only as number 17, is beginning to lose function. Since they decide he has no further value, they dispose of him by sending him into the demon realm with several hunters, ordering him to guard them while forbidding him from returning. Once inside the realm, endless monsters come rushing at them. Yet number 17 wipes them out with ease, keeping the hunters alive. After the mission is completed and the gate starts closing, the hunters leave him behind exactly as planned. With no commands remaining and his body breaking down, number 17's buried human memories begin to return. He had once been an orphan who was abducted and transformed into a chimera after receiving more than 500 monster cell injections. As his life begins to slip away, his core unleashes an enormous blast. Then, in an unbelievable turn, number 17 is reborn not as a monster, but as the original human he used to be. Number 17 stands stunned, struggling to understand what has just happened to him. He notices the monster cells inside him are still functioning, proving he is no ordinary human. He also concludes the lab has abandoned him completely, which explains why no one has come to recover him. Along with the changes to his body, the experiment number once marked on his wrist has vanished. Number 17 believes he managed to return to life because of the fire-type monster abilities still dwelling within him. It seems that as long as the core remains intact, the creature can survive up to 3 times. Still, there is a known claim that a phoenix cannot merge with human cells. That means his situation is most likely a rare exception. Number 17 also realizes that every control the lab once used to restrain him has completely disappeared. Since his existence as number 17 has ended, he begins considering life as an ordinary human. As he prepares for a fresh start, he chooses a name for himself and settles on Cheon. At first, Cheon thinks about revenge, but he drops the idea because he does not even know who he should go after. Even so, he feels certain that he will encounter those responsible someday. When Cheon notices that he has no clothes on, he decides that finding something to wear must be his first step toward living like a human. He begins wandering through the demon realm. Before long, he comes across a river. He thinks it might prove useful. While checking the area, he suddenly spots a bird-like monster that appears to have fallen from poisoning. Since he happens to need leather, he decides the bird's hide should be good enough. He changes one of his arms into a blade. Then, using the knowledge he gained in the lab, he begins removing the bird's hide. The instant his blade cuts into the bird's skin, a heavy poisonous odor spreads through the air. Even so, Cheon keeps working on the hide. Eventually, he strips the bird down completely. He now has a large piece of hide to use as clothing, but he is disappointed by how stiff it feels. On top of that, it still is not suitable yet. At that moment, he remembers that he can actually tan the hide by himself. He immediately starts working on it, beating the hide repeatedly until it becomes much softer. Cheon feels pleased with what he has accomplished. Without delay, he starts cutting the hide into a usable shape. While he is busy with this, the bird behind him suddenly begins to move again. Using his bare hands, he pulls the hide into the shape he wants. His goal is to turn it into a simple caveman-style outfit. He then notices that some of the poison still remains, but he cannot be bothered to deal with it, and simply decides to leave it as it is. Just then, he hears the bird cry out and turns around, only to realize with surprise that it had not truly been dead. He notices the bird responding to his words, which suggests that it is strange for a creature showing every sign of death to still be alive. After a brief thought, he concludes it must be one of the immortal-type monsters he knows. He knows his former self would have ended the bird immediately. But since it is already too weak to move, he sees no reason to do that now. He thinks of both of them as fortunate survivors and tells the bird to make good use of its second life, just as he intends to do. As Cheon walks away, he says they may meet again someday if fate allows it. With the clothing issue handled, he decides the next thing he needs is a place to live. Cheon begins searching the area, and the first place he discovers is a cave where he encounters a giant centipede-type monster. Not wanting to live in such a gloomy place, he quickly gives up on it and moves on. Before he leaves, he calmly takes the monster's head with him. After stepping out of the cave, he continues wandering without a clear destination. Eventually, his path leads him all the way to the snowy mountains. He runs into several ice monsters and defeats them without much trouble, but he rejects the snowy mountains since finding food there would be difficult. He keeps searching for a place that could serve as the ideal home, and after much effort, after putting in a great deal of work, he finally manages to find one. He discovers a spot that feels just right, with a lake nearby, lush greenery, and a hill surrounding the area. He inspects the lake more closely and soon realizes something useful. The lake is full of fish, giving him a reliable source of food. The place has everything he needs for a perfect home, and without wasting much time, after only a brief thought, Cheon decides this is where he will build his new house. Meanwhile, in another place, a mechanical-type chimera has suddenly arrived in the demon realm. Since Cheon has chosen this location for his house, he begins looking around, finds a good piece of land, and then transforms. His arm changes into long, sharp blades ready for cutting. With a single swing, he chops down the timber and starts arranging the logs. When he sets the foundation logs on the ground, he notices uneven bumps and begins fixing them. To solve the problem, he clears the area properly. Once the ground is level, he moves on and grabs more trees. He takes the trees and drives them into the four corners, using them as the main posts of the house. After that, he lays planks across the floor of the house. And for the next step, for the walls, he has no nails, so he uses slime gathered from snail-type monsters instead. The slime is said to be extremely firm, though he is unsure whether it will hold up against water. For the final details, he uses cocoon silk taken from silkworm larvae. Cheon feels satisfied with the house he has built, but he still realizes something. He senses that the place is missing something and begins thinking about what ordinary human homes usually have. He considers adding a garden or perhaps even keeping a dog, but then he abandons the thought, knowing he cannot properly raise a dog in the demon realm. He decides to make a vegetable garden, but that also troubles him because he must find something capable of growing in the demon realm. And it suddenly occurs to him that there is something nearby. A snowy mountain stands close by, and there he can find a special plant known as mandragora. Cheon quickly heads toward the mandragora habitat located in the snowy mountains where demonic energy is especially dense. The thick snow covering the mountains brings back a memory. It reminds him of being kidnapped as a child and taken to the laboratory. Although he endured pain there, he cannot deny that becoming a chimera has advantages, such as not needing to fear cold or hunger. Soon he discovers a patch of mandragoras growing in the area. Mandragoras are incredibly sensitive to stress, much like sunfish-type monsters, and even the smallest environmental change can put them at serious risk. Since he plans to move the mandragoras, he decides the younger ones, which can adapt more easily, are the best choice. He starts by loosening the roots and considers covering his ears. Since mandragoras are infamous for screaming when disturbed, he pulls out one mandragora, but to his surprise, it stays completely silent, so he assumes it is just a strange exception. He pulls out another one, yet the result is exactly the same. In truth, the mandragoras are peacefully napping and do not seem bothered at all. He pulls up several more, but none of them scream as he expected. Apparently, the screaming only happens when humans grow them artificially. Because the human world has little demonic energy, mandragoras there are constantly stressed, which makes them scream fiercely when pulled out and then wither afterward. Here in the demon realm, the mandragoras have no reason to scream. Still, Cheon wonders why they are not even trying to run away from him. Then he realizes that mandragora cells are already part of his body, so the plants may be treating him like one of their own. He sees this as a good sign, since it makes the whole process much easier for him. Cheon is already imagining the benefits of raising mandragoras, from making tea to enjoying them as snacks. However, if their fruits are taken by force, they become poisonous, so Cheon understands he must earn the plant's trust first. At that moment, he senses that hunters are somewhere nearby. Curious about why they would enter such dangerous snowy mountains, he decides to go and see for himself. Meanwhile, two hunters are currently in serious trouble. They are facing a swarm of B-rank rabbit-type monsters after being abandoned by their companions. The two hunters are only managing to hold on because of their barrier. Even so, that barrier is now on the verge of breaking apart. They begin regretting their choice to become hunters when so many other jobs had been available to them. Just when it seems they are about to meet their end, something suddenly drops from nowhere and crashes into the ground right in front of them. Sudden impact draws their attention, and the rabbits notice it as well. As the dust from the collision begins to settle, they are startled to see a figure walking toward them. That person is none other than our Cheon. Cheon quickly understands that the monsters are fighting snow bunnies. The instant the rabbits feel the aura radiating from his body, terror grips them, and they disappear in an instant. The hunters are stunned that B-rank monsters would flee the moment they saw Cheon. The two hunters thank Cheon for saving them and introduce themselves, while he does the same in return. However, they are truly puzzled, since they have never heard such an unusual name before. Cheon asks why they entered the demon realm when they are clearly low-rank hunters. They admit it was for money, explaining that a tempting reward was offered for capturing a chimera alive. As soon as they bring up a chimera, Cheon grows cautious, thinking they might be referring to him. Then the hunters explain that the chimera escaped from a laboratory and is supposedly a mechanical type. Since he is not mechanical, Cheon realizes there is no need to worry. He plans to find a gate crystal and return to his new home. Cheon then asks the pair where their equipment is, since he is sure they must have gate crystals. The hunters explain that the men who betrayed them took all their gear when they left. They then ask Cheon whether he intends to return to the human world soon, because they are nearly at their limit. In short, humans cannot remain in the demon realm for long because demonic energy can be fatal to them. But once again, Cheon is unaffected. The hunters begin pleading with Cheon to help them, but at that moment he detects the traitorous hunter's location. He instantly rises into the air, Qian heads straight toward their location, while the two hunters are terrified after seeing their savior vanish right before their eyes. In another place, the hunters have successfully cornered the chimera and are getting ready to subdue it. The moment they begin closing in on it, the chimera angrily switches into battle mode, preparing to face the hunters without the slightest fear. A short while later, Qian reaches the last place where he sensed the chimera's presence. But all he finds there are traces of blood and the hunter's equipment. Along with that, he notices a child's footprint mixed among the tracks of beasts. This suggests that the chimera had been changing forms while fighting against the hunters. Since the chimera is made from liquid metal, it makes sense that it can alter its shape freely. Still, the material used to create it is rare, which is why it was kept small, around the size of a child or dog. Qian is impressed that the chimera managed to handle 5 B-rank hunters who were chasing it. Meanwhile, the two hunters have already reached their limit, and one of them even has a baby on the way. They are certain that their end is near. Then Qian appears before them, carrying their equipment on his back. The hunters immediately start begging him to rescue them. Just as Qian is about to ignore them, he remembers that neither of them has any gate crystals left. One hunter pulls out 2 million won in cash and says they will buy the stones if Qian has any. It is clear they will not survive unless they escape the demon realm quickly. Qian is stunned by how much they are offering for a gate stone, even though he does not really need the money. Still, he accepts it, thinking it may be useful once he visits the human world. Qian then opens a gate for them. The hunter bows deeply, promising that he will never forget the help Qian has given them. The hunter grabs his exhausted friend so they can leave. When Qian mentions that gate stones used to cost about 200,000 won, the hunter says prices changed long ago, and asks why Qian cares. Qian admits that he feels a little guilty, as though he took advantage of them. To ease that guilt, he decides to offer them something in return and places his hand on the exhausted hunter's shoulder. Then he begins channeling mana into the man's body. This completely shocks the hunters, because the technique is something even A-rank hunters usually avoid. The reason is that clashing mana can become tangled and damage a person's mana holes, potentially leading to death. The hunters believe Qian will fail, and that they are finished, but to their complete astonishment, he succeeds and purifies the demonic energy. Hunters embrace each other tightly, overwhelmed, because they had already believed they would not survive. Once Qian finishes helping them, he decides it is time to go. The two thanking him, wondering how powerful his mana must be to flow so easily into an exhausted hunter. After the hunters leave, Qian returns to his house. He feels satisfied, knowing that his outing ended successfully. He sees that the mandragoras are already awake and decides it is time to plant them. He chooses a spot on his land and plants the mandragoras there. However, they not seem pleased. Qian wonders what could be bothering them, so he tries giving them some mana to improve their mood. As expected, their attitude changes, and Qian feels relieved. Meanwhile, the mechanical chimera is hiding in the bushes behind him, and Qian can still sense its energy. Even so, he chooses not to act until the chimera shows that it wants to approach him. Qian goes inside his house and empties out everything he received from the hunters. Among the items are cash, a portable burner, 8 gate stones, spare clothes, and sleeping bags. Qian is pleased because they are exactly what he needs. Fortunately for him, there is also ramen inside the bag. He remembers that the last time he ate ramen was back at the orphanage. Since he is hungry, he decides to cook some for himself. Following the directions on the ramen package, he picks up a pot and goes outside to fetch water. Suddenly, a fish bursts out of the water and launches itself at him. Since he still needs extra ingredients for the ramen, he knocks it down and tosses the fish straight into the pot. To make the ramen more filling, he searches around and finds some wild eggs. He also gathers herbs to use like onions, and throws everything together into the pot. Meanwhile, the mechanical chimera watches from nearby, its stomach growling with hunger. Qian switches on the gas, then he begins cooking the ramen, but the awful odor rising from the ramen nearly overwhelms the mandragoras. Even though the food clearly smells dreadful, the mechanical chimera still seems strangely fascinated by it. Since it also wants a taste, comes up with what it believes is a brilliant plan. It turns into a dog, knowing humans usually like dogs and tend to feel even more pity for injured animals. It approaches Qian in dog form, but Qian immediately recognizes it as the mechanical chimera. Qian studies the situation and understands that the mechanical chimera is still young and inexperienced. He starts wondering how the chimera managed to escape from the lab and end up in the demon realm. Since the chimera seems willing to stay with him, he offers it some of the dreadful-looking ramen he prepared. The two of them sit down and eat together. The moment brings back memories of Qian sharing ramen with the other orphans at the orphanage. Once they finish their oddly satisfying meal, Qian tells the chimera it can go now, since he needs to clean everything up. The dog turns to leave, but as it starts walking away, Qian points out that it had been limping on its left foot earlier. The chimera freezes, realizing its disguise has been exposed. Still, it simply switches the supposedly injured foot and keeps walking. A little later, Qian decides to try doing laundry and takes out some clothes he obtained from the hunters. He realizes he has to learn learn, since he cannot wear leather forever when he is not some caveman. He lays the shirt on a rock, and he decides to follow the laundry method he already knows and picks up a short stick. He taps the shirt carefully, but even that light strike ends up breaking both the rock and the shirt. Cheon feels the annoying downside of having too much strength. Still, he comforts himself with the fact that he has one more shirt left to test, and however, he notices something. The mechanical chimera is still following him from a distance. Even though it refuses to approach directly, it keeps changing into whatever form best suits its disguise, and it continues observing every single thing he does. Based on everything he has witnessed so far, Cheon concludes that the mechanical chimera is probably younger than 5 years old. On top of that, its mechanical way of speaking sounds awkward. Cheon does not see it as a big issue, since young chimeras with implanted knowledge often show this kind of side effect. After a difficult struggle, he finally manages to wash the laundry properly, and it turns out quite well. Unfortunately, only after washing the shirt does he realize that it is too small for him. Instead of throwing it away, he decides to hang it on the line like a trophy. After that, he realizes checking on the mandragoras should be his next task. As soon as he leaves the cloth hanging on the rope, mechanical chimera snatches it up and puts it on, simply copying the behavior it has seen from other humans. The mechanical chimera proudly announces that the shirt now belongs to it. To wear it more fittingly, it transforms into a young girl with long, beautiful hair. While examining the mandragoras, Cheon notices they are behaving strangely. Their leaves have begun to wilt, and their roots look dry. Cheon is puzzled, because he removed all the weeds when preparing the mandragora field. He then begins inspecting the area closely. That is when he discovers underground parasites have been troubling the mandragoras. He blames himself for not checking more carefully, which nearly cost the plants their lives. He decides he needs to build a proper garden, roughly the size of his house. Just as he is about to begin, a chimera appears and greets him. Cheon is startled to see the chimera has taken the form of a girl, and is even trying to speak with him. The girl asks Cheon whether the structure behind him is his house, and Cheon answers that it is. She then asks if he is from this land, and once Cheon hears that, he decides to tease her a little. Cheon says he is a native and asks the chimera which tribe she belongs to. The chimera is caught off guard by the question. After thinking briefly, she claims she came from beyond the waterfall, a place so distant that Cheon could never find it. Cheon plays along and asks if she means the coconut tribe near the waterfall. The chimera immediately agrees and says that she is indeed from the coconut tribe. Cheon then points to the clothes she is wearing and says they clearly belong to him. The girl argues that anything found by her tribe becomes theirs, so Cheon lets her keep it. Cheon asks why she has come to this area, and she explains that her tribe cast her out, so she has a request to make. Girl tells Cheon she wants to stay at his house and pleads with him to let her live there. Cheon pretends not to understand, asking what she means by living in his home. She answers that the place looks safe to her. Cheon realizes she simply needs somewhere to stay and agrees, though he warns that she must first prove she can be useful. The girl accepts right away and asks Cheon to give her some work. Cheon then says he needs her to till the field because he wants to make a new home for the mandragoras. Without hesitation, the girl takes the stick from him and confidently says she is good at using her strength. She immediately starts smashing up the ground. Cheon is startled because she is not even trying to conceal her strength. He realizes she is not used to living like an ordinary child and does not know how one should behave. Suddenly, Cheon asks for her name, and the girl freezes because she does not have one. Still, she decides to create a name for herself, and after remembering the flowers she saw earlier, she announces that she is Kim Nari. Cheon understands how she came up with the name, but he has no desire to argue about it. Soon after, she finishes the garden while Cheon builds a stone fence. Once he places the mandragoras inside, they clearly enjoy their new space. Cheon notices Kim Nari crying and asks what is wrong. She says that seeing the mandragoras makes her think of her friends. Cheon is taken aback, since he never imagined the lab would allow its creations to form social bonds. All of a sudden, Cheon senses an unusual aura drifting through the air. He realizes monsters must be fighting nearby. Nari then tells him she saw a chick-like monster earlier. Judging from the aura, the chick monster is probably under attack. Cheon remains calm, but Nari's uneasy reaction surprises him. Nari clearly wants to save the monster, yet she struggles to say it, because the commands implanted in her still restrict her will. Cheon decides to help anyway and tells Nari the chick might survive if they go to its aid. Those words immediately push Nari into rushing toward the place where the chick monster is. Being surrounded and attacked by a group of troublesome monsters. Furious, Nari strikes the monsters and shouts at them to stop picking on the chick. Looking back at Nari's past, she was often bullied by the other experimental children because she was obedient and always completed every order. They would gang up on her and leave her badly hurt, which is why she cannot stand anyone anyone who bullies the weak. Driven by the anger from those memories, she overwhelms all the monsters without holding back. Meanwhile, Cheon is taking care of the mandragoras. Then Nari comes back, carrying the white chick in her hands. However, the chick has lost consciousness because of the attack. Cheon is about to instruct her when he suddenly realizes the chick looks very familiar. Nari breaks down in tears and begs Cheon to save the bird, so he agrees to help. He places a hand on the chick and sends mana into it, since he finds no sign of a fatal wound. While doing so, Cheon quickly realizes the chick is the same immortal-type monster whose hide he once took. Still, he cannot understand why it has shrunk so much, so he assumes its regeneration works differently from his own. After supplying it with mana, Nari asks whether the monster is still in serious danger. Cheon explains that it is mostly suffering from malnutrition, having been starving because of its small body. He reassures her that the monster should recover on its own now that he has given it some mana. Unexpectedly, Nari becomes afraid to leave the chick alone. She begs Cheon to let her raise it, promising that she will train it properly and make sure it is fed. Cheon warns that the chick could become enormous once it grows, but Nari does not care and insists she will only feed it a little. Cheon does not want another argument, so he allows her to care for it. He also thinks it may be useful as a guard if kept in the yard. A little later, the bird monster finally wakes up. The instant it opens its eyes, it recognizes Cheon. While Nari happily celebrates the monster waking up, the creature cautiously stares at the powerful man standing in front of it. It is also horrified to be grabbed and carried around by a little girl, wondering how someone like her even ended up in the demon realm. Nari only hears it making goo-goo sounds, but Cheon can clearly hear the bird monster crying out in panic. Cheon is stunned when he realizes he can actually understand what the bird is saying. Nari is thrilled to have a pet and immediately starts washing it, even deciding on a name for it. Best name she can think of is Goo, since it keeps making goo-goo sounds like a pigeon. The monster bird is appalled by their terrible naming sense. Goo gets to its feet and starts yelling at Nari, but she assumes it is crying because it wants more water. He promptly splashes it again, which only makes things even more miserable for Goo. Goo collapses on the table, silently begging Nari to stop drenching it with water. Since Nari cannot understand Goo, Cheon steps in and tells her to stop the splashing. Nari then decides Goo must need food and heads out to find some. Later, Cheon realizes he will need a proper storage space. He lays down several trees, planning to cut them into the sizes he wants. However, the wood crumbles apart from even the lightest touch. Cheon is left puzzled, because as far as he knows, he followed every instruction correctly. However, Goo tells him he has misunderstood everything. According to Goo, trees have different textures, and the one Cheon is cutting is basically softwood. Cheon is surprised to hear that wood can vary in hardness, while Goo is amazed he never knew that. Cheon then asks which color marks the hardest wood. Goo explains that red-colored wood is the strongest kind. At that moment, the chick monster suddenly realizes Cheon can actually understand him, but to make sure, he tries to form a telepathic link and reach into Cheon's mind. Cheon notices it right away and blocks the attempt instantly. Goo then asks Cheon how he is able to understand what it says. Cheon explains that it feels like human words are simply appearing inside his head. Cheon, meanwhile, finds it stranger that a monster can understand human language. Goo hesitates before explaining how that is possible. Cheon realizes Goo must be one of the rare intelligence-type monsters born by unlikely chance. He has heard of them before, but this is first time seeing one. Cheon then mentions that he and the monster have crossed paths before. Goo does not deny it. In fact, Goo has been waiting for the chance to meet him again. Cheon had saved Goo's life by removing its poison-ridden hide. Because of that, Goo once promised to help him if they ever met again, even just once. Cheon realizes Goo's immortality core survived because he removed the poison damaging its body back then. Since Goo offers to help, Cheon asks if it can do so now. Goo agrees and tells Cheon to follow, saying it will guide him to the place where red trees grow. Just as they are about to head out, Nari comes running back with a hunter chasing closely behind her. The hunter uses fire-based attacks, and they terrify Nari. The hunter is clearly uncomfortable about having to go after a little girl. Still, his life and career depend on recovering the mechanical chimera. Before long, he catches up to Nari. She has fallen to the ground and is crying in fear. He launches a powerful burst of flame, trying to force Nari into submission. Cheon steps in and blocks the attack. With Goo on his shoulder, he enters the scene looking absolutely furious. Goo tells Cheon it will explain the trees later, after they finish saving Nari. Cheon notices that Nari is completely shaken because of her fear of fire, so he decides to deal with the flames first. Goo is furious that the hunter is picking on a child. The hunter, meanwhile, is angry that a stranger has appeared and is stopping him from doing his job. Cheon bluntly tells the man to stop talking because he is saying far too much. That only makes the hunter even angrier. In a rage, he releases even more flames from his body. Cheon handles him with a simple move. He fires an energy blast into the hill behind the hunter. The impact sends the hillside collapsing down toward him. The hunter realizes what is happening far too late. Before he can react, he ends up buried beneath a heavy mass of sand. Cheon then turns to Nari and reassures her she no longer needs to be afraid. He tells her that whenever something scares her, she only needs to knock it down. After that, Cheon goes to check on the hunter, grabs the hunter by the head and tries pulling him out of the sand. To his surprise, the hunter's hair comes off in his hand. Cheon stares in shock at what just happened, but he is even more stunned when he sees the hunter's unfortunate bald head. Everyone is surprised because the hunter looks so young, yet he is already bald, which explains why he has been hiding his insecurity with a wig. Nari quickly forgets she had been crying moments earlier and bursts into laughter at Mr. Baldi. Cheon thinks through the situation and compares the hunter's strength with Nari's. Based on that, he feels she should not have lost to someone like him. Wanting to understand the real reason, Cheon decides to use telepathy. This ability allows him to look into someone's memories. He senses that Nari is still deeply afraid of the cruel scientist who experimented on her. Cheon gently pats Nari's head and praises her for being strong. He realizes her trauma may not fade right away, but it should ease with time. Cheon is then left wondering what he should do with Mr. Baldi. With a cheerful expression, Nari says she has an idea. A little later, the hunter wakes up to find himself hanging near the waterfall, tied to a large rope secured around a heavy stone. Seeing his situation, the hunter immediately begins regretting every choice that led him there. From a distance, Nari laughs happily while Cheon tries to stop her from teasing someone about their appearance. Cheon then picks up the pot. He fills it with river water and says he is going to use it for ramen. Nari becomes excited when she hears that, convinced Cheon's fish ramen is the best in the entire world. Cheon teases her by asking whether the coconut tribe eats fish ramen, and she enthusiastically says they do. The hunter, meanwhile, tries to understand his predicament. Judging from Cheon's appearance, he assumes Cheon must be at least A rank. Still, he does not dismiss the possibility that Cheon may be even stronger, since some powerful hunters are known to operate secretly from the shadows. While Cheon is collecting water for the ramen, Nari is busily catching fish one after another. Cheon tells her they only need a single fish, so the others can be released. Nari agrees happily, and Cheon tells her to put the fish into the pot. Hunter is horrified by the scene in front of him. He cannot believe they are pouring such a massive amount of water into the pot just to cook 3 packs of ramen. The hunter simply cannot accept the disaster they are about to create, so he shouts at them, demanding that they free him and let him cook the ramen himself. Cheon agrees and cuts him loose, allowing him to take charge of cooking the ramen. Even though it is only ramen, the hunter can feel an overwhelming pressure coming from the tube. In the end, he realizes he will be finished if he makes even one mistake. Sweat rolls down his face as he decides to rely on the standard ramen cooking method he knows. Since he is cooking 3 packs, he judges the right amount of water by trusting his instinct. He puts the seasoning and noodles into the boiling water, estimating that it will take just over 4 minutes to finish. To measure the timing precisely, he begins counting his own heartbeat, and as soon as the count reaches 200, he begins using every noodle technique he has learned. The hunter wishes he had some kimchi, but in the demon realm, that is impossible. Still, he gives it everything he has and has no regrets about whatever happens afterward. Once the ramen is ready, he asks if they want to try it. They stare at the noodles, and Nari is the first to say they look completely different from Cheon's version. Cheon and the others decide to taste it, and the moment they take a spoonful, the rich flavor of the ramen sends them into pure bliss. Nari jumps down from the table and tells Cheon how delicious it is. Even Gu is amazed, asking if humans eat food this good every day. Cheon admits he is surprised too, but suggests they finish first. Before long, the ramen is gone, and deep inside, everyone wishes there had been more. The hunter nervously asks whether they enjoyed it. Cheon's first question to him is what he truly wants, leaving the hunter puzzled. Cheon says the ramen was far too good to eat for free. He tells the hunter to name his wish, promising to grant it if it is within his ability. Kiseok is thrilled to hear this and immediately drops forward, begging Cheon to teach him how to become strong like him. Cheon is taken aback and asks Kiseok why he wants lessons from him, when Cheon is not even his master. Kiseok admits that Cheon is the strongest hunter he has ever met. He also notices that Cheon has settled in the demon realm, which explains why he built a house there. Kiseok tries to explain the advantages of keeping him around, with his biggest selling point being his cooking. He is even willing to act as a delivery man and bring Cheon supplies from the human realm. Desperate to reach A rank, Kiseok badly wants Cheon to train him. Cheon then asks Kiseok whether he attacked Nari because of the bounty. The hunter is surprised that the mechanical creature already has a name. Cheon quietly whispers to him, telling him to play along and say that Nari comes from the coconut tribe. Kiseok explains that he chased Nari for personal reasons that are hard for him to reveal. Still, he assures Cheon it definitely was not because of any bounty. Kiseok then says says that if he passes the hunter promotion test, nothing else will matter. After hearing his request, Cheon agrees to help because Kiseok cooked such a tasty meal. As the first step of training, he suggests they begin with a sparring match, which delights Kiseok. Nari interrupts, saying she wants to spar with Kiseok instead. Cheon asks if she is sure about that. She reminds Cheon that he once said scary things should be knocked out. Filled with determination, she wants a chance to put out Kiseok's fire as well. Cheon then points toward a black rock and asks Kiseok if he can break it. The rock is called black iron stone, a material said to be several times harder than diamond. Kiseok is stunned by the request, and while he is still coming up with reasons why he cannot break it, Nari smashes the stone apart and demands that Kiseok spar with her. The story then shifts to Kiseok's past, revealing that he was a naturally awakened hunter and considered a prodigy. He awakened his abilities at 8 years old, which was unusually early since most people awaken at 10 or later. Thanks to his hard work, his progress was remarkably fast. He even reached B rank plus before turning 20. For a while, everything in his life seemed to going perfectly. That was until he noticed his hair had begun falling out. By his early 20s, the hair on the top of his head had thinned drastically, and by the time he reached his mid-20s, his hairline had receded into a clear M shape. Kiseok began visiting pharmacies in search of a solution. However, one pharmacist told him to stop hoping for a transplant, saying it would eventually fall out anyway. He had once been a handsome man with exceptional talent, but his hair problem caused him to lose his confidence and shine. Because of that, his growth as a hunter also came to a complete stop. Then one day, he saw a research program hosted by Dr. Han Myung-do from the Hambit Research Institute. The doctor explained that he had accidentally spilled a rare, liquid material all over his head. To everyone's surprise, his hair grew back thickly. Even though he is almost 90 years old, he still has a full head of hair. This immediately caught Kiseok's attention, pulling him up from the couch where he had been wasting away. When Han Myung-do is asked about the remaining liquid metal, he says he intends to use the rest of it to create a mechanical life form and compete for the grand prize. Kiseok has a perfectly understandable breakdown when he realizes the doctor has no intention of developing a hair loss cure, which he sees as the true benefit to humanity. A few days later, Kiseok sees a news report saying the mechanical life form made by Hambit Research Institute has fled into the demon realm. Since the demon realm has no laws to restrain him, Kiseok wakes from his rest and he decides to hunt down the mechanical life form and claim it for himself, planning to use all that metal on his head. However, now that he is in the demon realm and sparring with Nari, he is the one getting thoroughly overwhelmed. Kiseok can hardly accept that Nari is so much stronger than him, especially since he cannot land even one clean hit. Cheon feels disappointed and makes sure Kiseok knows it. Even so, Kiseok refuses to give up and promises his so-called master that he will improve. Later, Cheon completes the storage cabinet thanks to Gu's advice about red wood, and even Gu praises the result, saying it should last for a very long time. While everyone else is occupied with their own tasks, Kiseok throws himself into intense training. Though Nari keeps giving him a hard time, he does not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he feels strangely liberated, believing it is because he finally removed his wig. Gu is impressed by Kiseok's fire control, but disappointed he cannot beat a child. Cheon explains that Nari is no ordinary child, so the result makes sense. Because he refuses to back down, Kiseok asks Nari for another sparring round. This time he attacks Nari with flames shaped like a blade. He finally succeeds in landing a hit on her, but Nari turns her body into liquid, leaving Kiseok completely stunned. The sight amazes him, but it also leaves him wide open to Nari's counterattack. Nari easily shifts back in her human form and she kicks him with enough force to send him crashing into a nearby hill, leaving a visible crack behind. Nari proudly says she is no longer afraid of fire, and it is all thanks to Cheon. As Kiseok lies there in humiliation, Cheon wonders if he has already reached his limit as a B-rank hunter with no special skill left to show. Still, Kiseok has one admirable quality. He simply does not know how to give up. Because of that, he rises to his feet with excitement on his face and asks Nari for another round. Then, without warning, he realizes that his nose is bleeding. Cheon asks how many days he has been in the demon realm, and Kiseok answers that it has been 9 days. Cheon advises him to return to the human realm, warning that someone of his rank could die if he stays longer. Though reluctant, Kiseok agrees. Cheon then tells him he has the potential to become an A-rank hunter and encourages him to keep training, which leaves Kiseok shocked. However, Kiseok has lost confidence after failing the A-rank exam for 6 straight years, far beyond the saying that 3 years of failure means someone is already a lost cause. Cheon tells him he still has a chance because his monohull has not fully developed yet. Cheon also reminds Kiseok to purify the demonic energy once he returns. Kiseok thanks Cheon for the guidance and promises that he will give it his best effort. Before leaving, Kiseok asks if Cheon needs anything, noticing he has run out of ramen. Cheon says ramen is the only thing he wants. Nari wishes him a safe trip, and Kiseok tells her to keep training because he will win next time. Before leaving, he asks Cheon about his wig, but Cheon says he has not seen it. With nothing nothing else left to handle, Kiseok finally departs. After he leaves, Gu warns Cheon about the possibility that Kiseok might betray them. Cheon asks Gu what he thinks Kiseok would actually do, since Gu can rid people's minds too. Cheon can tell that Kiseok is completely serious about becoming stronger. Beyond that, Cheon also appreciates how sincere he seems. At that moment, Nari asks Cheon whether he can understand Gu, and he says that he can. Cheon then brings Nari inside to show her the cabinet he finished. He is proud of it, but Nari comments that the house feels a little dark. Cheon agrees with her and decides that adding a window should make the place brighter. Using his abilities, he cuts open spaces in the house for windows. This makes Nari extremely happy since she loves places that feel bright and open. Cheon then points out that they will also need lights at night, so the house will not become too dark. He explains that there is a stone called glowstone, which shines in the dark, and placing a few around the house should brighten it nicely. He asks whether Cheon even knows where to find glowstones, and Cheon answers that he does. Apparently, glowstones can be found in the volcanic region, an area hunters consider one of the most dangerous places around. Gu reveals that the place is his hometown, though he looks gloomy as he says it. Cheon is surprised, expecting him to be happy about going home. Nari asks Cheon what Gu is talking about. Cheon simply tells her that Gu seems upset about something. Since Gu is uneasy about the volcanic region, Cheon says he will go alone and lets the other two stay at the house. Nari refuses, insisting she must go with Cheon because she has overcome her fear of fire. Cheon is impressed by how quickly she managed it. Cheon then asks Gu whether he wants to come along. Gu reluctantly agrees, saying he still has unfinished business there. Since everyone has agreed to go, Cheon says he will prepare some equipment for Gu to use in the volcanic region. Meanwhile, back at the Mandragora plantation, the Mandragoras are happily playing with the wig they stole from Kiseok. The volcanic region is widely avoided because its ash is harsh enough to scrape painfully against the skin. It is also filled with dense demonic energy that can be deadly with one breath, along with dangerous toxic gas. For those reasons, the place remains almost completely unknown to the human world. At the moment the group arrives there, Nari is already playing with fire, quite literally. Gu understands why the girl is acting so strangely, since she is a mechanical life form. Still, he is far more curious about Cheon, who simply says he is a chimera hunter, surprising Gu. Gu knows chimera hunters do not always keep human forms. Cheon explains that he originally looked this way, but after regenerating, his body changed. Cheon asks whether Gu is comfortable staying with them, since Gu is a monster and might feel uneasy around a hunter. Gu assures him there is no problem. After all, he enjoys finally having someone he can speak with. As they talk, Nari appears and complains that she cannot hear Gu like Cheon can. Cheon explains that Gu was only asking about where he came from. Nari quickly interrupts and proudly says she is a native. However, Gu can tell that is not true. They continue moving through the scorching, boiling terrain. Cheon says the luminous stones should be found close to the lava sprouts. Before long, they reach the summit and spot the stones ahead of them. However, they also notice a male fire toad in the distance, seemingly crying. To their surprise, a female fire toad lies motionless in front of it, which explains the male toad's sorrow. It turns out the female had been carrying their eggs when she died. Gu explains that only female fire toads can carry eggs, and since she is gone, the eggs are now very likely to perish as well. On top of that, the heat inside the crater is far too intense for the eggs to survive. As expected, Nari feels sorry for the toad, and Cheon decides to get involved. Cheon leaps down toward the fire toad. Gu tries to warn him not to get too close, since the toad is clearly distressed. Just as Gu expected, the toad attacks Cheon with a blast of fire. Cheon blocks the flames using only one finger. In an instant, Cheon reaches the toad and lightly taps its head with a single finger. That tap delivers a paralytic poison, leaving the fire toad temporarily unable to move. The poison limits the toad's movement, though Cheon knows it will recover soon because he used only a small amount. Besides, fire toads are naturally resistant to poison. From the summit, Nari shouts down to ask if Cheon is okay. He says he is fine because his body contains fire toad cells. Cheon says they may not be able to help the dead toad, but they can still save the one that remains. Cheon then gathers the eggs and places them carefully on the male toad's back. He ties them down securely so they will not slip or fall during the journey. When the male toad regains awareness, it is shocked to find the eggs now resting on its back. It goes to its fallen partner, gives a quiet farewell, and then leaps away across a great distance. Before taking its final jump out of the area, Fire Toad turns back and briefly looks at Nari. Nari believes the toad was thanking them. Since that matter is finished, Cheon tells her to come down so they can collect the stones. Nari eagerly starts gathering the stones from the volcanic pit. Cheon warns her to be careful, saying she could hurt her foot if she drops one. Nari laughs and says the stones are nothing compared to her strength. Gu meanwhile struggles to lift the stones and complains that his small body is to blame. Cheon tells him to go handle his own matter while he takes care of the stones, guessing that Gu even brought gifts for his kin. Gu argues that monsters do not have friends. He says he has no intention of meeting them and only wants to leave the gifts behind. Cheon is impressed that Gu misses his own kind, seeing it as another sign of his unusual intelligence. Gu insists he does not miss them and only regrets leaving without saying goodbye. Cheon then asks why he left his pack in the first place. Gu explains that awakening his intelligence brought some good things with it. However, it also brought painful things. Gu feels he would never have known this emptiness if he had not learned language. Because he felt both superior and isolated, Gu could no longer connect with the others and left the pack. They do not know he is gone, but he does not blame them. While they are removing the stones, Nari suddenly discovers an egg. It is clearly a monster egg, though she has no idea what kind. Then, when Gu nearly falls and drops the stone he is carrying, a small crack appears on the egg. Cheon worries the hatchling may be affected, since it needs to break through the shell by itself to grow properly and stay healthy. Nari becomes concerned and suggests taking the egg with them before it gets cooked. Gu objects, since they have no idea what kind of monster might hatch. Cheon starts considering a better solution. He knows a place that could work as a nest, and he is also curious about what is inside the egg. After thinking it over, Cheon decides they will bring the egg home. Gu still insists they should leave it, since he has never seen such an egg before. Cheon pressures him by asking why he dropped the stone and cracked it in the first place. Gu accepts responsibility, but warns that Nari could be hurt by this reckless choice. Cheon tells Gu there is no need to worry as long as he is there. Gu thinks about Cheon's words and finally agrees to bring the egg home. Since the decision is settled, Cheon suggests they continue mining the stones. A while later, the group returns home and finds that Kiseok has already come back. Cheon is surprised to see that he returned so soon. Kiseok then offers to carry Cheon's bags for him. Since Kiseok claims he is strong, Cheon decides to hand over the bag. Kiseok takes it, but immediately drops it as though he has been handed Thor's hammer. At that moment, Cheon notices bruises covering Kiseok's face and asks what happened. Back in the volcanic region, Gu's gifts for his kin turn out to be the ramen packs he left behind. Cheon realizes that Kiseok must have been roughed up somewhere. This surprises him, since Kiseok does not seem like the kind of person who would get picked on. Kiseok tries to explain his weakened aura by saying Nari often hits him, but Cheon cannot believe he sounds proud of it. To escape Cheon's questions, Kiseok hurries away, claiming he needs to prepare their food. A little later, Nari spots Cheon working with stones and asks what he is doing. Cheon says he is making a lamp by cutting the stones and shaping them properly. He explains that he plans to hang the glowstones from the ceiling, assuring Nari that it will look good once finished. Nari praises Cheon for being clever and for explaining everything so clearly. On top of that, Nari thinks Cheon has a very kind heart. She says he is just like her father, and Cheon seizes the chance by asking if she means her dad from the coconut tribe. Nari tries to go along with it, answers yes. Not long after, Go and the Mandragoras get into a fight. Gu believes they have trespassed into his territory. Later, Kiseok finishes cooking one of his special meals, tofu pockets. He serves the food and tells everyone to eat, and although Cheon is clearly curious about the dish, he tells Kiseok that he first wants to know what really happened to his face. Kiseok explains that he went to the Hunter Association to apply for the promotion exam. However, he ran into several A-rank hunters who mocked him for failing 7 years straight, and the situation eventually turned into a fight. Before he can even finish explaining, everyone has already eaten and asks for more. Kiseok says those hunters told him to stop showing up because he was nothing but a failure. Kiseok says they also mocked his hair, which made him fall for their provocation and fight back. Cheon then asks if he is completely bald or if he shaved it himself. Apparently, his hair loss is still an unsolved medical mystery that no one has managed to fix. Cheon asks when the next promotion exam will be, and Kiseok replies that it is in 90 days. Since there is not much time, Cheon says they should begin special training. Kiseok becomes excited and promises to do anything Cheon tells him. Cheon surprises him by saying his first task is to take over washing the dishes from Nari. Kiseok is still upset about the dishes when Cheon adds that he must also wash the remaining glowstones to remove the volcanic ash. Kiseok is stunned and reminds Cheon that this was supposed to be special training. Cheon replies that he can ignore it if he wants to remain useless for the rest of his life. Cheon then turns to Nari and says they should go fishing to help with digestion, which immediately excites her. Meanwhile, Kiseok begins to think Cheon must have a reason for making him wash the dishes. Instead of complaining further, Kiseok starts working, reminding himself that he became a B-class hunter through sheer effort. He wastes no time praising himself for all the admirable qualities he believes he has. Kiseok then runs after Cheon and Nari, joining them at the river. While Cheon and Nari try to catch fish, Kiseok focuses on washing dishes, though the fish give him trouble. Apparently, his type of power makes it difficult for him to handle aquatic creatures. Cheon is deeply unimpressed with Kiseok and tells him that his mana still has practical uses. He instructs Kiseok to create a mana shield, but Kiseok says he always tries, and it has never once worked. Hearing that, Cheon picks up a glowstone and tells Kiseok to hold it. Kiseok is confused by the sudden request to hold a glowstone, but right then the stone slips from his hand. He realizes the stone is essentially powered by demonic energy, making it difficult for him to grip with enough force. Cheon confirms this, explaining that some glowstones contain condensed demonic energy. He adds that the demon realm's energy is raw and unrefined. To use his own power properly, Kiseok must push it away with refined mana. Cheon tells Kiseok that he has plenty of mana in his body, but he simply lacks the skill to control it. Cheon taps a spot on Kiseok's chest and asks whether a path has opened inside him. Just as Cheon said, Kiseok's mana beginning to surge through his body. Cheon tells him to follow the newly opened path, then focus his mana while trying to lift the glowstone. Kiseok follows his instructions. After struggling with the stone for a while, he finally manages to lift it. Kiseok is amazed that washing dishes and cleaning stones were part of Cheon's plan. Since he now enjoys the task, Cheon tells him to keep channeling mana while handling the dishes. Fired up by the lesson, Kiseok promises to follow every instruction Cheon gives. Cheon is also impressed by his willpower, believing deep down that Kiseok can succeed. That night, Cheon hangs the glowstone from the ceiling, turning into a proper lamp. While everyone else is asleep, Gu is the only one awake with the egg since he slept earlier and no longer feels sleepy. Suddenly, he sees Nari rise from her sleep like someone in a trance. Then she begins walking out of the house. Surprisingly, Nari leaves the house to take care of her clothes. Since they are dirty, Cheon and Gu watch from a distance, wondering why she is doing laundry in the middle of the night. Gu assumes she has no choice, because she is a girl and does not have any spare clothes. After a while, Nari comes out of the water looking pleased because he has finished washing her clothes and they are finally clean. She is happily celebrating this small victory when Cheon steps outside, pretending he only came out for fresh air, and Nari asks why he is there. He says he is taking a walk with Gu. Cheon then asks if she is also out walking, and she nervously says yes. Cheon then tells Nari to hold still while he fastens a belt around her waist and places her flower there as well. Nari is delighted with the new touch, saying it makes her look really cool. All of a sudden, an annoying sound comes from somewhere in the forest. The noise immediately makes Nari nervous. Cheon calmly reassures her that there is no need to be afraid. He explains that it is only a grasshopper. As they start heading home, Cheon asks Nari if she still needs anything else, such as clothes or shoes. Nari says she is already happy with the things Cheon has given her. Later, Cheon steps out into the human realm in a neat outfit, but without shoes, planning to shop for Nari, while passersby stare at him like he is strange. Cheon cannot bring Nari out of the demon realm because she has a tracking device inside her, and she is also dealing with trauma. Cheon never imagined he would return to the human realm just to buy clothes for a child. While he stands around trying to find a clothing store, a rough-looking kid approaches him and offers to guide him to one for 10,000 won. Seeing that Cheon is clearly unfamiliar with the area, the kid offers to lead him to a store. Cheon agrees but says he only has large bills and will pay once he gets change. The kid is unimpressed that a hunter does not even have 10,000 won, assuming Cheon must be a rookie who got tricked. Even so, he tells Cheon to follow him, since Cheon looks like he can at least afford to buy clothes. As they walk down the street, the kid introduces himself as Oh Bang-soo. Cheon notices police patrol cars nearby, which makes him think the slum has become safer. Bang-soo says Cheon must not have been awakened for long, since he came out of the gate without gear. Thinking stronger people robbed him, Bang-soo advises him not to give up. Cheon thinks the boy is surprisingly mature for his age. Bang-soo objects, insisting he is not a child because he is already 17. They suddenly spot some thugs up ahead, and Bang-soo warns Cheon to avoid that district because it is the most dangerous slum around. He explains that the Space Gang once controlled District 11, but has now spread into District 13. The police no longer enter there, and Bang-soo reveals they are currently in District 12. This makes Cheon worry as he wonders whether the orphanage he once lived in back in District 13 still exists. Meanwhile, inside a children's clothing store, the owner is already regretting opening a shop for children's clothes in the slum. She is considering changing businesses when Cheon walks into the store. After a humorous exchange between Bang-soo and the store owner, Park, he explains to her that Cheon has come to buy some clothes. Park angrily pinches Bang-soo's cheeks, telling him to stop bringing penniless hunters to her shop because too many already owe her money. Judging by Cheon's appearance, Park has already assumed he will not buy anything. Turns out she once told Bang-soo to bring pitiful hunters in because they reminded her of her late brother. Still, Park admits she cannot keep helping forever. While the two argue like an old couple, Cheon quietly looks through the clothes around the store, and Cheon interrupts, saying he wants to buy clothes, and pulls out a 10 million 1,000,001 bill while claiming it is all he has. The instant they see the money, their attitude changes completely. Park immediately acts like a proper shopkeeper, while Bang-soo brings him snacks and a drink on a tray. Park begins promoting every item in the store, and Cheon tells her he needs clothes for a young girl and for himself. Park is thrilled to hear that. She quickly dives into the store and starts bringing out the nicest outfits she has. By the end, Cheon has purchased every piece of clothing he can from the shop. The store owner finds herself wishing the day could continue just like this. After everything is packed, she offers to arrange delivery, but Cheon says he can carry it all himself. Cheon then gives Bang-soo 100,000 won and tells him he has one more favor to ask. After they leave the store, Bang-soo stays quiet until he guides Cheon to the inn he requested. He tells Cheon the inn is safe because a police station is nearby, and the owner is a kind person. Hearing that, Cheon goes inside and tells Bang-soo to wait for him outside. Bang-soo remains outside, thinking over everything that happened in the shop. He feels something is suspicious, because Cheon gave him 100,000 won and bought him clothes too, making him wonder if Cheon is someone who tricks children. At the same time, after thinking it through, he begins to wonder whether Cheon might actually be a decent person. After a short while, Cheon comes back out and says Bang-soo was right about the owner being kind. Then he suddenly hands Bang-soo a key, saying it is obvious that he has been living on the streets. Cheon has paid a full year's rent in advance, along with meals, so Bang-soo can live there properly. He tells him to make sure he eats well. Once everything is settled, Cheon says he is leaving. As he prepares to enter the gate back to the demon realm, Bang-soo cannot help asking whether Cheon has some hidden motive, since they only met that day. Bang-soo still cannot believe Cheon would do so many kind things for him. Cheon explains that helping him simply reminded him of the past, adding that he was once like Bang-soo, even if it was long ago. With that, Cheon enters the demon realm, and when he returns, Nari is already worried because he left without saying anything. Cheon tells her he went out to bring her gifts, then sets down a bag filled with beautiful clothes. Nari becomes incredibly excited over the clothes Cheon bought, and he encourages her to take them inside and try them on. It is quickly revealed that Cheon had borrowed Kaziek's clothes for his trip to the human world, yet he returned without bringing anything for him. Later, Cheon sits down to fold the clothes while Nari tries a few of them on. Cheon is happy to see Nari so excited about the clothes he bought, and she looks adorable wearing them too. After trying on several outfits, she finally chooses her favorite. It is the one with a chick printed in the center, and she says it looks like Goo. Goo is offended that he is being compared to a plain chicken drawing on fabric. Cheon then asks if she wants to try folding the remaining clothes herself, and Nari gladly accepts. Goo points out that the house has no space for all the clothes Cheon brought back. Cheon says he has already considered that problem, and his plan is to expand the house, add a walk-in closet, and install a built-in wardrobe. Goo worries they will have to start cutting down trees, but Cheon tells him he already has the perfect person to help with that. At that moment, he summons Kiseok and tells him he has prepared another special training session. Kiseok is thrilled to be called and tells Cheon that he has cleaned his training outfit. By training outfit, he means Cheon's worn and ragged clothes. Kiseok explains that the clothes were soaked with poison, and because he did not know that, he nearly collapsed just from touching them. Kiseok assumes Cheon deliberately left the poison on the outfit as a way to strengthen himself, not realizing Cheon had simply been too lazy to wash it. Then, out of nowhere, Cheon tells Kiseok he is welcome to wear it. Cheon plays it perfectly, saying the outfit will make an ideal training uniform and ordering Kiseok to wear it while chopping wood. Goo happily joins in, saying he will even choose the trees for him. Kiseok grows anxious, knowing the outfit alone could be dangerous, and now Cheon is adding tree cutting on top of it. Suddenly, Nari shouts from inside the house, saying something is wrong with the egg. Everyone hurries inside and Cheon believes the egg is finally about to hatch. That must be why its movements are becoming so intense. Kiseok fears that a disaster-grade monster might emerge, but Nari disagrees and insists it will be a cute monster. While the two are still arguing, the egg begins to crack open. The first thing to emerge is a set of very sharp claws. The group watches curiously until the whole egg finishes hatching. At last, the creature inside is revealed. However, both Nari and Kiseok are completely puzzled because they have never seen anything like it before. It has a snake-like body, while its feet resemble those of a bird. Without wasting any time, the creature leaps from the table straight onto Kiseok's face, and the shock nearly scares him out of his senses. Later, Kiseok starts cutting down trees as his master ordered, while Goo sits on his head to watch and supervise. As he works, Kiseok struggles badly because of the poison still lingering in the outfit. Kiseok cannot understand how Cheon walked around in that cursed outfit so casually. Meanwhile, Cheon simply enjoys himself after finishing the clothes folding. Nari then appears with the creature in her arms, telling Cheon it seems obedient and gentle. Cheon thinks it is loyal to her because it understands that she saved its life. Still, they need to decide what to call it. Cheon suggests the name Sasa, since the creature is partly snake. Nari is still talking with Cheon about the name when Sasa suddenly jumps down and runs toward the woods. Cheon is glad to see the two getting along well, thinking it is a good sign for their family. Cheon tells Gu that he has never seen a creature like Sasa before, and Gu agrees, suggesting it may be a rare species. However, Gu is certain that the monster comes from the volcanic region. Because of that, they need to keep a close watch on the mandragoras. Apparently, monsters from the volcanic zone treat plant-type species as a delicacy. Since plants are scarce there, they tend to eat almost any plant they find. On top of that, they especially prefer plants rich in strong demonic energy. Because of this, Gu is sure the monster will try to dig up the mandragoras and eat them, just as Gu predicted. The monster has already reached the mandragora field. A tense stare-down immediately begins between them. Nari wants to stop them, but Cheon says there is no need. He believes they are monsters, so they should clash at least once to settle their differences. Since Sasa is still young, Cheon does not think it will pose a serious threat to the plants. At that moment, Sasa targets the smallest mandragora, but the largest one quickly steps in to block it. The mandragora instantly shifts into a defensive stance before preparing a counter. As expected, the second mandragora immediately launches the counterattack. However, Sasa blocks the strike with its tail while seeming to wear a grin. The third mandragora has already used that chance to close in on Sasa. In the end, the mandragoras overwhelm Sasa. Sasa starts crying, then it turns around and runs away. Cheon declares that the mandragoras are the winners of the first round. Since the spectacle is over, Cheon says it is time to get back to what they were doing. 2 days later, Kiseok finishes expanding the house. With tears of joy, Kiseok happily throws away the outfit. As tears run down his cheeks, he wonders whether he did a good job. Then Cheon appears and praises him, saying he did even better than expected. Nari is impressed as well, because the whole house carries the scent of flowers. This is thanks to Gu choosing fragrant wood for the construction. Cheon feels sure the clothes kept inside will smell pleasant too. When Kiseok hears that Cheon has named the new monster Sasa, he suggests what he believes is a better name. Cheon tells him to go ahead and share the name he has in mind. Kiseok then suggests Snake Chick, which may be the worst name anyone could possibly think of. Nari offers her own idea, but that name turns out to be just as bad. Gu also wants to take part in the naming discussion. Cheon asks for Gu's real name, since Gu once claimed he had one. Gu reveals it as Rocky Mountain Hoof, a name tied to his identity, leaving Cheon disappointed by everyone's terrible sense. Since nobody can offer a better option, the group decides to keep the name Sasa. Now that the house extension is finished, Gu asks Cheon what they plan to do next. Cheon then brings up an idea he had while he was in the human realm. He suggests building a strong fence around the house to keep monsters from entering. That way, the place will stay protected even when he is away. Kiseok looks at the house and doubts any sane person or monster would approach such a terrifying place. Cheon replies that S-class monsters or rogue hunters might still appear. Since they want to keep intruders out, Gu says they need materials rich in dense demonic energy, which means they must head to the coastal region. According to him, that area contains yellowish quartz that is even harder than blackstone. Cheon already imagines how beautiful the fence would look if they added glowstones to it. While Nari and Gu are thrilled about going to the coast, Kiseok looks as if he is living through a nightmare. Kiseok is terrified, but just then his nose starts bleeding, meaning he has to return to the human world. Kiseok could not be more relieved by the timing. He quickly says he must get medicine for demonic energy, and Cheon agrees, telling him to watch the mandragoras if they return late. Kiseok warns Cheon to be careful, because the coastal region is dangerous for A-rank hunters and anyone below that level. He explains that the area is basically controlled by 2 disaster-grade monsters, which is the first time Cheon has heard about it. Kiseok adds that reports claim they are chimera hunters who escaped from the lab long ago. They supposedly have bird-like heads while the rest of their bodies remain human in shape. Meanwhile, several hunters are already confronting those so-called disaster-class monsters. They successfully land a direct tracking strike. The hit makes the monsters turn away, so the hunters assume they are fleeing and suggest chasing after them. However, one hunter says they should wait until the monsters reach their shelter before making their move. The hunters are stunned that even after 60 years, the monsters are still alive. They believe the chimeras have fully become monsters. The hunters refuse to let those creatures stain the great achievement represented by the creation of chimera hunters. Suddenly, they realize the monster is not running away at all. Instead, it is heading straight toward them. The team leader orders his men to raise a barrier against the incoming attack. However, their barrier barely slows the monster down. With a single strike, it shatters the barrier completely. Only then does the truth begin to sink in. They have badly misread just how strong the monster really is. The monster charges at them once more, and it is about to bring the fight to an end. Just then, Nari appears and punches the monster, telling it to pick on someone its own size. The monster realizes Nari is a chimera and quickly quickly jumps back to reassess the situation. Nari tells Cheon that the monster is bullying the hunters, though Cheon feels the situation is actually the other way around. At that moment, the hunters detect that the mechanical chimera is nearby. Cheon then realizes Nari still has a tracking device embedded inside her. At the same time, Cheon seems to recognize the bird-headed man. She taunts to him, reminding him that they used to be roommates, though he cannot quite remember the man's tag number. While Cheon speaks with the bird-headed figure, the hunters decide it would be best to retreat and return to the human world. Still, they plan to come back stronger, and the moment Cheon hears that, he knows they will become troublesome. Without hesitating, Cheon suggests that he and the bird-headed man handle the matter. It turns out the bird-headed man really was his former roommate, number 33. Number 33 also recognizes the scent coming from Cheon. From that scent, he realizes Cheon is number 17. 66 years earlier, in a forest near the TDA laboratory, number 33 was carrying a little girl on his back as they tried to escape from the lab. The girl was called Gia at the time, and number 33 was struggling to get both of them to safety. As they race through the forest, they suddenly encounter young Cheon, who tells number 33 that he has heard about his worsening side effects. Cheon warns him that if he does not return within 3 days, the detonation spell will activate and end his life. However, Cheon says his sister, Gia, is not scheduled for termination yet. He suggests number 33 return to the lab for suppressants, so he can survive a little longer, even for one more day. Number 33 then tells Cheon that he will never truly understand what they are going through. After all, he does not suffer from side effects like the rest of them. Number 30 lays his sister down and tells Cheon that all he wants is the chance to live freely. To make that happen, he is prepared to fight Cheon if he stands in his way. At that moment, Cheon opens a gate leading into the demon realm for him. This shocks number 33, who never imagined Cheon would possess a gate stone. They understand that entering the demon realm gives them 2 possible outcomes. Their human cells may be poisoned by demonic energy, or their monster cells may absorb it and awaken. Cheon tells number 33 that the demon realm suits him best if he wants to live freely until the end, since the lab's detonation spell will not trigger there. Number 33 asks Cheon whether there is any way to survive in the demon realm. Cheon explains that he must gather enough mana to shield his human body and mind from demonic energy. It may be difficult with his current abilities, but the future is still uncertain. Number 33 says he may not understand why Cheon is helping them, but he will accept that help anyway. Before stepping into the demon realm, number 33 says they lived together for 4 years, yet never even learned each other's names. That is when number 33 finally reveals that his name is Ubium. Back in the present, Cheon places the hunters under mind control to erase their memories. Once he confirms that the ability is working exactly as intended, he allows them to leave. Apparently, Cheon has cells from an oblivion herb implanted in his body, giving him the power to induce hypnosis and memory loss. Ubium is stunned by how many things were implanted into Cheon simply because he showed no side effects. Cheon tells him a lot happened after he left. Nari then tugs on Cheon's clothes and asks whether he knows Ubium, since they are still playing the native game. Cheon tells Nari that Ubium belongs to the Sparrow tribe, surprising Ubium himself. He even teases Nari by asking if the Sparrow and Coconut tribes are allies, and she quickly says yes. While they talk like this, Ubium remains completely confused. Then Nari bows her head and apologizes to Cheon, saying she attacked him because she thought he was bad. Nari soon starts complaining that she is hungry, so Cheon asks Ubium whether he has any food at home. Ubium is still trying to process everything in front of him, especially the idea that Cheon is somehow raising a daughter. A little later, Ubium brings the group to his home, which is built like an actual bird's nest. Cheon praises Ubium, saying he did a surprisingly good job building the place. Ubium then serves a plate of grilled clams that he prepared himself. He has even added demon butternut, and just from the appearance, the dish already looks delicious. The food is ready, and as soon as Gu and Nari take a bite, they feel as though they have entered food heaven. Even Cheon admits the dish tastes excellent, including the red moss Ubium used in it. Ubium proudly explains that red moss works as an all-purpose seasoning. Ubium is about to tell them to eat more slowly when he hears Nari loudly asking for more, nearly making him collapse in panic because he has run out of ingredients. Since Nari loves the food so much, she offers to catch more clams so Ubium can cook it again. Ubium warns her that gathering clams may be dangerous, but Nari runs off anyway, promising to catch as many as possible so she can eat until she is fully satisfied. While the kids are away, the older ones stay behind to talk about what happened after Ubium left. Ubium is amazed to learn that Cheon came back to life thanks to the immortality cells inside him, then asks whether he plans to return to the laboratory. Cheon admits that the thought sometimes crosses his mind, but he already has a good life and sees no need to rush. He then asks whether Ubium wants revenge too. Ubium explains that Cheon's spells may have vanished after his rival, but theirs remain. The detonation spells are still inside them, and he is certain they will trigger if they return to the human world. Qian notices that Yubium can control his wings, then asks about his head and whether it has ever returned to normal. Yubium says he can actually change it back, but he is choosing to keep it that way. His sister's face has changed, and if he looked normal, he knows she would feel even worse. Just then, Qian asks Yubium a sensitive question, whether he knows he only has 1 month left to live. Yubium is not shocked by this because he already knows. Yubium admits that life was hard when he first arrived in the demon realm, and he had to gather mana just to stay alive. Later, he felt his mana and demonic energy had reached a balanced state. Because of that, Yubium was able to live peacefully for quite some time. However, something terrible happened not long ago when Jia's monohole became tangled and her demonic energy started going out of control. Yubium says he tried to force it open, but doing so damaged his own monohole in the process. Yubium has been managing somehow, while Jia keeps sleeping because she eats fruit with sleeping poison. Qian realizes she is putting herself into a coma to slow the demonic energy harming her body. Then Qian remembers a potion made with mandragora that can heal a mana hole, realizing Yubium must not have known about it before. Meanwhile, Jia is struggling inside the cave where she has been hiding. Yubium is deeply shocked when he learns that both he and Jia still have a chance to live. Qian does not blame Yubium for not knowing, since he only learned these things after studying pharmacology in the lab from the age of 15. Qian explains that he needs refined water from a monohole infused with leftover mandragora roots. He once thought those remnants were useless, but they actually absorb demonic energy underground. Those roots can sprout into new life and multiply, acting as a source of vitality. Because of that, refined water made from them has powerful effects on regenerating mana holes. Qian never expected it to become useful to him, but he is grateful that he happens to be raising mandragoras. Qian tells Yubium he will go get some, shocking him since refined water is in the human realm. Qian reminds him that Yubium cannot go because of his curse, so he must go instead. However, he asks Yubium to watch over Nari and Gu while he is away. Since the alchemist who makes the refined water will require payment, Qian asks whether Yubium has any money, but he says he has none. However, he also has many other items he gathered from hunters. Qian takes the goods and tells Yubium they should be enough for what he needs. Qian then heads toward the human realm. There, he meets Bang Su and says he needs an alchemist. Fortunately, Bang Su has grown into a reliable guide and tells Qian about an alchemy branch that opened in the slums. He decides to take Qian there, since it is their best chance of finding the person he needs. Qian notices sandbags strapped to Bang Su's arms and legs and asks why he is wearing them. Bang Su says he is training his stamina so he can become strong like Qian. Qian is surprised to hear that answer. Bang Su then says he has already realized Qian is an amazing hunter, since he enters the demon realm with nothing but his own body. Soon, they reach the alchemy shop, and Bang Su explains that a new branch manager arrived recently. According to rumors, he is both highly skilled and good-natured. At that moment, they spot the manager in the distance as he receives a call from a lone shark. Bang Su says the manager worked at the Gold City branch for 20 years, but was demoted, sent to the slums, and even had his salary cut. Qian assumes the man must have done something wrong to receive such an obvious demotion. Bang Su then explains that, from what he heard, one of Kim's superiors had been secretly taking money from packages meant for the slums. But when the alchemist Kim reported the corruption, he was branded a troublemaker and pushed out, which is how he ended up in the slums. Just then, Kim notices Bang Su nearby, and his gloomy face instantly brightens. Bang Su tells Kim that Qian is looking for an alchemist. Qian uses his ability to examine the man and can immediately tell that he is truly skilled. After introducing them, Bang Su leaves, saying he needs to go train. Inside the alchemy office, the attendant is complaining about the poor earnings. That is when Qian and the manager step into the room. As soon as they enter, Qian gets straight to business and asks whether Kim, as an A-rank alchemist, can make refined mana water with mandragora. He adds that he needs about 2 liters. Kim thinks Qian is talking nonsense, since there should be no mandragoras in the slums. He also wonders how Qian even knows his rank. Kim is about to reject the request because he lacks the proper ingredients. Then Qian takes out tiny mandragora roots filled with dense demonic energy, leaving Kim stunned. Kim is completely amazed because the roots look incredibly fresh, as if they were just harvested. Qian then says he plans to pay for Kim's work using specialties from the coastal region. He hands Kim the bag and tells him to appraise everything inside. When Kim checks it, he finds S-rank black pearls and is shocked, since even headquarters has never seen one. Along with them, there are also giant clams. There is red moss as well. Qian asks whether the items are enough to cover the crafting fee, and Kim says yes. In fact, the ingredients could buy the entire building. The attendant tells Kim they need proper appraisal equipment, since items this valuable require expensive tools to assess. After the attendant leaves, Cheon spots a mandragora in a tube and asks Kim about it, since Kim claimed they had none. Kim explains that the mandragora has been dead for about 10 years, meaning all of its medicinal effects are gone. He only kept it because of his interest in mandragora research. At that moment, Cheon says the mandragora is still alive, shocking Kim. Cheon feeds it mana, and to Kim's amazement, the mandragora reacts. Cheon explains that it is in a comatose state because it has exhausted its demonic energy. Kim struggles to accept it, since he has already fed the mandragora plenty of mana himself. Just then, Kim's wicked superior An enters the room. He immediately starts mocking Kim and his shabby office. Kim is startled to see him and asks why he has come all the way to the slums, and says he received word that something valuable had entered the lab, so he came to check it himself. Kim is shocked by this and wonders whether his assistant has already contacted An, and then mentions his subordinates, a pair of twins who are ability users. After that, he turns to Cheon and introduces himself as En Jijong, director of the Alchemy Association. He wants Cheon to come with him to Gold City and promises to look after him there. Continues by saying he is ready to offer Cheon an exclusive contract that Kim could never provide. Cheon then asks An about the wart on his nose, wanting to know how he is connected to An Baektaek. An bursts into laughter when he hears the question and reveals that Baektaek is his grandfather. Cheon can clearly see the ugly resemblance between the two because Baektaek was the one in charge of the experiments that turned him into a chimera. He was a cruel scientist who never cared about the children. He even had a wart on his nose, just like his grandson. Once Cheon confirms the similarity, he releases such overwhelming aura toward, and that the man drops to his knees. Cheon says he is disappointed to see An is just like his grandfather, greedy and obsessed with power, and is genuinely confused. While Cheon says he only has one simple question that will decide his fate. With fury burning in his eyes, Cheon asks whether the TDA laboratory still exists, and answers that he has no idea what Cheon means. Cheon asks again whether he truly knows nothing about the Chimera Research Lab, where Baektaek once worked as a senior researcher. Kim hides behind something, stunned to hear that Baektaek, a Peace Prize winner, had actually worked in an illegal lab. Still kneeling on the floor, and scolds Cheon, telling him not to tarnish his father's name, because he worked hard to guide the next generation at the university. Even after retirement, he donated his entire fortune to the families of Gate victims, and that was what earned him the Peace Prize. Cheon realizes that Baektaek chose to make a public repentance after secretly causing harm to so many people. Cheon had expected him to still be alive since he was unawakened, yet he passed away far too quickly. Cheon then asks whether it was an after effect of falling from the window. This shocks An, since the incident was never made public, and it makes him curious. Cheon explains that he was the one who pushed Baektaek out the window because he had turned kidnapped children into chimeras. Baektaek had threatened to throw them into a gate, but Cheon acted first and pushed the man from the window. Cheon then tells An that he will give him just one chance. He orders An to return and investigate the TDA research lab, adding that he will come find him when the time is right. Cheon is surprised to meet Baektaek's offspring in the slums. He remembers how they put him through a painful experiment when he was only 9 years old. Then, in his 20s, monster-like parts began appearing on his body. From that point on, he can barely recall what happened afterward. He realizes he had basically been moving through orders and instincts, without being able to think clearly for himself. Suddenly, it occurs to him that the laboratory may have changed its name after so many years. Not long after that, Kim returns from his laboratory. He brings back the refined water Cheon requested. Cheon is impressed by how quickly Kim finished it. Even though he is an A-rank alchemist, Kim explains that the ingredients were excellent, so the whole process went smoothly. At that moment, Cheon asks Kim if he would sign a personal contract with him, promising to give him the remaining ingredients. Kim is stunned when Cheon offers him an exclusive contract along with such costly ingredients. Tears of happiness begin welling in Kim's eyes as he hears the offer. Cheon is left confused, wondering if he somehow gave the man a bad deal. Kim then explains that he originally came from the slums, and when he was young, his parents took on a huge private loan. He promised to repay it, but no matter how hard he worked, he always remained trapped in the same situation. What Cheon has done for him feels like the greatest kindness, leaving Kim wondering how he could ever repay it. Cheon cannot believe Kim is already thinking about paying him back. He simply tells him that all he wants is for them to keep working together. Cheon knows he will still need Kim's help in the future. With his business finished, he decides it is time to return, hoping nothing has gone wrong while he's away. Just as he feared, Jia had gone wild and had already beaten Yubion badly. Even while taking the blows, Yubium remains determined to keep his promise and protect the children. At last, Yubium decides to face his sister in a serious fight. He rushes toward her with incredible speed. He manages to knock her down, but then, A strange barrier suddenly wraps around her. Yubium is left wondering what is happening. Then he realizes that Cheon has placed a jellyfish-like covering over Jia to restrain her. Everyone feels relieved when Cheon finally arrives. Yubium immediately asks whether he managed to get the medicine. Cheon assures him that he brought it along. He tells him to give one bottle to Jia and drink the other himself. After taking the medicine, Jia gradually calms down. Later that night, she wakes up with Nari sleeping beside her. Jia rises to her feet, thinking everything might be a dream. Then she notices Yubium and Cheon sitting together near the fire. When Cheon turns around and looks at Jia, she almost loses her composure. She nearly faints as she screams and asks who Cheon is. Jia's scream wakes Nari from her sleep, and Nari immediately starts acting friendly toward her. Yubium then tells Jia to check her mana hole, and when she does, she realizes that it has been completely healed. On top of that, her face has also returned to normal. Jia is stunned and asks Yubium where he found the people staying at their house. Yubium is surprised she does not recognize Cheon, especially when she was the one who kept crying about wanting to see him. Yubium understands that too much time has passed, so she may not recognize him right away. But after looking carefully, Jia finally realizes that Cheon is number 17. She rushes over to her brother to confirm whether she is really seeing number 17, and he says yes. Instead of acting warmly, Cheon keeps his usual attitude and asks if there is any red moss left. Yubium replies that they have none. Jia is not surprised since Cheon had always been the least emotionally expressive person she knew. Even so, she removes her mask and thanks Cheon for everything he has done so far. Suddenly, Nari spots something sparkling out in the sea. Jia explains that it is a sea fairy. They are actually seahorses that live deep beneath the sea. However, Jia and Yubium nicknamed them sea fairies because they look like fairies when they play around them. The seahorses only appear at night and return once the sun rises. Jia explains that following the sea fairies can lead them to a yellow glowing quartz. That is when Cheon suddenly realizes he has completely forgotten his original goal. Cheon then asks when the sun will rise, and Jia says it should appear very soon. Hearing that, Cheon decides it is the perfect time to go for a swim. Meanwhile, outside the demon realm, the scientists have traced the mechanical chimera's last known location to coastal region. The scientists gather together for a meeting, calls Han Myung-do and asks whether he knows anything about the TDA laboratory. Han Myung-do says he has never heard of it, and An explains that it was an illegal lab from long ago. Han Myung-do tries to tell, and that Hanbit Research Lab is not involved in the kind of work he is searching for. Han Myung-do adds that Bok Deok always taught him to be a proper and honest researcher. After the call ends, Han Myung-do begins wondering how and found out about that illegal laboratory. Soon after, one of his attendants enters and reports that they have successfully created a liquid metal mandragora. Han Myung-do is pleased with the new creation, knowing mandragoras are especially remarkable when it comes to kinship. He is relieved that he left a small amount of liquid metal behind. He is confident the metal mandragora will chase after Nari and locate her without much delay. He then orders them to triple Nari's bounty and mobilize every A-class hunter. He is determined to recover Nari at any cost, since he considers her the masterpiece of his life. Back in the demon realm, Yubium stands before the sea. He recalls the conversation he had with Cheon about the quartz. Cheon had apparently said he wanted to use it for his house, which left Yubium shocked. Yubium realizes Cheon has actually been enjoying himself in the demon realm. Cheon then asks Yubium whether he wants to visit the human world. Yubium says he is not exactly curious about it. Still, he admits he would like to see how much things have changed. Cheon then tells him he might be able to help remove the curse on his body, which immediately catches Yubium's interest. Cheon explains about the alchemist, saying Kim is quite skilled. Cheon says he wants Kim to study the spells, though he warns Yubium not to expect too much. Yubium begins crying and asks why Cheon keeps helping them when they have done nothing for him. Cheon says watching the siblings impresses him and makes him question whether anything matters more than survival. By helping Yubium and his sister, he hopes to find his answer. Now, as Yubium stands before the clear sea, his sister suddenly appears in the distance and throws him a rope, telling him to pull. Without knowing what is attached to it, Yubium starts pulling. He quickly realizes that whatever is on the other end is extremely heavy. Yubium uses all his strength and finally manages to drag the massive load out of the water. It turns out to be a huge amount of quartz. Yubium is stunned when he sees it, unable to believe Cheon and his group mined something so enormous. Nari and Cheon had enjoyed swimming in the water while collecting the quartz. When they reached the Sea Fairy's palace, it looked breathtaking, almost like a glowing yellow palace. Nari tells Cheon she wants them to visit the palace again another time. Seeing how many stones they gathered, Yubium asks Cheon how he plans to move everything back to his house. Cheon admits he will have to start figuring figuring that part out. Suddenly, he notices a parrot-billed bird flying overhead. He wonders why a bird that normally travels in flocks is flying alone. Nari is amazed by the parrot and says it looks beautiful, but Gia warns her that she will change her mind once it gets closer. Gia explains that the birds are over 4 meters long and extremely vicious. Because of how dangerous they are, even Gia and Yubiom avoid dealing with them. However, Yubiom already understands the reckless idea in Chion's mind. Chion confirms it, saying he needed a truck, and the bird appeared at the perfect time. Back at the house, Kizeok is still training to build up his mana. He notices that his mana hole is actually growing larger. Proud of his progress, he starts believing his dream of becoming an A-rank hunter might truly come true. While he is thinking about this, the metal mandragora suddenly appears behind him. Kizeok panics the moment he sees the strange creature. His troubles only grow worse, because 3 intimidating A-rank hunters are standing behind the mandragora. The hunters recognize Kizeok by his bald head and immediately begin mocking him. It turns out they are the same people who bullied Kizeok when he applied for the promotion exam. Kizeok panics, but then notices the 3 mandragoras in the garden standing firm, and they are doing it with surprising style. The hunters grow excited when they see the mandragoras, knowing how valuable they are. One of the hunters approaches a mandragora and tries to trick it. Kizeok is already prepared to risk his life to protect the mandragoras. Then the largest mandragora kicks the hunter. The blow is so powerful that it sends him flying far into the distance. Surprisingly, Yubium and Gia arrive at the house at that same moment and wonder who is causing trouble there. They had apparently gone ahead of Chion to reach his home first. They reached his house late because the parrot-billed bird was flying at such a slow pace. This was mostly because Chion had worn it out while trying to tame it. Kizeok begins panicking, wondering what in the world is suddenly going on. He struggles to understand why disaster-class monsters have appeared right before his eyes. He also fears something may have happened to Chion, since Yubiom and Gia came from the direction Chion had gone. While he is still thinking about it, Yubiom and Gia rush toward him and say they are Chion's friends. Kizeok can hardly believe what kind of people his master has been associating with. At that moment, he realizes he can use Gia and Yubiom to deal with the hunters. Without wasting time, he tells them the hunters came to steal Chion's mandragoras. The hunters hear this, and fear immediately takes over as they realize they are in serious trouble. About an hour later, Chion finally arrives at the house. As soon as the bird unloads the quartz, it immediately falls asleep. Chion understands how exhausted the bird is, so he gently pats its head and tells it to rest. Gia is shocked to realize Chion truly managed to tame it. Yubiom, however, is not very surprised, because he already knows what kind of person Chion is. A moment later, Chion notices the A-rank hunters tied to a tree after being disarmed. He asks what happened, and Yubiom explains that they came for the mandragoras. Hearing this, Chion suspects their plan was more dangerous than simple theft. Meanwhile, Nari is delighted to have Gia at the house and offers to show her around the whole area. After they leave, Yubiom tells Chion that the lab chasing Nari is the Hambit Research Institute, which hired the A-class hunters to find her. Chion immediately realizes that Nari must have some kind of tracker on her that still works even inside the demon realm. However, Chion cannot understand how the hunters reached the house while he and Nari were away in the coastal region. Yubiom then reveals the reason by showing the metal mandragora the hunters had brought with them. Yubiom explains that liquid metals are naturally drawn to each other, allowing them to trace Nari's location. Chion concludes the mandragora came to the house because it was attracted to its kind in the garden. Since the hunters plan to head for the coast next, he realizes they will not stop pursuing Nari and decides a countermeasure is needed. Just then, the mandragoras from the garden walk over Chion. They demand that he hand over the metal mandragora, even though it has already become a chimera. Chion gives the mandragora to them. However, he notices the mandragora boss still staring at him, as if it wants something more. That is when Chion remembers the other mandragora still sitting in his pocket. He takes it out and hands it over, prompting Yubiom to ask where he found such a frail-looking mandragora. Chion explains that the mandragora had been under an alchemist's care, but Chion was the one who agreed to look after it from now on. Before long, the mandragoras dig fresh holes for the newest member of their group. Yubiom is impressed by how organized the mandragoras are with each other. Chion is also relieved that the mandragoras do not seem to have any territorial conflicts. A little later, Kizeok, Nari, and Gia return to the house. As usual, Kizeok rushes in to hug Chion, but Chion pushes him aside before he can cause trouble. Kizeok then announces that he wants to cook something delicious for Chion's guests. Kizeok busily runs around the area. Then he suddenly notices the giant parrot. Fear rushes through him, and he demands to know why the bird is there. Chion calmly tells him he will explain everything later, while Kizeok prepares the meal for the day. Nari heads over to the garden. There, the liquid metal mandragora connects with her. A short while later, Kizeok finishes cooking the day's meal. The dish looks so appetizing that it immediately draws everyone's attention. Yubium and Jia are amazed as they examine all the ingredients Kizuk used. They are impressed by the care and detail he put into preparing it. They are also surprised by how generously he used the ingredients. As everyone prepares to take their first bite, Kizuk quietly prays that they will enjoy the dish. Yubium and Jia each take a bite. They are instantly swept away by the taste. Cheon, however, is not surprised, since he has already eaten Kizuk's cooking before. While everyone enjoys the food, Nari sits there looking gloomy. After a while, she leaves her meal behind and goes into the house. She says that she needs to sleep. Cheon quickly realizes that the Chimera Mandragora is bothering her. Cheon starts wondering how to help Nari and decides that giving her some to do might calm her mind. Not long after they finish eating, a gate suddenly opens out of nowhere, and when Cheon turns to look behind him, he realizes the person there is Nari. Turns out Nari is trying to leave because she believes her presence is putting Cheon and the others in danger. Cheon quickly rushes after her to stop her. He finds her sobbing hard, preparing to say goodbye on her own. Before she can enter the gate, Cheon stops her and tells her clearly that this place is her home. Nari is moved by Cheon's kindness and leaps into his arms with tears in her eyes. Cheon then prepares a tasty plate of ramen for Nari to help calm her down. Nari eats the noodles with pure happiness filling her heart. However, Jia warns her that if she ever tries running away from home again, she will definitely get scolded. After Nari finishes eating, Kizak gives her a drink to ease the heat from the spice. Once the meal is over, Kiziok tells Cheon he will wash the dishes and finish the task Cheon assigned him. Yubium also suggests that they return to cutting the quartz. After everyone else has gone, Nari apologizes to Cheon for making him worry, but Cheon tells her she has done nothing wrong, because the blame belongs to those who made her suffer. Cheon then grows serious and asks Nari to tell him about her friends in the coconut tribe. Nari is startled and confused when she hears this. Deep down, Cheon plans to take down the Hambit Research Lab, and he does not want Nari's friends caught in the danger. Once Cheon gets her to speak, Nari shares everything he needs to know. After listening to her explanation, Cheon realizes that Kizok will be the one to guide him to the lab's location. Meanwhile, Cheon's task for Kizok is to discipline the captive A-rank hunters. Kizok does it gladly, since Cheon has suppressed their mana, and they cannot resist him at all. Just then, one of the hunters offers Kizok money, promising enough for him to live comfortably. Kizok is enjoying himself so much that their money no longer means anything to him. Besides, he already has a black card issued only to the highest elites, allowing him to get almost anything he wants. The hunters are stunned when they see it and start wondering how Kizok obtained such a thing. Kizok tells them that how he got it is none of their concern. Instead, they should prepare for payback over what they did during the promotion exam. Realizing what awaits them, the hunters begin begging and apologizing for the past. But Kizok makes it clear he has no plans to let them off. He reminds them how they mocked him for failing his exams, but now the situation has completely reversed. He shows them several compact balls that Cheon gave him. Kizok admits he does not know how intense their effect will be, but he is certain it will hurt. He also explains that the balls can erase their memories. Enjoying the moment, Kizok shouts for them to open their mouths and accept the balls. The hunters cry out in fear and pain, fully realizing that there is no escape. The next day, Cheon tells Yubiam about his plan to clear out the research facility and asks him to watch over Nari while he is gone. Yubiam assures Cheon that he has nothing to worry about during his absence. At that moment, Kizok appears and informs Cheon that all the preparations have been completed. Yubiam notices that Kizok is smiling far more brightly than he normally does. He then explains that Cheon promised to introduce him to an A-rank alchemist, hoping his problem might finally be fixed. Jia then advises Cheon to use a disguise, and he agrees without objecting. Jia removes her mask without the slightest hesitation. The breathtaking beauty hidden beneath it is finally revealed. Jia passes the mask to Cheon, but as this happens, Kizok cannot stop staring at her beautiful face. Before he even understands what is happening, he realizes his heart is pounding wildly. It is the clear sign that he has fallen for her at first sight. Without fully realizing it, Kizok drops to his knees and begins to ask her. He asks Jia what kind of person she likes. Cheon and Yubiam are left speechless as Kizok boldly confesses his feelings without hesitation. Jia, however, has no idea what Kizok means by asking about her type, so she pauses for a moment and thinks it over. After understanding the question, she tells Kizok that her ideal type has to be flashy. She adds that he should also know how to dance, while secretly picturing a peacock in her mind. She finishes by saying that her ideal partner should have lots of feathers. That is the moment Kizok's mind completely shuts down. Unable to endure any more, Kizok shouts for Cheon to leave at once and meet the alchemist. Cheon says they must stop somewhere first, but Kizok only cares about escaping the demon realm immediately. A short while later, a massive gate opens in the slums, leaving the residents shocked as they wonder why a return gate is so enormous. While everyone is still struggling to process its size, a huge blue bird steps out of the gate with Cheon riding on top. The residents panic and shout that they should report the situation to the Hunter Association. Kiseok is just as confused and asks Cheon why he had to summon such a giant bird when everyone is already terrified. Cheon simply says there is no reason to walk when they already have a mount. Kiseok then asks Cheon exactly where they are headed. Cheon surprises him by saying he will be the one to explain that. Since the sky is blue and they are riding a blue bird, Cheon decides to name the creature Blue. Meanwhile, the mad scientist holds a meeting with his staff, who report that the hunters sent after Nari came back with amnesia. Worse still, the trekking mandragora never returned either. The old man becomes furious after hearing the report because he knows the organization will look terrible to the public if they cannot explain the liquid metal in their possession. The old man continues panicking over how the board members might react. One of the staff members then brings out a note that was found on one of the hunters. He unfolds the wrapped note, and the old man is stunned to see the words, "See you soon." This enrages the man, and he immediately orders an investigation to uncover who was responsible. At that exact moment, the window behind the director suddenly shatters. Blue has crashed into the building. Cheon notices that Blue's tail is short, making landing difficult, so he decides the alchemist should do something about it. After that, he looks around and demands to know who the director of the research lab is. A few minutes before reaching the laboratory, Kiseok had told Cheon their destination. Still, he worried because the lab gained major media attention after developing Nari, which made them look like public heroes. On top of that, Kiseok fears they are about to commit a serious crime. Cheon is not very concerned and tells Kiseok they will find out once they arrive. Kiseok decides to stop pressing the issue, believing Cheon must have a plan. He then points out Blue's short tail to Cheon, and Cheon says it has been that way since the first time he saw the bird. Cheon thinks Blue fled from its own kind after being attacked because of its tail problem. Cheon explains to Kiseok that he saved Blue's life, which is why the bird obeys him. Kiseok then asks Cheon why Blue was targeted just because of its feathers, and Cheon explains that parrot-poisoned birds are obsessed with beautiful tail feathers. Cheon says that obsession was the reason Blue was mistreated by its own kind. Hearing this makes Kiseok feel sorry for the bird and deeply moved. That is because he understands what the bird must have gone through. The instant they spot the laboratory, Cheon commands Blue to dive straight into the building. Kiseok is horrified when he hears the order, but Cheon pays him no mind. Kiseok screams in terror as the bird plunges directly toward the building. A thunderous crash follows, shaking the entire structure. The staff struggle to regain their senses after the impact, and they turn and see a frightening bird standing right beside them. The staff immediately cry out in fear. But before they can do anything, Cheon traps them all in webs. Still shaken from the rough landing, Kiseok asks why Cheon came through the side of the building when the door was perfectly usable. Cheon calmly replies that lab directors are always on the top floor. Cheon then approaches the staff and asks whether he has come to the correct laboratory. However, the only thing the staff can ask in return is who he is. Cheon answers that he is Nari's guardian, but none of them has any idea who Nari is. At that moment, Cheon feels demonic energy inside the room and understands that someone unusual is somewhere in the building. Meanwhile, inside the Hunter Association headquarters, Chairman Lee Eun-soo is holding a meeting with his grandson. Lee Baeko is a C-rank hunter, and the old man expects him to work harder toward the top rankings because he awakened at such a young age. However, Baeko thinks there is no reason to hurry since he is still in his 20s. He casually tells his grandfather that after finally visiting the office again, he deserves an allowance. This makes Eun-soo realize at once that he has spoiled his grandson too much, leaving him with no real sense of responsibility. The chairman reminds Baeko that he is already 80 years old, and it would comfort him to have someone ready to inherit his position. Eun-soo feels that hunters these days have become too comfortable, risking themselves mostly for money rather than genuine pride in their duty. On top of that, the entire Chimera research program was created with the intention of protecting hunters during missions. Even so, hiring a Chimera hunter requires paying a massive amount of money to the research laboratories. As a result, poorer districts that cannot afford the cost are left exposed to danger. Still, Eun-soo does not blame the hunters, though he believes a world where survival depends on money is deeply wrong. In truth, he believes moments like this are exactly when the Hunter Association must grow even stronger. Instead, nearly everyone is chasing the chairman's seat because of the power and wealth that come with it. Eun-soo tells his grandson that he has served as a weak chairman because he awakened late and only received a low rank. Eun-soo is just about to give his grandson some serious advice. Someone enters the office and reports that a parrot-poisoned bird has been seen in the slums. Su is stunned by the news, since there have been no warning of any naturally formed gate. The chairman immediately asks whether any hunters have responded to the bird sighting. But the messenger says no, explaining that not a single hunter is willing to step forward. The chairman is not surprised, because the sighting happened in the slums, a place most people simply ignore. He then orders every Chimera research lab to be contacted and makes it clear that he plans to go there himself. Seeing that his grandfather is fully prepared to act, Beiko also volunteers to accompany him. Back at the lab, Chien has captured the director, the strange presence he sensed when he first attacked the facility. At that moment, the director's body changes into liquid metal. His staff members are left stunned by what they are seeing. They cannot believe the director had been a chimera all along. Furious that Cheon has interfered with his business, the transformed director rushes straight toward Cheon with the clear intention of ending him. Cheon avoids the attacks with ease and realizes that the director must have experimented on himself as well. While Cheon is confronting Han Myung-do, he manages to connect with him through telepathy. At that instant, Cheon slips into Han Myung-do's mind and witnesses him conducting experiments on the children. The moment Cheon sees it, his anger breaks through and he stops playing around with Han Myung-do. He seizes him in fury and asks whether he abducted children just to use them in his experiments. Han Myung-do calmly answers that he was actually helping them by taking them off the streets for his research. Director insists he was doing them a favor, but that only enrages Cheon further, and he slams Han Myung-do down. Realizing he can no longer move as he wants, Han Myung-do considers turning himself back into liquid, but Cheon has no intention of allowing it. He tells him he is about to understand what real pain feels like. Then Cheon releases an overwhelming amount of mana, a level even Han Myung-do has never witnessed before. Before long, Han Myung-do begins crying out in agony. He begs Cheon to release him, but Cheon does not let go until Han Myung-do is completely finished. He finally compresses what remains into a sphere of mana. After taking care of the director, Cheon turns to the staff and says he needs information, and they will be the ones to give it. Terrified of sharing their boss's fate, they quickly reveal everything he wants to know. From the staff's confession, Cheon learns that it all began when Han Myung-do stole his master's research and fled with the data to open his own laboratory. Even worse, he experimented on himself because he wanted to appear younger. With the information he obtains from the staff, Cheon is also able to remove the tracker placed on Nari. As he moves deeper into the building, Cheon expects Kiseok to handle the cleanup, especially since Blue is with him. Cheon is actually searching the facility to make sure every trace of Han Myung-do's illegal experiments is destroyed. Soon after, he reaches a massive door. When he opens it, he discovers a room packed with large experimental tubes, each holding a specimen inside. Even Gu becomes angry when he sees how many specimens Han Myung-do had hidden away. Gu asks Cheon what he plans to do with the specimens in the tubes, but Cheon cannot give him an answer. That is because his mind drifts back to the suffering he once endured in similar laboratories, back when the scientists treated him as nothing more than a subject for their research. Cheon is checking the specimens when he suddenly senses another presence standing behind him. He glances around and notices a chimera fox watching him closely. From its scent, he quickly understands that the chimera must be Nari's companion. Cheon also realizes the chimera showed itself after catching Nari's smell on them. The fox then approaches Cheon and asks whether he has encountered any mechanical creature. Cheon answers by telling the fox that Nari is safe and living well with them in the demon realm. As soon as the fox hears that, it breaks down in tears, revealing it had been waiting for good news about Nari. Based on what Nari once told him, Cheon understands the fox is her closest friend. Cheon asks whether there are more like it, and after realizing he means no harm, the fox calls for the others to come out. At that moment, more chimeras appear, including one shaped like a tree, an ant, and even a cactus steps out from the place where it had been hiding. Cheon asks if they are the only ones remaining in the lab, and the fox says yes, explaining that all the combat types were either sold or disposed of. Since every chimera carries demonic energy within them, Kian realizes they should be able to live in the demon realm. Kian then opens a gate, allowing the chimeras to pass through and enter the demon realm. Once everything is finished, he sets fire to the Hambit research lab. Later, the chairman and his grandson arrive at the scene and find the whole place burning. The chairman immediately understands that the lab, not the slums, had been the real target all along. Right then, Blue appears above them, leaving both the chairman and his grandson stunned. Cheon asks Kiseok whether he managed to complete the cleanup. Kiseok assures him that everything has already been taken care of. Cheon feels relieved that they avoided causing casualties, since that could have triggered a serious problem. Still, he made sure the witnesses were given pills to erase their memories. At that moment, Cheon looks down and notices the chairman with his grandson below. The chairman is startled to see that Cheon is actually riding a poison parrot. After thinking through the situation for a brief moment, Cheon finally recalls who the chairman is. Since Cheon believes the chairman can be trusted, he takes out the mana prison ball and tosses it toward him. Chairman is stunned when he realizes Cheon used an ancient mana sealing technique. Such a technique only works when the target is weaker than the person casting it. A little later, the other hunters arrive to help Unsu at the scene, but there is hardly anything left for them to handle. The hunters who arrive then inform Cheon that a report claims Myongdu is a chimera. Only then does Unsu understand exactly what he is holding in his hands. After finishing matters at the lab, Cheon tells Kizok it is time to head for the slums and meet the man who can solve his problem. Since Cheon wants to avoid the organization, he quickly prepares a simple and ordinary plan. Meanwhile, Kim is asleep in his room when an unusual noise echoes through the house. He opens the door, only to find Cheon standing there. Kizok is with him as well, looking almost like a burglar. Kim is both startled and confused, so he asks why Cheon has come to his home. Cheon simply smiles and tells him it is time for him to come along to the demon realm. Meanwhile, Yubiom is explaining to Jia and Nari how the quartz fence will function once the gate opens. The three of them assume that Cheon has returned. However, they are surprised to see the fox arriving with its chimera companions instead. The instant Nari sees them, she takes off running. Her sudden dash leaves Jia wondering why she ran away. Without any delay, Sasa rushes toward the fox and the other chimeras. It intends to make sure they understand the hierarchy there. Unexpectedly, one of the chimeras, the tree, simply ignores Sasa and walks right past it. The tree heads straight for the garden and seems to become fond of the place. However, the garden's current owners, the mandragoras, rise from the soil to make it clear that the area already belongs to them. Behind them, Jian, Kizok, and Kim also return from the human world. Kim is completely amazed when he sees the splendid house Cheon has built in the demon realm. The first thought that comes to his mind is how much academic value the place must hold. Just then, Cheon notices Nari hiding behind a tree and realizes she still has not reconciled with her friends. Cheon tells Kizok and Kim to remain where they are while he goes to speak with Nari. Cheon then approaches Jia and returns the mask, saying it was comfortable to wear. Jia is happy to hear that and promises to make one for him. Cheon then asks them what exactly is going on in the garden. UBM explains that the tree is trying to force its way into the garden, but the mandragoras have no intention of allowing that. Not long afterward, the ant decides to step into the conflict as well. Surprisingly, the tree and the ant use a clever strategy in an effort to make the mandragoras give in. The tree catches the ant and hurls it forward like a living catapult. However, the metal mandragora intercepts it midway and smashes into it headfirst. The impact knocks the ant unconscious, leaving the mandragoras as the clear winners. UBM admires the mandragora's teamwork, while Jia is equally impressed by the clever strategy used by the tree and ant. Now that the mandragoras have settled their grudge, Cheon believes the next ones who need to resolve their past are the fox and Nari. Soon after, the fox discovers the place where Nari has been hiding. The fox tells Nari plainly that she is not leaving, not until Nari accepts its apology. In a flashback, Myongdu found out that Nari had been refusing to join the rank battles. Even worse, she had been ignoring orders, and one scientist suspected an issue with her personality. He explained that although Nari was born as a combat-type chimera, she had a gentle heart. That seems to be why Nari lets the others hit her without ever trying to fight back. When Myongdu heard this, his cruel mind immediately decided that Nari simply needed to be remodeled. He then instructed the scientists to place Nari with several weak yet obedient roommates. He added that once Nari had grown comfortable around them, one of them should suddenly turn against her. In the end, it was the fox that attacked Nari. Myongdu wanted to prove to her that anyone was capable of betrayal. After Nari was attacked, Myongdu used that moment to tell her the truth as he saw it. Friends did not exist at all. He warned her that if she refused to fight back, the next attack would end her life. Even so, Nari refused to accept Myongdu's twisted words. Instead, she chose to run away, still believing that the fox and the others were her friends. She could never bring herself to harm her friends. The scientist tried to stop her, but Nari managed to flee into the demon realm. Back in the present, Nari shifts into her true mechanical form before stepping out to face the fox. The fox is shocked to see Nari in tears, because it believes it should be the one crying instead. Nari leaps into the fox's arms and says she has missed it and everyone else. With tears welling in her eyes, Nari vows that she will never abandon her friends again. Meanwhile, Cheon and Yubium quietly watch the entire reunion unfold. Once Cheon realizes they have reconciled, he suggests they head out, since everything has already been resolved. Just then, Kim and Kiziak remind Cheon that they are still waiting exactly where he told them to, and they are close to collapsing. Cheon is surprised and explains that he only asked them to wait because Nari react badly to strangers. Yubium and Jia then ask Cheon who Kim is. Cheon explains that Kim is the A-rank alchemist who will help remove their spells. During a cheerful smile, Kim introduces himself and immediately asks the siblings whether he can pluck a few feathers from them. Yubium and Jia are both taken aback by his sudden request. Kim asks if that will be an issue. Yubium says he does not really mind, though the idea feels rather embarrassing to him. Meanwhile, in the slums, Bangsu tells Park about the large blue bird that appeared there. Park had apparently been indoors the whole time, so she missed what was happening outside. As usual, Park serves Bang-soo a plate of roasted potatoes with kimchi on the side. Bang-soo thanks Park for the meal and quickly starts eating while praising how good it tastes. Park tells him he can eat as much as he likes, since she still has more food. Bang-soo then asks why he is the only one eating, and Park explains that she already ate earlier. Park notices something unusual about Bang-soo and points it out. He says his body has been aching, though he thinks he only overworked himself. He adds that he took medicine, but still feels chilly, and the symptoms have lasted 10 days. As soon as Park hears this, she says Bang-soo may already be showing signs of awakening. Bang-soo is 17, and since those symptoms usually appear in the late teenage years, the timing fits perfectly. Bang-soo brushes it off, saying someone poor from his background could never awaken. Park argues that awakening does not care about status, but Bang-soo still assumes that even if it happens, he will only receive a useless class. Park ignores his pessimism and presses a bundle of cash against his chest. She tells him to use the money for a bus ride into the city and get tested at the Hunter Association to confirm whether he has awakened. Park then offers Bang-soo some encouragement. She tells him that he might one day become a remarkable hunter too. Bang-soo feels grateful for her help and thanks her in a way that makes her sound like an old lady. Park immediately shuts that down before he can continue. Back in the demon realm, Yubiome and the others are still there. The other chimeras are pushing themselves hard with the work. Still, their unique bodies keep them from getting tired. However, Yubiome is surprised to see Kizoke working alongside them, even though he is clearly exhausted. Yubiome had already told him to leave, but Kizoke stayed because he was always focused on training. Before long, Cheon gathers everyone in the house to speak with them while Kim works on Blue's tail feather. Among them all, Kizoke seems the most eager to have a conversation with Kim, but Cheon tells him to calm down and allow Kim to focus properly. Cheon then informs the residents that they may all stay in the house, as long as they are prepared to become part of it. Everyone accepts his words and promises that they will give their very best. After the meeting ends, Cheon takes Nari out for a short walk, saying there is still a small fence on the other side that needs to be installed. Cheon then asks whether she has reconciled with her friends, and she assures him that she has. In return, Nari asks if Cheon really visited the Coconut Tribe's village, and he confirms that he did. Cheon realizes she is only anxious because he discovered her real identity. Nari is about to admit that she is not truly from the Coconut Tribe, but Cheon stops her before she can finish. He tells her that no one will ever come searching for her again. Cheon reassures Nari that he has already handled everything. On top of that, Cheon shares another decision he has made with her. He plans to call their family the Coconut Tribe. Nari is happy to hear this and sincerely thanks Cheon for his kindness and thoughtfulness. As soon as they return to the house, Nari immediately announces to everyone that they are now officially the Coconut Tribe. Yubiome is relieved that Cheon's conversation with Nari ended smoothly. Kizoke, however, nearly collapses while helping finish the fence. Nari is amazed by how lovely the house looks, and like any ordinary child, she happily celebrates together with the fox. A moment later, Blue rushes over and leaps onto Cheon, looking thrilled and full of energy. Cheon gently pats the bird's head, realizing that Blue is still a youngster despite its huge body. Then he suddenly notices that Blue's tail has been repaired. Cheon is surprised by the sight, and Kim explains that the treatment worked much faster than he had expected. Kim says he finished quickly thanks to the red moss Cheon gave him earlier. He explains that its healing effects are excellent, and it is even used in some top-grade potions. Cheon is impressed and says that Kim truly lives up to the title of an A-rank alchemist. Kizoke is equally amazed by what he sees. He immediately steps forward and tells Kim about his own problem. The problem is his baldness. Kim then reveals that he has spent 10 years developing a hair loss treatment, since every alchemist dreams of conquering that field. Kizoke is stunned when he hears this. Kim assures him that once the remedy is complete, he will let Kizoke have it. Kizoke instantly drops to his knees and says he will do anything Kim asks. After dealing with Kizoke, Kim tells Yubiome and Jia that he has finished examining their feathers. From what he discovered, the magic circle will not be easy to break, since it is an ancient formation unlike anything he has seen before. Kim adds that he might have found a solution, if only he had a large supply of mandragora fruit. As soon as Kim says this, Cheon asks if he means the red fruit, leaving Kim surprised that Cheon knows about mandragora fruit. Cheon says he knows it because he has eaten plenty before. He then points toward the garden and tells Kim the mandragoras there will soon produce fruit. Kim is shocked to see so many mandragoras in the garden, realizing he had been too busy to notice they were even there. In simple terms, mandragoras are monsters that refine and absorb energy into fruit, then eat that fruit themselves, which is why their fruit is treated as pure energy. However, there is one problem. If someone tries to take the fruit by force, it becomes highly poisonous to humans, so an intact fruit can only be received willingly from a mandragora. Cheon also recalls that mandragoras prefer crevices when bearing fruit, so he considers placing rocks around the garden. Kim, meanwhile, is surprised by how much Cheon knows about mandragoras. Cheon explains that he actually has a connection with mandragoras, something that happened long ago. In a flashback, Cheon had been sent to the Alpine region while still under the lab's supervision, where he had to survive alone in the demon realm for 10 days. As soon as Cheon entered the snowy area, he decided that reaching the summit would give him the best chance. While heading toward the summit, he hears a strange sound coming from a nearby bush, so he decides to take a closer look. When he arrives, he finds an injured mandragora that seems to have been attacked by a stronger monster. Cheon tries to pick the mandragora up, but it quickly gets back on its feet, trying to defend itself. Still, the effort does not last long, and it soon shows weakness again. Cheon realizes the mandragora could collapse at any moment. Even so, he does not leave it behind and instead feels a bit sorry for it. Cheon then remembers that he can help the mandragora by feeding it mana. The moment he does so, the mandragora falls asleep. Cheon decides to keep the mandragora with him for the next few days. Later that evening, mandragora wakes up and finds itself safely tucked inside Cheon's pouch. Soon afterward, Cheon discovers a cave and decides to spend the night there. Once he settles in, the mandragora begins bouncing around excitedly. Cheon takes out his bottle so he can drink some water. Then he notices that the mandragora is staring at him as well. Cheon realizes that the mandragora must be thirsty. Without hesitation, he pours water over its head, causing the mandragora to start trembling. This makes Cheon think that it is happily dancing with joy. Once everything calms down, Cheon is surprised to see the mandragora holding several fruits in its hand. To his astonishment, the mandragora is offering them to him. Cheon recalls the warning that eating mandragora fruit could be extremely dangerous. However, since he can resist most poisons, he eats the fruit without hesitation. To his surprise, the fruit has a sweet taste and a pleasant fragrance. Even more than that, it feels refreshing and begins filling the empty space in his mana. At that moment, Cheon realizes the fruit may actually contain mana. Surprisingly, the mandragora keeps producing more fruit just to give to Cheon. He wonders why it is going that far and assumes it must be trying to repay him for saving its life. Still, Cheon can clearly see that the mandragora is already worn out from doing this. Although Cheon understands that the mandragora is only trying to show him kindness, he has no option but to stop it before it completely drains itself. After Cheon refuses the fruit, he is startled to see the mandragora eating it on its own. Only then does Cheon realize the mandragora grows by consuming the fruit it produces. This also makes him understand that he has been taking the mana it needs to restore itself. Cheon decides that he will provide the mandragora with more mana later. When it is time for the mandragora to rest, it jumps onto Cheon's lap, even though it had already found a safe place between the rocks. Cheon finds himself impressed by the mandragora's gentle nature. He decides that as long as he remains in the Alpine region, things will never be boring. A short while later, monsters appear at the cave entrance. They have gathered there because they all want the mandragora's fruit, which contains concentrated energy. Cheon then comforts the mandragora, telling it that as long as he is there, he will make sure to protect it. Over the next few days, Cheon continues guarding the mandragora. At the same time, he builds a warm and friendly bond with it. On the 10th day, Cheon tells the mandragora he must return to the lab, because failing to do so will cost him his life. Hearing that, the mandragora becomes deeply saddened. Cheon finally understands why he felt emotional the first time he saw the mandragora. It was because the mandragora had also been alone in the snowy field, almost like Cheon was looking at his former self. Cheon knows the mandragora may face danger if he leaves, but he cannot stay because a spell on his body forces him to return before the deadline or die. Cheon also cannot bring the mandragora to the human world, since it would only end up being treated as an experimental subject like him. To give the mandragora a little protection, Cheon surrounds the cave with threads from a silk caterpillar. He also wants to keep the mandragora safe whenever it moves around, so Cheon ties one of the threads around its body and urges it not to lose it. With that, Cheon says farewell to the mandragora. Then, as he steps into the gate, he apologizes for being unable to protect it until the very end. Back in the present, once Cheon finishes telling the story, Kiseok and Kim are both left crying hard. Yubiom, however, wants to hear more, and Cheon reveals that he actually returned to the same place 2 weeks later, but by that time, the cave had already disappeared. He believes a major landslide must have caused it. Cheon searched again and again, but he could not find any trace of the mandragora. Cheon felt guilty when he failed to find the mandragora, but Jia told him there was nothing more he could have done. Yubiom and the others suggest choosing a day to return to the snowy mountains, hoping it may still be alive somewhere. What they do not know is that the little one is still alive. It now even looks after many other mandragoras. After the story ends, Kim asks Cheon if he can feed the mandragoras his man as well, since he also likes them. Cheon agrees, saying the mandragoras are probably hungry. After all, he has not been able to feed them manna while working on the fence. Even so, Cheon asks Kim if he will be alright since these mandragoras are different from those in the human world. Kim admits Cheon is right, but he still says he wants to experience it for himself. Inwardly, Cheon is concerned because mandragoras have an enormous appetite when it comes to mana. On top of that, they have already grown used to the large amount of mana Cheon has been giving them. Before Kim can even react, the mandragoras drain his mana and leave him collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Izook is the first one to hurry over to him. He begs Kim not to die, but Kim assures him he has no plan to do that. In the end, Kim is completely defeated by the mandragoras. To make matters worse, the mandragoras begin throwing up, meaning the mana Kim gave them was not to their liking. Later, the board members responsible for the research laboratory gather to discuss the attack on the facility. Jessica, the CEO of Gold Auction, complains that her investment in the research lab has now been wasted. Violet, the vice CEO of the Red Brick Gang, is also deeply concerned about the situation. Like the other two, Jang from the Merchant Association, from the Free Hunter Association, and Assemblyman Park Woojung are all feeling worried as well. However, Park reassures everyone in the group that the situation is still under his control. Woojung informs them that an unexpected variable has suddenly appeared. Wu Zheng then presents the matter to the board, confidently saying he has found a new source of funding. Woojung explains that he has obtained information about an area full of mandragora near the summit of the snowy mountain. As soon as he says this, every board member smiles, convinced they have finally found a way out of their problem. Still, they worry about who would dare climb the snowy mountain, since even A-rank hunters avoid it. Woojung says no one needs to reach the peak and tells them to hire hunters for the mid-slope instead. One member is puzzled because Woojung had just said the mandragora habitat was located on the mountain. Woojung gives a sinister smile and says a transference ability user has appeared to assist them. Woojung adds that this user showed up at the perfect moment. As it turns out, the transference user is none other than Bang Su, who has only just awakened. Later, the A-rank hunters begin their trip toward the mandragora habitat. So far, the journey has gone smoothly because they are relying on Bang Su's ability. Bang Su is essentially the key to the entire operation, so the team protects him more carefully than anyone else. One hunter asks how Bang Su could cross the gate as only an F-rank awakened. His colleague explains that their team leader can amplify abilities, leaving him stunned because amplifying an F-rank can be extremely dangerous. The hunter cannot believe Bang Su agreed to it, but they are actually controlling him with a puppeteering ability. Since he is just a child from the slums, the higher-ups see him as expendable. A short while later, the team leader orders everyone to stop. He then commands the puppeteer to make Bang Su begin working. Bang Su is forced to spend a tremendous amount of energy just to carry them up to the mountain summit. The mandragoras are startled when a group of hunters suddenly appears right inside their habitat. Because the task requires such a huge amount of energy, Bang Su collapses the instant they arrive at the top of the mountain. The team leader immediately orders his members to begin the mission. He cast a large net over the mandragoras to capture them. Fortunately, their leader, who is Cheon's friend, is still able to act. It quickly orders the free mandragoras to help release their trapped companions. The mandragoras immediately spring into action, trying to rip the net apart. To the rest of the team, it looks as if the mandragoras are eating the net, but the team leader explains that they are actually absorbing the mana and weakening the net. At that moment, one team member who does not use mana decides to step in. He charges toward the Mandragora King, intending to overpower it. Just as he is about to strike down the pack leader, he is knocked away by a powerful blow from Cheon, who arrives right on time. The team members are stunned to see someone suddenly attacking them. They begin wondering whether their information has been leaked to another guild. Cheon angrily releases his aura. The force of it drives the hunters down to their knees. And standing behind him with a pleased expression is the Mandragora pack leader, finally seeing its friend again after such a long time. From above, Jia and Ubium are watching the entire situation unfold. They are surprised to find so many mandragoras gathered there, which likely explains why the hunters came. Then they notice Cheon communicating with one of the mandragoras. Looking closer, they spot a silk caterpillar thread attached to the mandragora. They immediately realize it is the same mandragora Cheon encountered when he was 15. To Cheon's surprise, Mandragora still recognizes him despite all the time that has passed. Without hesitation, the Mandragora leaps straight into his arms. Cheon gently pats its head as if it were a little puppy. Looking around, Cheon realizes that this little guy has already become the king of a Mandragora pack. Mandragora rises onto its tiptoes, proudly showing that it has grown bigger. Cheon laughs at the gesture because, despite everything, the Mandragora is still just like before. Jia and Ubium finally come down, and Jia reminds Qian that he had promised they would find the Mandragora. Ubium then asks Qian whether he plans to take the Mandragora back to his garden. Although Tian would gladly do that, he feels it would not be right since the Mandragora has already found a happy home. Ubium then asks what they should do about the hunters who came after the Mandragora. Tian is about to suggest driving them away. Then he notices Bang Su lying face down in the snow. Tian quickly runs over and lifts him up, questioning why Bang Su is there. Ubium is also shocked to see someone so young inside the demon realm. Qian explains that Bang Su was the one who helped him back when he was in the slums. Jia then tells Qian that she can sense the energy of a transference user on him. She also explains that the mark on Qian's arm means he is under an amplification spell, with each bar representing 1 day. However, from the way Jia sees the situation, she is certain Bang Su will not survive even 3 days. Qian gently lays Bang Su on the ground and drapes his jacket over him. Qian finally realizes that the team leader was the one who cast the amplification spell on Bang Su. The puppeteer is standing right beside him as well. Qian is furious that these hunters needed mandragoras but lacked the courage to climb the summit, so they kidnapped a newly awakened kid to protect themselves. The team leader quickly understands that Qian is far beyond their level. None of them even dares to raise a hand against him. He decides to try bribing Qian instead, saying he can hand over some mandragoras if that is what Qian wants. This only makes Qian angrier, and he slams the man's head into the ground. Qian is enraged that the hunters thought they could exploit Bang Su and then throw him away simply because he came from the slums. As Qian continues speaking, the hunters sense the terrifying aura pouring from his body. At that moment, they realize their situation is hopeless. Since they were willing to risk Bang Su's life, Qian says there is nothing wrong with making them face the same danger. Still, he decides to deal with them first. After Qian finishes handling the hunters, he sits down quietly beside Bang Su. He thinks back to when Bang Su said he was training hard so he could become strong. Bang Su had told Qian that he wanted to become as powerful as him, because Qian was clearly strong enough. After all, he could enter the demon realm with nothing but his own body. A little later, Jia arrives together with Kim. Kim rushes to Bang Su with panic written across his face. Qian tells him he will explain everything later and urges him to treat Bang Su if there is any possible way. Kim immediately starts working, but after trying for some time, he realizes the case is beyond his ability, because Bang Su has already consumed too much of his life force. Kim says that even pouring the highest grade potions into him would not be enough. Qian interrupts Kim and tells him there may still be another option. Qian then draws an alchemy circle across the snow. Kim is stunned, because the circle is an ancient one. This circle is designed to extract mana and convert it into life force. However, artificial mana extraction was banned long ago because of its extreme danger. On top of that, it demands an enormous amount of mana, and if it fails, survival is not guaranteed. Qian cuts in and tells Kim to use his mana instead of the hunter's mana, which immediately worries Kim. But Qian reassures him, saying there is no need to be afraid because he has done this before. Back when Qian was still under the laboratory's control, he once overheard them saying that his mana supply was immeasurable. That was the reason they created an alchemy circle meant to extend life. Qian had assumed they were only experimenting recklessly at the time. After examining the circle, Kim admits that it has been made properly. He then decides they should begin the procedure. As the process starts, Kim puts everything he has into making sure it succeeds. After a while, Kim successfully extracts the mana and turns it into what he needs. Just as he is about to move on with the transfer, the Mandragoras leap at him, thinking he is trying to harm Qian. Qian has to step in so Kim can complete the entire process without interruption. Once Kim finishes, he pours the potion into Bang Su's mouth. Soon after, the bars on Qian's arm begin to vanish. Kim also notices that Bang's breathing has returned to a steady rhythm. Kim excitedly announces that the procedure worked, and Bang Su will survive. Meanwhile, Qian feels conflicted, because the only reason he could save Bang Su was the cruel experimentation he had once endured. It feels like a bitter twist of fate. Kim explains that Bang Su still needs rest, so he will take him home and personally care for him. Still, he worries about crossing the gate now that the amplification has faded, but Qian says he will protect Bang Su with a mana barrier. Also, since Kim said the alchemy circle is dangerous and could cause trouble in the wrong hands, Qian says he will erase Kim's memory and the hunter's memories so none of them remember what happened. Kim agrees since he does not want to keep such frightening memories either. Then Kim suddenly remembers that Qian mentioned extracting the hunter's mana. Qian confirms it and says their mana should be extracted as punishment for what they did. Since they still need to pass through the gate, he suggests lowering them to D class. Surprisingly, Qian tells Kim to discard their mana after extracting it. To make matters even harsher, he says he will not erase their memories. Instead, he plans to send them back to the human realm while letting them remember everything. Qian says people rarely change, so he wants them to live with the shame of what they have done. Once that is settled, Qian suddenly realizes that simply sending the hunters back would be a waste. place. He then decides to make the hunters build a research lab in the demon world. Ubium is surprised, but Cheon says the hunters can endure a few more days since they are still D-class. He thinks a research lab for Kim would help reduce unnecessary stress. Kim leaps with joy after hearing this, and immediately runs off to prepare everything. Cheon tells Ubiom that he chose to build the lab so Kim can work more efficiently. Cheon also tells Ubiom to watch the hunters closely, since they definitely will not stay quiet while their mana is being drained. Ubiom says he can handle it, but then asks Cheon where he plans to go. Cheon explains that he is bringing the Mandragora pack leader and its entire group back home. A short while later, they reach the summit. It is all thanks to Blue's incredible flying speed. Cheon lets the Mandragoras out of the bag he had placed them in, and he can immediately see how thrilled they are. Once every Mandragora has been released, Cheon feels it is time to say farewell. Still, he promises the Mandragora that he will come back to visit often. At that moment, the Mandragora gestures for Cheon to follow it. Cheon is surprised when the Mandragora guides him toward the opposite side of the habitat. To his surprise, it leads him to the old cave, which has been completely cleaned. From what he sees, Cheon realizes the Mandragora must visit this cave regularly. The Mandragora then shows Cheon the crevice where it first produced fruit for him. Not long after that, the rest of the pack enters the cave. Cheon assumes the Mandragoras came searching for their leader because they thought it had gone missing. Unexpectedly, the Mandragora leader walks over to another Mandragora. It releases its aura and places the thread on that Mandragora. As soon as this happens, the other Mandragoras begin tossing that Mandragora into the air. Cheon then realizes that his Mandragora friend has handed over its role as pack leader, and he can hardly believe it made that choice because of him. He asks the Mandragora if it is really okay with this, and it answers with a bright smile. Cheon decides not to question the Mandragora's choice any further, because the Mandragora itself seems completely fine with it. Not long afterward, Bangsu wakes up. He nearly faints when he opens his eyes and finds Ubayom staring at him. To make matters worse, Jia's mask almost frightens Bangsu out of his senses. Then Jia makes it even worse by welcoming him to the demon realm. Bangsu is left shaken and can only turn away to process the situation he has landed in. Bangsu recalls going to the Hunter Association branch in Silver City to have his status checked. After learning that he was not awakened, he happily left the branch, eager to go home and share the good news with Park. On the way, he encountered the puppeteer wearing a hoodie. The man congratulated him on becoming an awakener and handed him a can of soda to celebrate. Bangsu accepted the soda without suspicion and drank it. That was how he ended up falling under the puppeteer's ability. Remembering this, Bangsu becomes furious because he finally understands what it truly means to come from the slums. A little later, Cheon returns, and while heading back, he notices that the hunters have already started building the lab. The sight leaves him surprised. Ubium explains that the mana extraction ended quickly, so he immediately ordered them to begin working on the lab. They have divided the work into two groups, with one side gathering materials. Meanwhile, the other group is busy leveling the ground. Cheon is pleased that the hunters are obeying, since he had expected them to be far more difficult. Ubium then reveals that Jia was the one who taught them a lesson and made sure they behaved properly. During the mana extraction process, the hunters complained bitterly about losing the mana they had built up over more than 20 years. The puppeteer is angry about it as well and asks the team leader if they are simply going to accept this humiliation. The team leader reminds him that they cannot do anything against two disaster-class monsters, though the puppeteer had been hoping to start trouble while Cheon was away. However, Jia strikes him in the head and puts him back in his place. Jia plainly tells them that even if they all join forces, they still cannot win. She adds that she never forgives anyone who harms children. With that warning, she asks whether they will surrender their mana quietly or risk everything just to prove their strength. Realizing Jia is serious, the hunters have no choice but to comply. Cheon finally understands what happened and admits that Jia is genuinely frightening. Ubium suggests that Cheon leave the lab construction to them while he handles other matters. Cheon agrees, saying Ubium is already quite skilled at building houses. Kim also arrives and tells Cheon that he has disposed of the hunter's mana. Cheon praises him for the work, then asks about Bangsu. Kim says Bangsu woke up not long ago and is still recovering. However, he also explains that Bangsu remains deeply shaken. He then asks whether Cheon wants to see him. Cheon then heads over to where Bangsu is, and before Bangsu can address him formally, Cheon tells him to calm down. At that moment, Cheon notices that the front of Bangsu's hair has turned white, likely because of his close brush with death. On top of that, his mana hole has grown larger, and Cheon assumes it happened because of the mana he gave him. Cheon sits down beside Bangsu and tries to lift his spirits, reminding him that he has just survived and should not stay so gloomy. Bangsu admits he feels down because he sees himself as completely useless. Park had trusted him and even paid for his status test, yet he still got fooled by a stranger. Bangsu begins to cry, saying he no longer knows how he should keep living. Cheon quickly realizes that Bangsu has reached a difficult point in his life, and he decides he needs to do something. He stands up and tells Bang Su to come with him. Cheon leads Bang Su to the place where the hunters are working. Then he seizes the puppeteer. He throws him down and asks Bang Su whether he wants him to finish the man off. After all, he was the one who placed the spell on him. Bang Su takes a moment to think before finally speaking. He tells Cheon that he does not want him to take the man's life. Bang Su says what matters most is that he survived, while the man lost his power. Even so, he is sure others like him will appear again. Because of that, Bang Su chooses to grow stronger, so no one will ever be deceived by someone like the puppeteer again. Cheon feels relieved after hearing those words. He tells the man to get back to work, adding that Bang Su has just spared his life. The man rises and thanks Cheon for letting him live. Afterward, Cheon tells Bang Su that he will begin learning mana training from Kim. Bang Su is surprised when he hears this. Kim reassures him that he will help, since both of them came from the slums. UBM and Jia join the conversation as well, saying they also came from the slums. The support and encouragement from everyone overwhelm Bang Su so much that he starts crying again. With tears in his eyes, Bang Su embraces Kim and thanks everyone for helping him. Deep inside, Cheon believes Bang Su could surpass Kizok if he is raised properly. Just then, UBM notices that the Mandragora is with Cheon. Surprised, he asks if the Mandragora changed its mind. Cheon explains that it handed its thread to another Mandragora, meaning the thread was actually a symbol of royalty. Since it no longer had ties to its own kind, it became free to follow Cheon. UBM is stunned that a monster actually passed down its position as monarch. Cheon tells UBM he will take the Mandragora home and show it around. UBM says Cheon can leave the lab construction to him and go. Cheon thanks UBM before heading off. After Cheon leaves, Bang Su says Cheon has been changing his life from the very day they met, leaving him to wonder what kind of person Cheon really is. UBM simply answers that Cheon is a psychopath. Jia agrees, saying Cheon had nothing from the beginning, which is exactly why he had nothing to lose. Cheon had been used throughout his life, but now he is simply a psychopath who wants to build a home in the demon realm and live quietly. Not long afterward, Cheon returns to the house. However, he immediately receives troubling news. Sasa and Gu have disappeared. Kiziok and Nari have been searching for them since morning, but they still have not managed to find either of them. Cheon activates his detection skill. He checks whether any intruders have entered, but finds no sign of one. There is also no trace of any unfamiliar energy nearby. This makes Cheon wonder whether something unusual has taken place. Kiziok explains that Sasa had challenged the Mandragoras again and lost once more, making it 4 defeats in 4 battles. Apparently, Sasa keeps picking fights whenever Cheon is away, yet he has never won. He even tried challenging the sapling. After losing, he simply slept through the rest of the day. Nari confirms it, saying Sasa has been sleeping a lot lately. When Cheon hears this, he realizes that Sasa may be preparing to molt. A few hours earlier, Gu found Sasa trying to fight the Mandragoras again, but as always, he ended up getting beaten quite badly. While Sasa was sulking afterward, Gu appeared and offered him a flower. Gu tells Sasa to eat the flower instead of getting knocked around every time he goes after the Mandragoras. Explains that the flower contains the demonic energy Sasa has been craving. Once Sasa eats it, he actually likes the taste. Just then, Gu notices Sasa's skin beginning to peel, a clear sign that molting is about to begin. Molting is said to be as difficult as hatching, because the wrong temperature or humidity can cause it to fail and put the creature in danger. On top of that, no one can assist during molting, since contact from outside forces may lead to unwanted mutations. After noticing these signs, Gu realizes the molting process will likely begin very soon. Since Sasa is still young, Gu understands he may not have enough strength to shed properly, so he needs to move him to a suitable place quickly. Gu tries to communicate with Nari and Kizauk so they can help him. Unfortunately, neither of them can hear him. Realizing he does not even know when Cheon will return, Gu decides that he has no choice but to take Sasa there himself. He takes hold of Sasa and quickly heads toward a cave. It is a cave he has nearly lost his life many times trying to reach. Even so, he does not hesitate because his priority is saving Sasa. Back in the present, just as they reach the cave, a swarm of bat monsters suddenly attacks them. Gu steps in front of Sasa and uses his own body as a shield. But before the bats can even reach them, Cheon appears and blasts the creatures away. Gu is startled and asks Cheon how he knew they would come to this cave. Cheon explains that he tracked them using mana detection. Gu is shocked. Since the forest zone is enormous and the distance is far, Cheon admits it was quite a range, but he knows Sasa and Gu's energy signatures. Cheon crouches down to examine Sasa and confirms that he is about to molt. Since the area is now safe, Cheon asks Sasa whether he is ready to begin molting. Sasa then settles beneath a small rock inside the cave. To help him, Cheon gently raises the temperature. He makes it feel closer to the heat of the volcanic zone. Still, Cheon is surprised that Sasa is already molting despite being so young. Gu explains that it may be connected to rapid evolution. Gu says that, for monsters, molting is a natural attempt to survive, and in the demon realm, every living thing must struggle to stay alive. However, Sasa has lost to the Mandragoras countless times, which may have forced him to reconsider how he could keep surviving. Gu is certain that this survival instinct triggered the rapid evolution, and Sasa will likely become much stronger after molting. Since Sasa is a rare species, Gu says no one can predict how he will change. Qian replies that he is excited to see what Sasa becomes. A little while later, the newly evolved Sasa emerges from beneath the rock. However, there is not much visible change, aside from the flower growing on his head. Since no one understands the flower's purpose, Qian simply suggests they return home, saying they will figure it out eventually. As soon as they arrive back home, Nari rushes toward Gu and tries to hug him, clearly worried about him. Kizeok asks Qian whether Sasa will truly be fine, especially with that strange flower on his head. Qian tells him that all they can do for now is wait and watch. Qian asks everyone to let Sasa rest, since molting must have put a lot of strain on him. Qian then notices that the mandragoras seem to be complaining about something. He walks over to them, realizing he has not paid them much attention lately. He decides to feed them some mana. At the same time, he tells them they have a new family member. He pulls out the Mandragora King, who has been safely tucked inside his pocket. The other Mandragoras look genuinely delighted by the arrival of the newcomer. Qian had worried they might compete over leadership, but he is relieved when nothing like that happens. He then tells the Mandragora King that the garden will be his new home, and when Qian sets him down, the other Mandragoras are already leaping around happily. Surprisingly, the newcomer refuses to leave Qian's hands. It seems he is not ready to part from him yet. Qian begins wondering whether it is finally time to get a bag so he can carry him around. Kizeok comes over and asks about the new Mandragora. Qian explains that it is the one he was separated from long ago, and that he unexpectedly met it again on the snowy mountain. Kizeok is amazed that they reunited after so many years, saying it must truly be fate. Nari then tells Qian that the Mandragora seems attached to him, which is why it refuses to leave his side. Nari suggests that Qian carry it around and care for it all the time, since it is like a little baby that needs dodak. Qian asks Nari what she means by dodak. She explains that it means patting a baby's back to help it sleep. She grabs Gu to demonstrate, while Gu loudly begs her to let him go. Unfortunately, she cannot hear him. Hearing the word, Qian starts wondering whether dodak would be a good name for the Mandragora. A short while later, Ji arrives. She announces that the research facility has been completed. Kizeok bows politely to greet her, and she refers to him as the cook. The title instantly fills him with a sudden sense of urgency. It makes him feel that he must earn his chef's license as soon as possible. Jia tells Qian she came to bring him over because the lab is ready, and Qian is surprised by how quickly it was finished. Kizeok and Nari then tell Qian that they also want to see the research facility. Qian suggests they all go together, but says it should be tomorrow since he needs to watch over Sasa after the molting. They agree, and Kizeok excitedly shouts that he will prepare a delicious dinner for everyone. That night, Sasa decides to challenge the Mandragoras once again. This time, he tries to disguise himself as a plant. However, the Mandragoras notice him almost immediately. Then they drop it into a hole that has been dug to fit it perfectly. Sasa struggles to break free from the trap, but it ends up completely stuck. All it can do is groan helplessly while crying. Later, Qian and Nari discover it there, who also notices that Sasa is so frustrated, it has started eating the flower on its own head. The following day, the group reaches the research facility. They are amazed by how massive and beautiful the place looks. Yubium proudly says that he and Jia are experts at building houses, and Qian agrees that the structure is excellent. He also realizes he can now remove the siblings' spell and properly assign them other work. A little later, Kim arrives as well, explaining that he had gone to the human world to collect supplies. Qian feels disappointed that Bang Su has already left, since he wanted to introduce him to Nari. Kim explains that Bang Su is recovering at his house and has already begun mana training. With everything prepared, Qian decides the only thing left is to send the offenders back to the human world. However, he tells Kim to place a gag order spell on them first, promising to handle the rest afterward. Qian explains that the spell will activate the instant they try to talk about what happened in the demon realm. Kizeok is shocked to hear about a gag order, since it is an ancient spell with many known ways to break it. Qian reassures him that this version will be made impossible for them to undo. Kizeok doubts such a thing can be done, but Qian calmly insists that it can. Later, Wuzheng is surprised to learn that several A-rank hunters have returned as D-rank hunters. Even stranger, no one can break the simple gag order spell placed on them. Go, the president of the Free Hunters Association, explains that it resembles the old case where someone sealed a spell with mana, making it impossible to remove. He is referring to the gag spell incident that happened 57 years ago. Even the seal used on the director has been confirmed to come from the old era. Wuzheng refuses to believe someone from the old era exists and assumes there must be some mistake. Still, he sees the situation as an opportunity to push Li Yunsu out of power. Wujung then orders Go to begin the slum cleaning project as quickly as possible. Earlier, Qian had released the hunters after placing the gag spell on them. He also warned them never to trouble children again. Kiseok is completely stunned as he has never seen or heard of anyone sealing a spell with mana. Suddenly, he recalls the gag spell incident from 50 years ago. He remembers reading about it in files, where an alchemist surrendered to the Hunter Association for illegal chimera research. However, the alchemist could not reveal anything about the laboratory where he worked because a gag spell bound him. Dozens of awakeners tried and failed to break it, so the association eventually dismissed it as an abnormal phenomenon caused during gate transit. Now that he has seen it himself, Kiseok realizes Cheon's sealing method matches what he read in those files. On top of that, Kiseok remembers Cheon saying he had known Yubium and Jia since childhood. That means Cheon must be a hunter from the old era. Kiseok even believes he may be a chimera hunter. This makes him wonder how remarkable Cheon truly is, since he still accepted him despite everything he had suffered. Deep inside, Kiseok vows to keep serving Cheon loyally. Cheon then asks whether he is willing to visit the cave zone, since Nari said she wants to go. Kiseok becomes excited, because the cave zone is one of the 3 most avoided areas. He asks Cheon what they need to do there. Cheon explains that snow will soon fall in the forest zone. He tells everyone they must prepare for winter, and Kiseok realizes Cheon is right. The snow in the forest zone is known as the Silent Invader. At first glance, it looks just like ordinary snow, but when it touches plants, it causes a corrosive reaction. During winter, the forest zone's plants dissolve under the snow, then grow back at an astonishing speed once spring arrives. Nari panics, saying that means their house could be destroyed, and even Kiseok grows anxious because he is not ready to rebuild everything again. Kim quickly tells them not to worry, because the house will be all right. He explains that a mushroom in the cave zone prevents corrosion, which is likely why Cheon wants to go there. Cheon praises Kim's knowledge and says the glowing light green mushroom can protect the house's outer walls. Suddenly, Kiseok's nose begins to bleed, and he realizes it is time for him to return to the human realm. Cheon teases him, saying his timing is always perfect, just like when they visited the coastal zone. Kiseok protests that it is not his fault. Cheon simply tells him to hurry back to the human world and rest. Cheon then brings out 2 mandragoras and asks Kim to examine them, since they still do not look well. Although they are better than before, Cheon says their recovery is slower than expected, and their mana absorption is weaker than the other 3. Kim suggests admitting them to the research lab for a more detailed examination. Kim then takes out a bottle of moisturizing cream, calling it an essential item for alchemists. Since Cheon's hands get damaged when handling materials, Kim says the cream should help him. He assures Cheon that he made it himself with quality ingredients, so it is safe to use on Nari and even on plants. He adds that the cave zone is dry, so the cream should be useful there. Cheon thanks Kim and says he will make good use of it. Once everything is ready, Cheon tells Nari it is time to leave, and Nari happily agrees. At the same time, Yubiam and Jia say they will also return home to check on it, and make sure nothing else takes over their place. Cheon and Nari climb onto Bluebird and set off toward the cave zone. Nari asks where the cave zone is, and Cheon says they will arrive quickly, because it is not far from the forest zone. Nari then asks why Kim called the cave dry when caves are usually damp. Cheon explains that although it looks like a cave, it is not an ordinary one. Moments later, they arrive at the cave zone. Smiling gently, Cheon tells Nari that it is time for them to explore the cave. As they enter, Nari asks whether the cave is dangerous since it looks so empty. Cheon says it may seem that way, and a B-class hunter could handle it because the demonic energy is weaker here. The real issue is that the cave works like a maze. Cheon points out the fork ahead, explaining that endless paths like this eventually make people lose their sense of direction. Nari asks if they can escape by climbing upward since the top is open, and Cheon admits that would be best, assuming someone can actually climb up. Nari asks why. Cheon explains that the rock pillars are difficult to climb because they are around 50 meters tall and far slipperier than they appear. On top of that, the cave zone has a strange effect that weakens awakened abilities, leaving people able to use only about 10% of their normal power. As if that were not enough, gates rarely open properly inside the cave, making it the area with the most missing people. Nari panics when she hears that. She then asks if they can simply break through the wall, and Cheon tells her to try it. Nari strikes the rock with a powerful punch, but all she gets in return is a painful fist. Only a tiny hole appears in the rock. Nari tells Cheon she seems weaker now, and he confirms it, explaining that rocks in the cave zone absorb impact like a sponge. What makes it even stranger is that ordinary rocks will also change this way if they remain inside the cave zone. Nari is amazed by how many strange things happen in the cave zone, zone, while Cheon himself has only visited it a few times. When Nari asks whether he has been here before, Cheon says yes and explains that it happened long ago. Back then, he was still known as number 17 and had received an order from the director to enter the cave zone and find an alchemist named Kim Il-hwan. Il-hwan had been Cheon's assigned researcher, so they believed Cheon knew him well. Apparently, Il-hwan had been selling information to outsiders. Since he went into the cave zone alone, he would likely die there, but if the association found him first, it would cause major trouble. The director ordered Cheon to bring Il-hwan back if possible, but if that proved too difficult, he was to dispose of him. Cheon went to the cave zone and eventually found Il-hwan completely exhausted. As Cheon prepared to carry out the order, he asked Il-hwan whether he had any final words. Il-hwan explained that his wife was seriously ill, and he had finally found the last ingredient needed to make her cure. Il-hwan begged Cheon to let him go or take him back to the human world, but Cheon reminded him that he had orders to follow. However, Il-hwan said he knew orders did not truly control Cheon, reminding him that as his assigned researcher, he knew certain things. Il-hwan pleaded for his life, saying Cheon could pretend he never saw him or claim he was already dead when he reached the cave. He even suggests that Cheon could return later and let him finish the medicine before carrying out the order. Yet his only real concern is saving his wife, and Cheon is surprised by how deeply he cares for her. Cheon remembers that many children lost their lives because of Il-hwan's experiments, so he asks why those children could be sacrificed while his wife deserved to live. Il-hwan shouts that his wife is his family. Those words strike Cheon with a sudden wave of shock. Just then, a terrifying insect monster appears behind Cheon. Il-hwan screams to warn Cheon. The monster lunges toward Cheon to attack. The mana shield around him blocks it. Cheon then searches through Il-hwan's bag. Inside, he realizes the monster's baby is being kept there. Cheon asks whether the monster's baby is also meant to be an ingredient. Il-hwan explains that he only found it by chance because its mother was not nearby at the time. Il-hwan says he does not need it for medicine, but it would fetch a high price on the black market. Before he can finish, Cheon returns the baby to its mother. Il-hwan yells at Cheon for giving it back, and Cheon simply replies that its mother came looking for it. Cheon also reminds Il-hwan that he said family was special, but Il-hwan shouts that a monster cannot be treated as family. Cheon then asks Il-hwan what truly separates him from that monster. In fact, Cheon believes the monster is better than Il-hwan because it actually managed to protect its family. Even so, Cheon is surprised that someone as awful as Il-hwan would risk everything for family, so he tells him he will not end his life. However, Cheon also says Il-hwan is now on his own. As Cheon walks away, Il-hwan shouts that he cannot survive against the monster alone. The monster lashes out with its tentacles and strikes Il-hwan across the face. Il-hwan drops to the ground in pain while begging Cheon to come back. Desperately shouts that he will do anything Cheon asks. Back in the present, Nari asks whether that man died, but Cheon says he saved him. However, Il-hwan's family had known nothing about his actions, so Cheon made him confess before turning himself in. Afterward, Cheon placed a spell on him to stop him from revealing anything else. Deep inside, Cheon still wonders what Il-hwan's family must have thought after hearing about the terrible things he had done. At that moment, Dodak gives Cheon a strange look, and Nari explains that Dodak is worried about him. Cheon looks surprised and confused, so Nari tells him that he seemed sad while telling the story. Nari says she almost wanted to comfort him, and she is sure Dodak felt the same way. Cheon is caught off guard by how unexpected the two of them are, but he still admits that it makes him feel better. Soon after that, they discover the stash of mushrooms. Nari is amazed by how colorful they appear. Still, Nari finds it strange because mushrooms usually grow in damp places, and Cheon reminds her that he already said the cave zone is unusual. Rather than simply being dry, it feels as though something is quickly drawing in all the moisture and leaving the area parched. Since moisture briefly gathers in the area, the dormant mushrooms take the chance to bloom. Two of them begin collecting the mushrooms. Before long, they have gathered a large pile of them. Just then, Nari notices Dodak behaving strangely. Cheon quickly realizes that its body has become dry. Luckily, he has exactly what it needs. It is the moisturizing cream Kim gave him as a gift. Cheon takes out the cream and spreads it over Dodak's body. Dodak immediately brightens up. Cheon is impressed by how well the cream works, since Dodak becomes moist again right away. On top of that, Dodak instantly takes a liking to the cream. It even pressures Cheon into giving it more. Seeing just how much Dodak enjoys the cream, Cheon decides he will ask Kim to make more once they return. Nari asks Cheon what he named the mandragora, and he tells her he chose the name Dodak. In the end, Cheon uses nearly half the jar just to get Dodak to fall asleep. After finishing Dodak's care, Cheon suggests heading home, but Nari reminds him that he called the whole place a maze, so they could get lost. Cheon tells Nari not to worry, explaining that he left mana footprints on the ground while they came in. He says he had planned to move upward if the footprints vanished, but since they still worked, there is no need for that. As they make their way back to the exit, Nari asks whether Cheon feels weaker in the cave zone, and he says he barely noticed any difference. Nari explains that the cave zone is truly strange, since it weakens people and works like a maze. To her, it feels as if someone designed it to keep intruders away. Once Nari says that, Cheon realizes she may be right and decides to return later with proper preparations. Meanwhile at Kiseok's house, he is stunned to discover that all the demonic energy in his body has been purified in only a day and a half. Now that he has recovered to his best condition, he decides it is time to return to the demon realm. Kiseok had already gone to the supermarket to buy supplies, wanting to prepare more than ordinary groceries this time. Kiseok returns to the demon realm in high spirits. However, he is stunned when he sees Cheon and the others covering the house with green mushrooms. Nari tells him to hurry over, crush the mushrooms, and spread them across the walls. That way the house will not collapse. Kiseok feels disappointed by the method, since he expected them to apply the mushrooms in a much thinner layer. A little later, Kim arrives as well. He is completely astonished when he realizes they actually brought back mushrooms from the cave zone, and he knows gathering that many could not have been easy. Cheon says it was actually quite simple, then asks about the great discovery Kim claimed to have made. Kim explains that he found a breakthrough while studying the liquid metal mandragora. He takes out a tiny root and says it came from the liquid metal mandragora. Although he did nothing, it fell off on its own, as if weaker parts were naturally shed. However, after examining it, he found the mandragora components were gone, and only liquid metal remained, meaning it can now produce liquid metal by itself. Kim adds that the most surprising part involves the explosion spell Cheon asked him to research. He saw results after combining the liquid metal with the dismantlement formula. In other words, even if he cannot fully remove the spell, he can temporarily limit its activation. Cheon asks how long the restriction can last, and Kim replies that it works for 72 hours, meaning 3 days each week. That means Yubiam and Jia would be able to stay in the human world without trouble. Yubiam and Jia are both shocked and thrilled by the news. Yubiam is so moved that tears of happiness begin to fall. Nari is surprised to see Yubiam crying and asks what is wrong, but he tells her he is simply happy. Since that is settled, Cheon suggests finishing their current job and going to the human realm together. Yubiam is surprised they are leaving so soon, but Cheon reminds him there is no reason to wait. Nari happily celebrates the news, but Kim says he will remain behind because he still has matters to oversee. Kim then tells Cheon to visit Bangsu and say hello, adding that he will give him the address. Jia asks if it is all right for her to walk around in her strange clothes, but her brother tells her to remove her mask first. Cheon quietly realizes he will need to buy clothes for the siblings once they reach the human realm, and wonders whether the shop Bangsu showed him is still open. Soon after, they travel to the human realm, and Cheon goes to Bangsu's place to check on him. He asks how Bangsu has been managing, and Bangsu says he is doing well thanks to Cheon and everyone else. Bangsu then turns around to glance at Yubiam and Jia. The two are now in human form, though still wearing unusual clothes, and they are amazed by how much everything has changed. Meanwhile, Kiseok is wearing an ugly hat, and when Nari asks why, he asks if she is serious or just trying to tease him. Bangsu is completely amazed by the scene, because it feels like Cheon is walking through the neighborhood with his family. Cheon then asks the siblings how it feels to return after a long time. Both of them honestly express how happy they are. Yubiam admits the slums were always unpleasant, but now they are worse, with filth everywhere and even rats seeming to own the place. Jia asks why it became so dirty. Bangsu explains that some time ago, the higher-ups claimed they had run out of funds and removed nearly all the cleaners. A few people tried to clean up, but there was only so much they could do. Just as they are about to arrive at Park's store, Bangsu sees her being bothered by a group of thugs. He hurries over to help, but Park quickly tells Bangsu to run away. The group's leader, a large man, tells Park they will only leave once she pays the security fee. Bangsu confronts him and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. After all, his territory is District 11, so he has no reason to interfere in District 12. The man answers that District 12 is part of his territory as well. Furious at Bangsu's attitude, he throws a punch at him, but Cheon catches his arm before it can land. With a firm grip, Cheon makes the man suffer intense pain. The thug collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by the pain. Men immediately move forward to help him, but before they can do anything, Yubiam swiftly disarms them. Realizing how dangerous Cheon and his group are, the thugs flee, planning to report everything to their supreme boss. Kiseok asks whether he should chase them, but Cheon tells him to leave them alone. The large man on the ground tries to intimidate them, warning that they have just brought trouble on themselves. However, Nari steps up and tells him that they are the Coconut family. She adds that he seems to need a lesson, leaving the man completely baffled, as he has no idea what she means. After handling the thugs, Cheon follows Park into her shop. Park explains that surviving in the slums by selling clothes alone is difficult. She has apparently stopped focusing on children's clothes, and now sells basic hunter gear and daily supplies, turning her shop into a general store. Park says her success is thanks to Cheon's help back then, and she even has cooking utensils for sale now. Park then scolds Bangsu for coming coming over without calling her first. She asks him whether he has awakened. Bangsu shows her his ability, revealing that he can teleport. Park is delighted and pulls Bangsu close, patting his head, but Bangsu says it is all thanks to her. A little later, Jia comes out of the changing room, looking stunning in her new dress. Park and Kizak both say the same thing at once. The moment creates an awkward silence. Then Yubiam also steps out dressed in a gentleman's suit. Park is amazed because he looks like a celebrity. Even Cheon is impressed and wonders why Yubiam usually walks around with a bird's head when his real face looks so good. Cheon tells the siblings that they look great together and suggests they choose a few more outfits. Yubiam and Jia explain that they will only wear the clothes when going out, since they still do not feel completely comfortable in them. Cheon asks Park how much everything costs, but Park says she will give it all to him for free because he helped her. Since Park insists, Cheon decides not to argue with her. Cheon then walks over to the thug they captured. He asks why they have been demanding a security fee. Park explains that it is still only a rumor, but people say Gold City plans to flatten the slums for redevelopment. Everyone would be forced out without compensation. So the thugs started collecting money from residents, claiming they needed it to fight Gold City. However, Park says business is poor, so people cannot even afford the amount the thugs demand each month. Cheon then steps closer to the thug Baekdu. He asks where their office is, and Baekdu is startled, questioning why Cheon wants to know. With a frightening aura and heavy pressure, Cheon tells Baekdu the whole area is filthy, so he wants to clean it up. Meanwhile, at the thugs' headquarters, their boss, Lee Chil, receives news that Baekdu has been defeated. He is shocked that anyone would be bold or foolish enough to mess with them. He orders his men to gather immediately, saying he will go there himself. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushes in and reports that they are under attack. The people taking down their men are calling themselves the Coconut Family. Chil steps outside and finds that Kizok has already dealt with all of his men. He rushes toward Kizok and tries to strike him. He throws several punches, but Kizok avoids each one with ease. To him, Chil's movements are simply too slow. Once he grows tired of playing around, Kizok holds back his strength. Then he sends the man flying with a single punch. At that moment, Kizok realizes he has truly become stronger, all thanks to the effects of his special training. He praises him, saying his movements are not bad, and he nearly faints from blushing too hard. However, Cheon warns him not to relax yet because the fight is not finished. Chil manages to get back on his feet and asks Kizok where he learned such cheap tricks. Chil then summons a wind-based attack. He tells Kizok that he is about to send him flying. Kizok is surprised to realize the man has both physical enhancement and a wind-based ability. Chil creates a tornado, and Jia asks whether Kizok will really be alright. Yubiam even considers stepping in to help, but Cyan assures them that Kizok can handle it. After all, Cyan has already taught him how to deal with attacks like this. Before Chil can react, Kizok breaks through the wind attack and strikes him hard in the chest. He sends Chil crashing down and asks if he wants another taste of that attack. Yubiam is amazed that Kizok can now use Mana Shield, and Cheon explains that combining it with his attacks makes the technique even more impressive. After Chil is brought down, they search the entire building and gather up every weapon he has stored inside. Nari also decides that the place needs a new name. She uses her laser to carve the coconut name onto the nameplate. The old name is completely removed. She tells Chil that the entire building now belongs to them. Chil is stunned, especially after sensing just how powerful Nari really is. This leaves him wondering where Cheon and his group even came from. Meanwhile, Yubiam pulls out the safe. He asks Chil for the password, but Chil refuses to answer. Yubiam does not bother arguing. Instead, he easily tears the safe door open. Inside, money is stacked everywhere, and Cheon teases Chil for saving up so much. Yubiam asks Cheon what they should do with Chil, since letting him go would only allow him and his men to keep causing trouble. Cheon is angry that Chil and his gang have been taking money from people while pretending to protect them. Park had revealed an odd truth. As Chil's gang grew stronger, serious crimes actually decreased. Human trafficking, robbery, and murder used to happen daily, but Chil's men now punish such acts to protect their territory. In a way, they are more useful than the police, who simply stand aside. Cheon then asks Chil how he intends to stop Gold City from destroying the slums. Chil says their only option is to grow stronger, because the police and politicians are all on the same side. Chil also reveals that Go from the Free Hunter Association had approached him with a bribe, asking him to create security problems in the slums so public opinion could support faster redevelopment. Chil refused the offer, and to keep things under control, he began running independent patrols to maintain order in the slum district. Chil tries to present himself as a righteous man, saying there are still people like him who care about the slums. Cheon cuts him off, saying that is nonsense, since he acts noble while extorting money from others. He reminds Chil that gangsters are still gangsters, no matter how they dress it up. Even so, Cheon decides to give him one chance. Since Chil claims he wants to protect the slums, Cheon tells him that every bit of the money will will now be used for the slum residents. Soon afterward, Cheon puts the entire gang to work cleaning up the area. He tells Chill that from now on, he is responsible for cleaning the whole district, and his group will be renamed Space Family because they now fall under Cheon's organization. Cheon warns Chill that if he ever visits and finds the streets dirty, Chill will be the first one punished. Some gang members cannot believe they have been reduced to cleaners, but Chill tells them to do exactly as they are ordered. Chill says Cheon may look young, but he wants to trust him and follow his lead. Before long, the districts begin to look much cleaner. Later, Park gives Cheon a bag as a thank you gift. It turns out to be just the right size for carrying Dodek. Once the cleaning is finished, the group decides it is time to head back home. Nari's friends immediately rush over and wrap her in a hug. She tells them that next time they will all go together. Just then, Yubail said he is hungry. As soon as Kiziok hears that, he offers to make his specialty, soy sauce egg rice. Ubm and Jia are not very impressed, thinking it sounds too simple, but Kiziok confidently says they will not regret trying it. Cheon then suggests that he and Nari go look for dessert instead. They enter the forest and Nari is surprised that edible fruit exists in the demon realm. Cheon confirms that red grapes grow there and says they should already be ripe. However, he adds that they are somewhat different from grapes in the human world. A little later, they arrive at the demon realm grapevine. Nari is amazed because she can already smell the sweetness, and she is shocked by the tree's enormous size. Then they notice monsters gathered at the base of the tree. Nari asks if they have also come to pick grapes. Cheon instead points out the man clinging desperately near the top. The man is using his last strength to avoid falling, fearing the monsters below while begging his grandfather to save him. The man is convinced that his life is about to end. Then he spots Cheon and Nari on a branch above him. They are calmly picking grapes as if nothing is happening. The man can hardly believe what he is seeing, especially because he never expected to find a girl in the demon realm. Nari asks Cheon whether it is really okay to leave the man hanging there like that. Cheon tells her not to worry, since the man does not seem likely to fall right away. Nari happily goes back to picking grapes. She says this is her first time seeing a tree so huge. Cheon tells her the tree is already more than 60 years old. Nari is shocked and thinks Cheon must be exaggerating, but he explains that he planted the tree long ago. It happened back when he was still at the research lab. He had just completed a session when he spotted a small seedling lying in the trash. He asks whether the seedling is being thrown away, and the scientist explains that it is called a demon world grape seed. The scientist says it is no longer useful because their research on it has stopped. Cheon then asks if he can take the seedling, and the man allows it. As Cheon carries the seedling away, one staff member yells at his colleague for letting him take it, but the man reminds him that they are dealing with number 17. Back in the present, it turns out that the very same seedling Cheon took from the lab has now grown into a full grape tree. Nari praises the fruit, saying it tastes surprisingly good. The man desperately clinging for his life is shocked to hear that, since those grapes are known to cause hallucinations. Just then his grip finally slips. He falls downward, heading straight toward the ground where the monsters are waiting to devour him. Cheon catches him with his skill before he can hit the ground. It turns out Cheon already knows the man is Lee's grandson Baeko. Cheon tells him to inform his grandfather after returning home that he now owes Cheon his life for the second time. Later, they return to the house, leaving Baeko stunned. He thinks he must still be hallucinating because everything before him feels completely unreal. There is a mandragora garden. There is a poisonous parrot bird. Even the siblings look terrifying to him. As if that were not enough, he smells cooking ingredients because Kiziok is preparing food, and everything seems far too strange for Baeko to understand. Moments later, Kiziok arrives with the soy sauce egg rice he promised. He also serves it with potato, soybean, and perfectly fermented sliced kimchi. Kiziok turns to Baeko and tells him to enjoy the meal, saying they have clearly met before. Baeko is completely puzzled, unable to remember where he could have met someone as eccentric as Kiziok. Even so, he decides to try the dish. To his complete surprise, the flavors come together perfectly, and the delicious makes him feel as though he has reached a heavenly state. Even Yubiam and Jia, who had doubted it at first, quickly finish their meals. Later, the group learns that Baeko is the association president's grandson. Jia asks why he was hanging from a grape tree, and Baeko says he was trying to reach the top but fell under the hallucinations. Cheon is surprised by this and asks whether Baeko was searching for the seeds. Before Baeko set out on this journey, he had argued with his grandfather about his duties as a hunter, insisting that he only wanted to live freely. The old man then told him to bring back the seeds of a grapevine located in the demon realm. He promised that if Baeko succeeded, he would stop bothering him about anything related to the association. Biko explains that his grandfather raised him from childhood, so he has always wanted to meet the old man's expectations. Still, Biko admits he lacks the confidence to become the hunter his grandfather wanted, and he does not understand why he was told to retrieve the seeds. Cheon tells Biko that he may not know much about family, but he thinks he understands why his grandfather sent him for the seeds. Apparently, the demon world grapevine produces only one seed every few decades. Until that seed is ready to sprout, the tree carefully protects it inside the fruit growing at the very top. The tree stretches high into the sky to keep its seed safe from predators on the ground. It also uses the fruit's hallucinations to protect the seed from predators in the air. In other words, the tree lives for that single seed, much like humans raising their own children. Cheon tells Biko to set aside everything, including the association, because his grandfather may have lived this long for his sake. Cheon says the old man probably wanted his grandson to understand that feeling. Meanwhile, back home, Lee is worried about his grandson. He wonders if he scolded Biko too harshly and considers inviting him over for dinner that night. Something like that has not happened in a long time. In the demon realm, Biko breaks down crying after finally understanding the sacrifices his grandfather has made for him. Lee even tries calling his grandson, but the call will not go through. He assumes Biko might be out with friends, yet he cannot shake the fear that something may have happened. He then recalls the Institute incident, where the director was sealed and many hunters returned to the human world with their ranks reduced. They also had a gag spell placed on them, prompting one official to ask Lee whether it was an anomaly. However, Lee does not think that explanation makes sense, because it happened to too many people at once. Lee is certain there is no anomaly involved because he saw Cheon riding a huge vulture parrot and believes the rider was responsible. He tried to follow Cheon, but before reaching him in the slums, Cheon had already vanished back into the demon realm. He continues thinking over all the strange events that have taken place. Then a staff member rushes into the room. The staff member reports that Biko entered the demon realm to search for graphene seeds, leaving the old man completely stunned. Back in the demon realm, nearly everyone falls asleep after the delicious meal, leaving only Cheon and Yubium awake. Yubium asks about Biko, and Cheon explains that he is currently washing dishes with Kizeok. Yubium then asks Cheon how he knows Lee. Cheon answers that this is also a story from many years ago. Cheon was meant to travel to the demon dimension, but the gate ended up malfunctioning. Instead, he encountered himself in the slums where a battle had just taken place. Cheon feels frustrated because he brought no spare gate stones and he is already racing against time. While Cheon thinks of a way out, two monsters suddenly appear above him. However, he seals them effortlessly, just as he had done to the director. It turns out the destruction in the slums was caused by the gang. Cheon plans to use that same sealing method on the culprit once he finally catches them. Suddenly, he hears someone beneath the rubble calling out for help. Cheon pulls him free, and the person turns out to be a younger Lee. Lee says he was trapped there for 3 days and sincerely thanks Cheon for saving him. Lee hands him a card identifying him as the temporary chairman of the Hunters Association. Apparently, he had only recently formed an association for hunters, though it was not yet well known. Lee says he has always wanted to support hunters like Cheon, who risk their lives on the front lines. He had come to help other hunters, but ended up in danger himself. While Lee keeps rambling about unnecessary details, Cheon stays silent. Lee offers to help him obtain hunter supplies, though Cheon cannot exactly admit that he is not a hunter. Cheon tells Lee to leave him alone after hearing he has no gate stone. Lee is shocked to realize Cheon is willing to split up. Cheon turns to leave, saying Lee would not have been trapped if he had carried a gate stone. Lee quickly runs after him. He explains that he does have gate stones and can give Cheon one, suggesting they head to the next sector to retrieve it. Hearing this, Cheon finally feels relieved. Lee then offers him a potato, the very last one left in his bag. Cheon is amazed by how positive Lee remains, despite being trapped for several days. Even so, Cheon turns to leave so they can find the stones, while Lee follows behind him. After Cheon finishes the story, Yubium asks whether he kept in contact with Lee afterward. Cheon says no, explaining that it was their final meeting. He also adds that Lee never discovered he was a chimera. Yubium then roasts the fruit over the fire. As he enjoys the delicious flavor, he tells Cheon they cannot do this back home because of the snow. Cheon asks whether they should build an underground storage area, suggesting they gather wood first and keep it there. Yubium agrees, saying the snow would not reach it, so the wood should stay safe. At the same time, Dodak pops out of its pouch, wanting the moisturizing cream. Cheon reminds it that the cream is gone and tells it to wait until Kim brings more. He has barely finished saying that. A gate suddenly opens and Kim steps out. Cheon is surprised because Kim appeared right after his name was mentioned. Kim Kim first asks for Kiseok, and Cheon says he is washing the dishes. Since that is the case, Kim decides to save the news for later. However, he has another update and tells Cheon that he has successfully developed a cure for the mandragoras. There is one problem though. To administer the medicine, they must give the mandragoras an IV injection. Even after shrinking the needle, the problem remains, and Yubium asks whether there is any other way to do it. Cheon looks at the mandragoras and notices that they seem frightened. Kim explains that the medicine has to enter their bodies slowly to work properly. Cheon then asks Kim whether he brought the moisturizing cream with him. After taking the cream, Cheon begins gently massaging one of the mandragoras with it. To everyone's surprise, the mandragora enjoys it just as much as Dodak did. Moments later, the mandragora falls asleep, leaving Yubium and Kim stunned, because they have never seen anything like it. Once the mandragora is asleep, Cheon finally gets the chance to insert the needle into its body. The mandragora feels it and suddenly jerks awake, but almost immediately it falls back asleep. After finishing with the first one, they move to the liquid metal mandragora, which already seems to know what is coming. Before long, they successfully place IVs into both mandragoras. Kim tells Cheon they only need to wait and monitor the results. Cheon cannot believe he just helped give IV treatment to mandragoras and admits he would rather fight monsters. While Yubium teases him, Kiseok appears and Kim finally shares the shocking news he had been holding back. He reveals that he has successfully created a hair loss serum. Kiseok hears those words. The pot in his hand slips and drops from the shock. Tears well up in his eyes as he asks Kim if he truly means it. After announcing the serum, Kim shows Kiseok 2 vials of colored liquid. He explains that the blue one revives inactive pores, while the yellow one stimulates hair growth. Kiseok grows emotional, unable to believe his years of embarrassment may finally end. Holding a small mirror, he eagerly waits as Kim prepares the cure, proudly made from red moss and liquid metal. Kim also brings out another bottle with an active ingredient that can be mixed with the yellow medicine to control hair length. Kiseok is amazed that Kim prepared everything for his dream. Kim asks if Kiseok has a particular hairstyle in mind, and Kiseok studies his reflection before deciding. After a brief moment of thought, he chooses a style that might impress his crush Jia. Believing long hair is the best way to impress a girl, Kiseok firmly asks Kim to make it long, full, and even better than hair from shampoo commercials. Based on Kiseok's request, Kim decides they will need about 3 or 4 boosters to achieve the effect. Like an excited mad scientist, Kim immediately begins the procedure while Cheon and the others wait in the yard. Cheon wonders why Kiseok chose the backyard. Yubium explains that Kiseok does not want Jia seeing him during the process, only the final result. Just then, Cheon notices Biko looking intensely serious, as if guarding Kiseok has become his life's mission. When asked why he looks so desperate, Biko explains that it is because Kiseok had shared his pitiful life story while they were washing dishes together, and Biko heard about his desperate wish, hoping it might finally come true today. Before Biko can finish explaining everything, an explosion suddenly bursts from the backyard, leaving everyone confused. Meanwhile in the backyard, Kiseok's hair is growing wildly out of control, becoming so heavy that it nearly crushes his head. Even Kim gets thrown off balance and almost ends up buried beneath the mass of hair. As he struggles to survive, he realizes there may have been a mistake in the mixture's ratio. Unfortunately, Kim is soon swallowed completely by the hair, leaving him unable to breathe. Luckily, Cheon rushes in to rescue him, and as he prepares to cut away the excess hair, Cheon warns Kiseok not to move or his neck could get caught in the cut. Before Kiseok can respond, Cheon gives him a quick haircut while he cries out in despair as his precious hair falls again. After the haircut, Kiseok sobs loudly, grieving as if his lifelong dream has just ended. But Yubium tells him it is not over, and asks what he thinks of the new style. Hearing that, Kiseok stops crying and checks his hair, only to realize it has been cut to the perfect length. He instantly bursts into tears of joy and thanks his overpowered barber for giving him the ideal haircut. Kiseok also remembers to thank Kim, saying he will save the world from baldness. Meanwhile, Kim is simply relieved that his own creation did not suffocate him. Suddenly, Ji appears. She is still sleepy-eyed and wondering why everyone is being so loud. As always, Kiseok is completely captivated by her beauty. As she approaches him, he holds his breath, expecting praise for his new hair. However, after studying him closely, Jia simply asks what he is. Her question makes Kiseok think he is about to receive the greatest compliment of his life from his crush. Jia then reaches out and touches his face while Cheon and the others watch closely, expecting some dramatic love at first sight moment. But to their horror, Jia loses interest once she realizes Kiseok is only their chef. Worse still, she says she thought he was a new monster species, and had planned to attack him if he was. Kiseok is crushed by her words, while Jia ignores him and goes back inside to sleep. As she leaves, his world falls apart, while Cheon and Yubium are stunned that Jia mistook him for a monster. Kim and Biko, who had supported his romance, try to comfort him. Next day, while cleaning the yard, The chimeras are shocked to find piles of hair everywhere, and the fox wonders what kind of strange new fur it is. Later, Gu oversees Beiko's work, even though the two cannot properly communicate with each other. Meanwhile, Kizeok still has not recovered from last night's emotional blow, which makes Nari worry about him. Cheon tells her to leave Kizeok alone, since he probably wants time to heal by himself. Kizeok, however, is still stuck on being mistaken for a new monster species. Soon after, Nari notices that Kim is gone, and Cheon tells her he returned to his research lab in the demon realm. Kim apparently wants to properly research the hair loss medicine before releasing the final product, so another disaster does not happen. Nari tells Cheon that Kim is truly impressive as an alchemist. Elsewhere, Yubium digs a hole with his bare hands while Jia supervises, since they are planning to build an underground storage room. Once the hole is finished, he uses his bare hands again to shape the inner walls, while Jia builds the outer walls with wood. In a short time, they complete the underground storage and coat it with glowing mushroom sap, just as they did with the house. After finishing the project, Yubiom hopes it will meet Cheon's expectations, and Nari assures him that Cheon will definitely like it. Like the house, the storage room looks frightening from the outside. Nari even says it resembles a demon's cave, though she wonders if it might be too small. Yubiom explains that it is much wider inside, and he has also added glowstones for light. As for Beiko, after spending the whole day being pushed hard by Gu, he gathers enough firewood as Cheon ordered. Cheon praises him for collecting enough firewood to last until winter, but now it all needs to be moved into storage. Seeing how tired Beiko is, the chimeras offer to carry the firewood for him. Meanwhile, Gu tells Cheon that Beiko is quite useful for a C-class. Although Beiko's talent is ordinary, Gu praises him for his steady effort and diligence. After hearing Gu's evaluation, Cheon gives Beiko a gate stone as payment for gathering the firewood. He then tells Beiko to return before the demon miasma affects him, since he is still only C-class. Beiko refuses to take the stone and instead begs Cheon to let him join the coconut family. He promises to follow orders, but when Cheon asks why he wants to join, Beiko admits that he wants to become stronger after learning that Kizeok improved by training under Cheon. Beiko wants to live up to his grandfather's expectations, so he sincerely begs Cheon to accept him. While Jia and the others watch, Jia is simply pleased that they may be gaining another worker. Cheon tells Beiko to get his grandfather's permission first, and since Beiko is going back, Cheon decides to accompany him. He says he has something to discuss with Beiko's grandfather Lee, then breaks the stone and opens a gate to Beiko's home. The moment Lee hears that his grandson is outside, he rushes out barefoot and pulls Beiko into a tight embrace. Ever since Beiko disappeared, Lee has been overwhelmed with worry, and the sudden hug leaves Beiko completely caught off guard. Still like a lost son finally returning home, he slowly wraps his arms around his grandfather and hugs him back. Once the emotional reunion settles, Lee quickly begins worrying over him, anxiously checking for wounds and asking if he is hurt. Concern covers his face as he admits he has searched everywhere for Beiko. Before he can say anything else, his eyes move to the man standing nearby. Curious about the unfamiliar face, Lee starts to ask, but Cheon greets him as if they already know each other well. Lee's eyes grow wide in disbelief as he finally recognizes him. Cheon, meanwhile, lightly jokes about how much older Lee has become. Spinning a potato in his hand, he gives a familiar smile and asks whether Lee still has a taste for potatoes. Later, Cheon and Lee sit outside and talk about the past, while Beiko quietly watches them from indoors. Beiko studies Cheon closely, unable to understand how someone so young could be acquainted with an old man like Lee. Although Cheon is not awakened, Beiko still cannot understand why he looks like he is in his 20s. He also wonders if Cheon might be the old-era hero his grandfather once mentioned. Outside the house, Cheon and Lee begin reminiscing about the first time they met. Cheon is surprised that Lee still remembers the details after so many years, but Lee says he could never forget because Cheon once saved his life. At that time, a massive natural gate had appeared, and nearly every hunter present was either badly hurt or lost. Lee had been injured as well, but Cheon suddenly arrived and rescued him by clearing the monsters in the area. Lee explains that after returning, no one believed his story, no matter how often he repeated it. Everyone assumed he had imagined things, because an S-rank hunter that young seemed impossible. Lee then asks where Cheon lives now, only to be completely stunned when Cheon casually says he resides in the demon realm. He thinks the answer sounds utterly absurd. Cheon goes on to explain that he recently died, came back to life in the demon realm, and eventually chose to settle there. Cheon admits he enjoys living there, but Lee still refuses to accept such an unbelievable story. To convince him, Cheon changes one of his arms into its monster form. He reveals that he is a chimera, not an ordinary awakened person, and explains that he was taken from the slums as a child and used for experiments. Then Cheon asks if Lee finally believes his story about living in the demon realm. Lee feels sorry for everything Cheon endured, and as their conversation continues, Cheon reveals that his memories were damaged after his resurrection. He says certain memories connected to the TDA laboratory have disappeared. Cheon also explains that his transformation into a monster began when he was in his early 20s. Eventually, after becoming a monster, he could no longer remember where he was or even who he had been. Yet after his resurrection, even the lab memories from before his transformation were gone. Cheon believes the reckless researchers from the illegal laboratory must have erased those memories deliberately. The only detail he still remembers is that the lab's name came from the initials of its 3 co-founders. One of them served as the lab director and personally oversaw the research conducted on Cheon. Another was the chief instructor, responsible for bringing in instructors and training them. The third man was an unnamed sponsor who never appeared at the lab and only supported it from the shadows. Cheon tells Lee that at first, he could not speak about the laboratory because a spell had been placed on him. It blocked him from sharing information about the lab, though it did not erase his memories. After Cheon was resurrected, the spell disappeared, but so did the key memories related to the lab. He remembers clashing with the director and chief instructor many times, yet cannot recall their faces. Since the lab's location remains unknown, Lee asks Cheon how he can help with the investigation. Cheon tells him to search for traces of TDA and begin with An, the director of the Alchemy Association and Bakhtiak's grandson. Bakhtiak was the madman behind Cheon's chimera experiment. Lee accepts Cheon's request and realizes Cheon was likely involved in the incidents at Hambit Lab in the Snowy Mountains. He wonders if Cheon intends to take revenge for what the lab did to him, but Cheon is unsure how to answer. His thoughts then drift back to the time he forced the thugs to clean up the slums and made them responsible for protecting the area. Cheon had warned Chill, the thug boss, never to let another kidnapping happen in the slums. He even threatened him with severe consequences if any children were taken again. At that moment, Lee's dog Puri walks in. The interruption pulls Cheon away from his thoughts, but by then, he already knows how to answer Lee's question. He tells Lee that revenge is not his goal, and that he only wants to protect the life he has now. For the first time, Cheon feels as though he has truly become human. He also admits that he is doing all this so no one else has to endure what he suffered. Suddenly, Cheon's mandragora Dodak reacts. Dodak growls at Lee's dog and scares it away. Cheon tells Dodak to calm down, saying it is only a harmless dog. Since he had been looking at the dog fondly earlier, he wonders if Dodak is jealous. Lee is shocked to realize Cheon keeps a mandragora as a pet. He is even more curious about why Dodak looks healthier than any mandragora he has seen, unaware that Cheon's endless mana is the reason. Lee then recalls that he also has a strange pet that may need Cheon's help. A few minutes later, he brings out a small box containing an egg and asks Cheon to identify the creature inside. After examining it, Cheon says it is a silk thread caterpillar cocoon and asks how Lee managed to obtain it. Lee explains that he bought it at an auction some time ago, which surprises Cheon because the Hunters Association president is keeping a monster at home. Still, the box's protective spells, so it is safe. Lee then admits that after fighting monsters for more than 10 years, he may have developed a strange affection for them. He has even begun to think monsters may not enter the human world by choice, which could explain why cocoons like this and young monsters keep slipping through. Cheon considers his words and feels that Lee may actually be right. Setting that aside, Lee eagerly tells Cheon to bring the cocoon with him to the demon realm. Lee has tried hard to care for it, but since it still has not awakened, he thinks it may do better in the demon realm than in the human world. Cheon is stunned that the Hunters Association president is asking him to look after an S-rank monster. To find out what is wrong with the cocoon, Cheon feeds it mana, which startles Lee and leaves him confused. When Lee asks what he is doing, Cheon explains that the cocoon seemed unwell, so he gave it a small amount of mana. As soon as the mana reaches the cocoon, Cheon hears a voice from within and wonders whether it can speak. Just as he expected, the cocoon glows and speaks, saying it is full. Cheon realizes that, like Goo, this monster has awakened intelligence. Later that evening, Cheon prepares to leave with the cocoon while Lee and Biko send him off. He thanks Lee for the gate stone, since his supply was almost gone, and Lee tells him to call whenever he needs help. Cheon notices Biko looking like a sad puppy and promises he can join the coconut family once he reaches B rank. Although Biko cannot stay long in the demon realm because of his low class, Cheon says he can still visit whenever he wants. Biko brightens at once and happily thanks him. Seeing Biko so delighted puts Cheon at ease, though he still worries that Biko and his grandfather are too weak. He plans to find a carrier pigeon so he can stay in touch from the demon realm if trouble arises. Meanwhile, Biko keeps bouncing around with excitement as Lee watches him. Cheon finally cuts into Biko's celebration and announces that he is leaving. Lee tells Cheon to stay safe and sincerely thanks him for everything, especially for what Cheon revealed about the cocoon. After learning that the cocoon could speak, Lee was shocked and quickly asked Cheon what it had said. said. Since it was still young and frail, it could only form a few scattered words, but it still thanked Lee for looking after it. Hearing this from Cheon moved Lee to tears, especially when the cocoon said it would never forget that Lee had saved it. As the gate to the demon realm disappears, Lee keeps thinking about Cheon and feels certain they will meet again before long. After returning to the demon realm, Cheon finds his home empty. Gu explains that Kizok is training for his test, while everyone else is playing tag. He adds that Ubium and Jia are the most passionate players, chasing each other as if the game were a matter of life and death. Gu then spots the cocoon, and when he asks what it is, Cheon explains that it is a silk caterpillar cocoon. Cheon hopes the caterpillar will get along with Gu after hatching, since it is an intelligent monster like him. He wants Gu to care for it, but Gu doubts that will work. However, when the cocoon suddenly makes him feel strange all over, Gu quickly changes his mind. Just as Cheon begins deciding where to put it, a blast suddenly echoes from far away. By now, explosions have apparently become a regular occurrence there, because of a certain someone. Right then, that very person, Kiziok, charges over in a panic, shouting that something is wrong with his body. Seeing his wild and ragged appearance, Gu admits that Kiziok truly does look like some strange new monster species, just as Jia said. Kiziok then staggers forward and collapses on the ground in front of them. He even admits that Gu has a point, but before they can address the issue of his appearance, Cheon congratulates him for reconstructing his mana hole. In simple terms, it is a sign that appears when an awakened person breaks past their limits. Kizok becomes thrilled after hearing this and wonders if he might finally be able to pass the promotion test. Unfortunately, Cheon crushes that hope by saying he will likely fail again. His limit has risen, but his control is still awful, and the earlier explosion happened because he could not manage his flames. Cheon then asks when the test will be held, and Kiziok answers that it is scheduled for 1 week later. With so little time remaining, Cheon says the only solution is to sharpen himself through real combat. Kizok instantly refuses, saying another failed test is still better than fighting a monster like Cheon. At that moment, Jia steps in and offers to take charge of Kizok's training, but to Kiziok, that idea sounds even more terrifying than Cheon's suggestion. The frightening expression Jia wears when she tells him to trust her is enough to scare him senseless. 1 week later, the day of the A-rank promotion exam arrives. The examination hall is lively and crowded as hunters stream in to complete their registration. Before long, Kiziok's turn arrives, and the receptionist is completely stunned. She is utterly captivated the moment she sees them. Standing there are the beautiful Jia, Cheon, Ubiome, and the adorable Nari. Their striking looks make her wonder if an entertainment company is secretly filming a beauty commercial nearby. Excited, she asks if they have come to register for the exam, but Cheon turns back and explains that Kizok is the one taking it. In the next instant, a strange, unattractive, monster-like figure steps forward and introduces himself as Kiziok, a B-rank hunter. The clerk's earlier excitement disappears the moment she sees Kizok's face. She even considers reporting him as suspicious, unaware that a brutal week of training in the demon realm has left him nearly lifeless. Once his registration is finally complete, Kizok thanks the Coconut family for coming to support him. Even so, he cannot shake his intense nerves despite having trained harder than ever before. Nari gives him a bracelet meant to bring good luck. She gently assures him that this time he will definitely pass. Kizok is deeply touched by the gesture, and after thanking her, Nari asks Ubiome to encourage Kizok next. Kizok eagerly waits for his turn, while Ubiome feels awkward because he never realized they had to prepare something. Kizok tells him a gift is unnecessary and asks only for a few supportive words. Unfortunately, Ubiome is terrible at sentimental speeches, so he suggests Jia should speak instead, especially since she trained Kizok for an entire week. Irritated, Jia knocks Ubiome down before telling Kizok to cut his hair before training starts. She explains that an opponent could grab it in battle and put him at a disadvantage, leaving Kizok disappointed because he expected something warmer from her. Although he understands that she is right, he cannot bear to part with his treasured hair, so he wonders if tying it up would be enough. After that, Nari tells Cheon that it is now his turn to say something to Kizok. After considering his words, Cheon asks Kizok what he intends to do once he passes the test. Kizok is caught off guard because he has never seriously thought about it, but Cheon tells him to aim for S rank. He explains that a rank should not be Kizok's final goal, since in his eyes it is basically a low-level class. Cheon says the A-rank hunters from the snowy mountains who kidnapped Bangsu were all strange and useless, so Kizok should set his sights higher on S rank. Cheon adds that he does not want Kizok standing on the same level as those people. Kizok wonders if Cheon has lost his mind, since S rank is not something one can simply pick up at a grocery store. Meanwhile, Lee enters the registration hall and is surprised to find Cheon there. Cheon Cheon continues encouraging Kiseok, praising him for making it this far. Cheon's words quickly calm Kiseok down as he acknowledges him as the best worker in their camp. Later, while Kiseok is taking the exam, Cheon and the others head to Lee's office. Lee is surprised to learn that Kiseok is Cheon's disciple, praises his persistence, and admits he has always hoped Kiseok would pass. Cheon asks how long the promotion exam usually takes, and Lee explains that it has 3 stages, so Kiseok may need quite some time to finish. Cheon had not expected it to last that long, and just then he notices that Nari has fallen asleep. UBM explains that Nari stayed awake all night choosing Kiseok's gift, which threw off her sleep schedule. Cheon then checks on Dodak and finds him asleep as well. Seeing everything so calm around him, Cheon feels relieved. He then brings out a lovely tray of traditional snacks to help them pass the time while they wait. As Yubeom and Jia stare curiously at the snacks, Lee asks Cheon about them. He wonders if they are also S-rank like Cheon, but Cheon casually says they are his lab mates. Lee is stunned by that answer, and Cheon continues explaining. He says Nari is at least a rank, a revelation that nearly overwhelms Lee, especially because she is still so young. Once Lee manages to gather himself again, he suggests that all of them register as hunters with the Hunter Association. He explains that there is no need for them to take the test, since he can use his authority to register them directly. Because their levels are so high, Lee worries they could accidentally hurt the examiners. He also says they need identification in the human world, and hunter status would be the most convenient option. Cheon thinks the idea makes sense, since even without Lee's help, having proper identification could help them avoid unnecessary trouble. Noticing Cheon's hesitation, Lee assures him they will not be forced to do anything. He asks Cheon to accept it as a favor for an old friend from the ancient era. After considering everything, Cheon accepts, but makes it clear they will only work as hunters when they choose to. Lee agrees to that condition. UBM and Jia also decide to register, mostly because becoming hunters sounds exciting to them. Lee feels relieved that Cheon accepted, believing he has finally repaid at least a small part of the life-saving debt he owes him. Just as he is about to explain the registration steps, Go Haok, president of the Free Hunters Association, storms into the office. A guard attempts to block him, but Go Hyuk brushes him aside, saying he came to meet his father. He suddenly freezes when Lee angrily demands to know why he has come. Go Hyuk becomes even more arrogant once he notices that Lee is entertaining guests. Meanwhile, Kiseok is preparing to start his first test, but the examiner immediately ridicules him for failing 6 times before. The man grows even bolder when he sees how frightened and nervous Kiseok looks. Showing off his stone-like hand, he mocks Kiseok for wearing a wig. Kiseok is too scared to answer, because this is the same examiner who defeated him in only 10 seconds last year. As the examiner keeps taunting him, Kiseok can only think about how to handle him, especially since the man's earth attribute puts him at a clear disadvantage. The examiner suddenly rushes in, saying Kiseok is clinging to false hope, and that false hope is even worse than despair. He follows with a punch, continuing to wear down Kiseok's confidence with cruel words. Enraged, Kiseok releases a wave of flames to force him back. He understands that facing this man at close range would be a terrible mistake. Unfortunately, before he can form a solid plan, the examiner charges again and throws another punch, ordering him to give up. He drives Kiseok into the ground, leaving him badly shaken. As Kiseok lies there, he recalls his training with Jia, remembering how she always pushed him to keep moving ahead. She had told him not to hesitate when the crucial moment came, and to keep his eyes open. Remembering her words, Kiseok opens his eyes just as the examiner is about to kick him in the face. Jia's advice rings in his head, and even though the kick connects, Kiseok refuses to surrender. He grabs the examiner's leg, which only makes the man even more furious. Another harsh kick follows, but while enduring the attack, Kiseok finally understands why he has been holding himself back. All this time, he has been afraid that his current B rank class would become the place where his growth ended. But now, he decides he can no longer keep running away from that fear. Filled with fresh resolve, Kiseok chooses to fight back and refuses to remain a coward any longer. As the examiner continues insulting him, Kiseok tells him to stay in a rank for the rest of his life. Then he sends him flying with a powerful punch wrapped in flames. And with that, Kiseok finally clears the first round after 6 failed attempts. After winning, he removes Nari's lucky bracelet. He uses it to tie up his hair, then confidently asks about the next test, since this is the first time he has ever passed the opening round. Back in Lee's office, Go Hyuk still assumes Cheon and the others are Biko's friends, while wondering why a young girl like Nari is with them. He mocks Lee by asking if he plans to open a kindergarten after retirement, but Lee ignores the insult and coldly tells him to state his purpose. Go Hyuk then brings out a black S-rank clam monster from the demon realm. He intends to hand it over as an auction item for the upcoming gold auction auction, claiming he is helping Lee since no suitable item has been found. He even brags that he can obtain plenty more. Jia and Yubiom are puzzled as they watch Go Hyuk treat the small black clam as if it were an incredible treasure. Lee rejects Go Hyuk's offer, suspecting the clam may have been obtained illegally. Even after hearing it was not smuggled, Lee still refuses any help from him. Go Hyuk then demands that Lee release his men, who were arrested after Bangsu's kidnapping. He insists Lee has no proof that they abducted someone from the slums. Trying to intimidate Lee, Go Hyuk releases his strange aura and warns that he is no longer the weak man who once worked under him. He tells Lee not to touch his people and even threatens him. Before long, Go Hyuk's unusual mana disturbs Dodak's sleep and leaves him irritated. Nari wakes up as well, asking what is happening. Cheon realizes that both of them must have awakened after sensing Go Hyuk's unfamiliar mana. At that moment, Go Hyuk notices Dodak. He immediately decides he wants to take it for himself, but Cheon catches his wrist. As he twists Go Hyuk's arm, Cheon asks if he is the same man who approached Chill and paid him a large sum to cause trouble in the slums. Cheon thinks back to what he heard from Chill and how Go Hyuk has been trying to speed up the redevelopment of the slums. Cheon becomes furious and releases his power. The pressure is so overwhelming that Go Hyuk is nearly forced down. Cheon is close to losing control, realizing Go Hyuk is also the person behind Bangsu's kidnapping and the incident that sent him to the snowy mountains. Fortunately, before things get worse, Lee shouts for Cheon to calm himself. Cheon still refuses to step back until Lee pleads with him to do it for his sake. Once Cheon releases him, Go Hyuk collapses to the floor, gasping desperately for breath. Go Hyuk is furious that he was restrained, especially when he had been on the verge of breaking through to S rank. He guesses Cheon must be at least an S rank hunter, and can hardly believe Lee has someone so powerful behind him. It makes him wonder who Cheon really is. But with his own life at risk, Go Hyuk hurries away like a frightened little mouse. Lee simply stands there in silence, watching him scurry off. After the chaos with Go Hyuk settles down, Lee asks Cheon about Bangsu's condition, and Cheon reassures him that Bangsu is receiving proper care. Lee feels guilty for helping create someone as endlessly greedy as Go Hyuk. He explains that Go Hyuk was once one of the children he supported from the slums. They were once close, almost like father and son. Go Hyuk was brilliant, entered a prestigious university at the top of his class, then worked beside Lee at the Hunter Association for 20 years. However, Go Hyuk changed without warning, and his views began to clash with Lee's. They could no longer agree because Go Hyuk wanted to turn the association into a source of profit. Eventually, he resigned, and several years ago, he founded the Free Hunter Association. But despite its name, it was never truly free and became little more than a polished business. After hunters gained permission from the Hunter Association to use their awakened powers, many refused to follow its orders. Since most chase profit, they joined the free side instead. Lee admits he cannot force sacrifices from people who never chose to awaken. As Yubound plays with the black clam from Go Hyuk, Cheon asks Lee about the auction. He explains that Gold City holds an annual auction, organized by the Gold Auction House. The auction originally began as a charity event, with all proceeds donated. Over time, however, it became a grand display, where the city's powerful gathered to flaunt influence and greed. Lee says he would rather not attend, but as chairman, he has no choice but to appear at the auction. At that moment, Lee's aide knocks and reports that Kizok has completed his promotion test. Lee is surprised by the news, and the aide explains that Kizok was passed after only the second round. He adds that Kizok cleared the first round in 7 minutes and the second in just 1, shocking everyone. The examiners decided a third test was unnecessary and awarded him A-rank status. Outside the hall, Kizok faces an unfamiliar situation as reporters swarm him for interviews. They congratulate him on passing his 7th trial, while firing off questions all at once. Kizok freezes completely, unsure how to react, since it has been ages since anyone paid him this much attention. The bold reporter, seemingly a fellow warrior against hair loss, emotionally asks whether Kizok's wig helped him overcome his trauma. Kizok is annoyed, knowing perfectly well his hair is real. Sadly, he cannot reveal the truth about his hair until Kim is ready to launch the hair growth product. Since he cannot be honest, Kizok plays along and says the wig helped him regain confidence. The reporters instantly go wild, asking where he bought it and how much it cost, leaving Kizok stunned by his own mistake. Fortunately, Nari steps in at just the right moment. She arrives in time to pull him away from the overexcited reporters. Soon after, the group departs the testing center in Chairman Lee's comfortable limousine. Inside the car, Yubium asks Kizok once more if he really passed the test. Kizok laughs and proudly shows his new rank ID card, thanking the Coconut family for helping him reach his dream. Nari praises him for doing well. Jia, meanwhile, gives a quiet nod of approval, but Kizoku's joy fades when Nari reveals her own A rank ID. He can hardly accept that a dream he chased for 7 years was achieved by a little kid in one day. To make it even worse, Nari proudly announces that even Dodak, a plant of all things, received an S-rank license. Kizoku struggles to believe something so adorable could be that powerful. While looking at Dodak's license, he notices the photo was taken while the Mandragora was asleep. After checking it, Cheon decides to keep it and have it reissued later. Hearing that, Kizoku thinks about retaking his own photo too. Since he cannot reveal his hair is real yet, he used an old picture, and now eagerly waits to retake it with his long, beautiful hair. Kizoku then asks Cheon where they are going, and Cheon simply tells him to wait until they arrive. Earlier, back in Lee's office, after they received their licenses, Lee handed Cheon his personal black card and told him to use it freely. When Cheon asked why, Lee explained it was for buying the group new clothes. He said the association traditionally gifts new outfits to newly promoted A-rank hunters, then sent Cheon to his old friend, Gold City's finest tailor, while warning that the man was rather eccentric. A little later, the group reaches the tailor shop and feels disappointed by the tiny, worn-down building. Ubium suggests looking for a better place, but before they can leave, someone appears. A thin old man storms out of the shop, chasing a customer away while throwing things at him. He refuses to make the type of clothing the man requested. After driving the customer off, he grumbles angrily about how many rude youngsters have been coming into his store lately. Just then, Lee's aide greets him and the old man, Zhang, recognizes him as Lee's subordinate. Still, he immediately says he no longer makes clothes for hunters. The aide then explains that Lee wants Zhang to make an exception for this particular group. Seeing Zhang's irritable attitude, Yubiam admits that Lee's warning about the old man's personality was accurate. Zhang quickly labels the group as impolite and prepares to turn them down. Then Dodak suddenly catches his eye. Seeing Dodak's excitement, Nari tells Zhang that Dodak has been looking forward to having clothes made. Zhang then realizes that Dodak is a mandragora. Zhang becomes completely captivated. As it turns out, the old man has a soft spot for cute things. He quickly pulls himself together and agrees to make an exception. He insists it is only for Lee's sake, though his blush around Dodak says otherwise. Inside the shop, Zhang begins measuring Cheon. Nari, meanwhile, plays around with a tape measure and ends up tangled in it. Kizoku, as always, is busy admiring himself. While Yubiam and Jia try on several outfits, they are impressed by the fit and admit the shop is far better than its shabby exterior suggests. Before long, Zhang finishes taking everyone's measurements and asks if they have a specific style in mind. Cheon thinks about it for a moment. Then he tells Zhang to create something that will make them look like a family. Nari is delighted by the suggestion. Kizoku, Jia, and Yubiam also warmly accept the idea. Zhang agrees to design similar outfits for them while still highlighting each person's unique charm. Curious about why he changed his stance on making clothes for hunters, Cheon asks what made Zhang suddenly accept the offer. Zhang is just about to answer when Dodak suddenly peeks out from Cheon's hair. Zhang notes that Dodak seems very attached to Cheon, which means Cheon must have cared for it well. He keeps a serious face, though inside he can only think about how adorable it is. He then reveals that he is the respected president of the Creature Freedom Association, a small group devoted to loving chimeras and protecting their rights. Zhang believes anyone who protects small creatures cannot be a bad person, so he agreed to make their clothes. Hearing that, Cheon assumes Lee must share a similar fondness for tiny creatures. After that, Zhang drops his calm expression and suggests making outfits for Dodak too. Cheon is surprised they can create clothes for something so small. Zhang assures him that custom outfits for pet chimeras are actually quite popular these days, then proudly shows off some of his newest designs. Kizoku can hardly believe a plant is supposed to wear those clothes, while Nari finds them rather cute. At the same time, Cheon begins picturing Dodak dressed in hiking gear and adorable overalls. He also imagines Dodak wearing a suit, looking like a business prodigy known as the Stock King. Cheon feels pleased with the images in his mind and places Dodak on the table so he can choose one. Dodak gazes at the outfits for a while, making Cheon think he is genuinely interested in them. What they do not know is that Dodak sees the plant mannequins as his old companions, since mandragoras have poor eyesight. Believing they are his former colony, he steps forward, expecting them to follow him like they used to. When the figures stay still, Dodak grows disappointed as he realizes his mistake. Nari notices his sadness, and Cheon guesses he mistook the mannequins for his subordinates. To lift his spirits, Zhang takes out his most treasured pet chimer outfit. He explains that he originally made it for his future pet, but now he wants Dodak to have it. Kizoku compliments the outfit, though he worries Dodak may not like it. Just as expected, Dodak turns away and clearly refuses the clothes. Still, Zhang urges him to try them on, promising they will fit well because the fabric is special. Cheon takes the tiny outfit and notices how soft it feels, hoping to make it feel more familiar and comfortable for Dodak. Cheon gently infuses the clothes with mana. The moment Dodak sees this, this, he brightens at once and shows that he approves of the outfit. Cheon is happy to see that he likes it. He immediately helps Dodak put the outfit on. Dodak is delighted as Cheon's familiar mana surrounds him, giving him a warm, pleasant feeling. Cheon wonders whether Dodak likes the outfit itself or the mana inside it. Soon after, they get ready to leave the shop and Cheon learns they must return in 1 week to pick up their clothes. Meanwhile, Zhang cannot stop staring at Dodak and wishes he could add more accessories, but Dodak refuses to take the outfit off. Zhang's expression suddenly turns grim. Jessica and her guard have arrived at his store. Jessica tells Zhang to make her a dress for an upcoming event, but Zhang rejects her immediately. He then firmly tells her that he has no intention of selling his shop to anyone. Jessica tries to persuade him, offering a generous price for the land. She is about to pressure him further when she notices Cheon and his companions. Her eyes widen in surprise as she realizes she may have seen Cheon before. She says he looks familiar and asks if this is Cheon's first visit to Gold City. Cheon wonders why she wants to know. Jessica ignores his question and focuses on Nari instead. She warmly asks if Nari has visited Dodderland, then explains that it is her amusement park, filled with tasty food and many fun attractions. Nari's face immediately brightens when she hears that. Jessica then takes out an invitation, but before she can hand it to Nari, Cheon stops her and asks why she is interfering with someone else's child. Realizing she has crossed a line, Jessica apologizes and says she simply adores children. After giving Nari a ticket, Jessica gives Cheon a VIP ticket as well and properly introduces herself. She explains that the amusement park will hold a parade and earnestly asks him to bring Nari to see it. Although Cheon finds her aura somewhat unsettling, he and the others still head to the amusement park because Nari is excited for the parade. Nari happily tells Cheon she wants to watch the parade, though Cheon has no idea what a parade is. Nari has never seen one in person either, only in a video from when she was a test subject. She excitedly tells Cheon about it, especially the part where she saw a happy family holding hands while watching the parade. Nari says it looked incredibly fun and asks Cheon to watch the parade with her the same way. Seeing her so cheerful, Cheon feels glad they came and agrees to enjoy the parade with her. Just then, Kizok's nose begins to twitch as the smell of food drifts through the air. Like an eager dog, he looks around until he spots a food stall. He immediately runs toward it, with Nari following right beside him. Cheon is happy to see them enjoying themselves, but Yubiom seriously points out that something feels strange about Jessica. He also notices Jessica's guard. Joy is hiding nearby, watching them from the corner. Yubiom and Gia suggest dealing with the guard so he can no longer keep watching them. Cheon agrees that Jessica is definitely suspicious, since he sensed a strange aura from her. He can tell she possesses some kind of concealment ability, and her aura is unlike that of an ordinary awakened person. Still, he does not want to cause a scene or make things worse, since that could spoil Nari's enjoyment. Choosing to deal with the problem quietly, Cheon turns his attention toward the haunted house. There, he quickly thinks of a way to handle Jessica's situation without drawing attention, especially the guard, while making sure Nari's day is not ruined. A short while later, Joy, the guard, waits outside the haunted house with growing anticipation for Cheon and the others. He finds them strange for picking a haunted house as their first amusement park attraction. After waiting a while, he starts worrying when they still do not come out. Even so, he decides to stay patient because the entrance and exit are the same. All of a sudden, a sharp scream bursts from inside. The staff members meant to scare visitors come rushing out instead, terrified and claiming that a real ghost has appeared. They cry for help while sprinting past Joy. When someone says the surveillance cameras have stopped working, Joy begins to suspect Cheon and his group may have acted. A few hours earlier, after Jessica left the tailor shop, she sat in her car, uneasy about meeting Cheon. Someone in Cheon's group bothered her, and she did not want to believe that person was still alive after so many decades. Hoping to prove her suspicion wrong, she ordered Joy to investigate them. Joy accepted, though it was the first time he had ever seen Jessica so nervous. After dropping her off, he tailed Cheon and the others until they reached the haunted house. Once the commotion breaks out, Joy heads inside, hoping the situation has already calmed down. Everyone else has already left the haunted house except his targets, so he has no choice but to look for them himself. As he steps inside, Joy remains certain that the ghost rumors are just a misunderstanding. He walks along the corridor, carefully checking the room. He has even switched off the special effects so nothing can interfere. This is the first time Joy has ever entered the haunted house. Before long, he begins regretting that he did not turn on the lights. Suddenly, a noise behind him makes him jump, and Joy turns around, wondering whether it is an animal or only the wind. Wanting to stay safe, he decides to hide and immediately activates his awakened ability, making himself invisible. Not long after that, the strange noise also fades away. Even so, Joy feels unsettled, because he has never heard anything like it before. Still invisible, he moves forward while wondering what kind of odd people Jessica asked him to watch. As if that were not enough, a strange noise follows every step he takes. A few minutes later, Joy suddenly freezes, feeling as though someone is watching him from the darkness. Yet when he turns around, there is nothing but pitch-black emptiness. Soon, he senses someone approaching, leaving him confused because no one should be able to see him. Then several eerie footsteps seem to move toward him at once. That only frightens him even more than before. Joy quickly blocks whatever is trying to strike him. The thought that real ghosts might be inside the haunted house nearly scares him out of his senses. Just as he feared, several strange figures appear around him, accompanied by a chilling voice. Joy cannot make sense of what is happening, and before he can decide what to do, a grim scythe swings close enough to nearly cut him down. Luckily, he dodges in time, but the close call leaves him trembling. Completely terrified, Joy immediately tries to flee the haunted house while the ghostly figures chase him, but midway through his escape, he suddenly stops as long hair drops in front of his face. When Joy slowly looks up, he sees the most terrifying and bizarre sight of his life, what appears to be a real virgin ghost. Joy is so frightened that his invisibility breaks on the spot. He collapses from fear, and the ghost also becomes visible while checking on him. Disappointed that Joy fainted so quickly, the strange ghost turns out to be Kizeo, who is annoyed that Joy mistook him for a virgin ghost and begins thinking it may be time to change his hairstyle. The other two ghosts also drop their disguises, revealing themselves as Jia and Yubiom. Jia tells Kizeo he needs more mana training because his transformation ended too quickly. At the same time, Yubiom scolds Jia for nearly hitting him with the scythe earlier. Jia replies that it was payback because he teased her first. Just then, Cheon appears dressed like a Korean Grim Reaper and praises Kizeo for acting his part well. Nari floats beside him, transformed into a simple ghostly shape. Kizeo happily accepts Cheon's praise, saying it is only natural because he is an A-rank hunter. Yubiom then compliments Dodak for creating the frightening soundtrack and says he did the best among them. It turns out Nari had given him a voice-changing microphone to produce the ominous background sounds. After that, Cheon asks whether everyone has collected all the required stamps. Right before they entered the haunted house, Cheon suggested it to Nari without revealing his real plan. At first, Nari was too frightened to go in, but Cheon reassured her that they would all stay together. To persuade her further, he explained that they could earn a gift by collecting every stamp inside the haunted house. The moment Nari heard about the present, she forgot her fear and agreed to enter, even though the ghost actors were the ones carrying the stamps. Once Nari agreed, Cheon told her he would make everyone transparent for the ghost game. Now that the game is finished, Cheon is pleased with the result. He chose this attraction because Joy is a stealth type awakened, and Cheon thought that ability would suit their ghost game perfectly. Nari soon realizes the frightened man is the same person she saw at Jang's store, but Cheon somehow persuades her that Joy is a haunted house employee role-playing as a ghost. Nari believes him right away and suggests calling an ambulance for Joy. Cheon is impressed by her kindness and says they can simply notify an amusement park staff member on the way out. While Nari tries to wake the so-called ghost worker, Cheon feels sure Joy will probably be too embarrassed to report the incident to Jessica. Although Cheon is still curious about Jessica's true identity, he decides to set it aside so Nari can enjoy the day fully. With that resolved, they leave to watch the parade and visit the gift shop to claim their prize. Nari is thrilled to receive a fox plushie and happily decides she will give it to her chimera fox friend. Evening, as they head toward the parade, Yubiom notices the amusement park is much more crowded than when they arrived. Kiziok says it is probably because the parade is about to begin. Since he has been to one before, he proudly offers to guide them, explaining that choosing the right spot is essential for fully enjoying the parade. Suddenly, chaos erupts when a naturally formed red gate opens in the middle of the amusement park, sending everyone fleeing for safety except Cheon and his group. Cheon protects Nari from the commotion, while wondering why a gate would suddenly appear inside an amusement park. A cute bunny-like creature suddenly steps out of the gate, but panic rises when they realize it is actually a flying squirrel from the demon realm. Before long, a team of A-rank and B-rank hunters arrives to deal with the situation. One hunter confidently gets ready to face what he assumes is a weak little monster, even grumbling that naturally occurring gates no longer produce anything special. Then shoots an arrow toward the flying squirrel. However, the creature surprisingly knocks it away. Angered by the attack, the monster's horn begins to spark with energy. Then, with a fierce flash of lightning, it launches a counterattack against the hunters. The impact sends them flying, and as Kiziok watches the hunters get blown away, he notes that the monster is far too strong for an ordinary flying squirrel. Nari then draws their attention back to the carousel, where the tiny, adorable creature has transformed into a massive monster. Seeing it continue to grow larger, Cheon realizes that it is actually a disaster-class monster. Everyone is stunned by this, and the strangest part is that the monster appears to be completely alone. Disaster-class monsters rarely show up by themselves, so seeing one act like a lone wanderer feels extremely unusual. Cheon tries to understand the situation, since disaster-class monsters are normally followed by weaker subordinates. Seeing this one on its own makes him wonder if there is a particular reason behind its sudden appearance. At the same time, the monster looks around the amusement park until its gaze settles on the haunted house. It immediately springs toward the haunted house. Only Kazeok and Nari are left frozen in shock as they realize it is heading straight toward them. Kazeok quickly pulls Nari down with him, thinking the monster is trying to snatch them. To their surprise, the monster leaps over them instead and activates its invisibility, leaving Nari and Kazeok searching the area for any sign of it. Moments later, the monster smashes through several signboards as it jumps from one place to another. As it rushes toward the haunted house, it leaves behind traces of lightning and demonic energy. Gia wonders where it is going, while Yubium says its stealth is impressive because it spreads demonic energy to prevent tracking. Gia adds that the amusement park has lost power, proving it also has electric abilities. Nari only worries that the playground might be ruined, so Cheon decides to step in. Using his silk threads, Cheon spreads a web toward the monster. Even with its strong stealth ability, he manages to trap it. Before the monster can reach its target, Cheon's web catches it instantly and pulls it down to the ground. Cheon and the others then approach the trapped creature. As it struggles within the threads, the flying squirrel shrinks back to its original form. Kazeok is amazed to see a disaster-class monster for the first time, while Yubium explains that Cheon's web blocked its demonic energy, forcing it to shrink and lose its invisibility. Kazeok and Nari notice that the monster now looks much cuter and far less threatening. Because of that, Nari does not want anyone to get rid of it, but Cheon explains that the hunters will not spare it if they discover it. Even so, Cheon does not believe the squirrel meant to cause trouble, since it tried to stay hidden while heading for the haunted house. He also remembers that the bunny only fought after the hunter attacked first. It seemed to be defending itself, so Nari tells Cheon the monster must have a kind heart. She begs him to let it live, but Cheon never planned to harm it anyway, since he wants to know why the little creature appeared without any minions. He then declares that they will bring it to the demon realm, and Nari becomes absolutely delighted when she hears this. Just then, the naturally formed gate starts closing by itself. It disappears almost right away, and Yubium comments that it closed far too quickly for a naturally occurring gate. With the commotion finally over, Nari looks around the now empty amusement park. She then realizes that her precious parade may no longer happen. Everyone had fled during the chaos, leaving the entire place deserted. Realizing she will not get to watch the parade, Nari sadly buries her face in the cute monster. Although she says it is fine, everyone can clearly tell how much she had been looking forward to it. Next moment, she starts crying softly and says they can always watch it another time. Seeing her so upset, Kazeok and the others nearly burst into tears themselves. Then Kazeok suddenly comes up with a bright idea to cheer her up and confidently tells everyone to follow him. Short while later, he brings them to an observatory and shows them the stunning view below. Unfortunately, everyone looks disappointed, and Gia complains that he made them climb all that way just to see a dull view. Kazeok awkwardly tells them to wait a little longer, while silently praying that his plan will work. As if answering his wish, beautiful fireworks suddenly light up the night sky, making the wait feel worthwhile. Everyone is amazed, especially Cheon and his lab companions, who have only heard of fireworks and have never seen them in person. Kazeok explains that the fireworks are set to launch automatically after the parade. He had worried the blackout would stop them, but luckily the system was connected to emergency power. Gia and Yubiom feel glad they came as they happily admire the beautiful fireworks display. Even Dodak seems to enjoy it, and Cheon feels happy to see that Nari no longer looks disappointed. While gazing in wonder at the beautiful scene before her, Nari tells Cheon that she will never forget this day. Back in the demon realm, Gu is having a hard time looking after the cocoon. It appears to be ill, but Gu cannot figure out the cause, even though Cheon filled its little house with mana. The creature's condition keeps worsening, while the tiny monster complains that it feels like it cannot breathe. Before leaving, Cheon had placed the little one in Gu's care, explaining that the creature had awakened its intelligence as well. Gu was pleased to hear it, especially since Cheon mentioned that the monster could speak a little. But after spending some time with it, Gu grows frustrated because it only knows a handful of broken words. Since the monster's rank also seems higher than his own, Gu cannot communicate with it through telepathy. Just as he is about to start grumbling again, a gate opens and Cheon's group comes walking out. Without even greeting them properly, Gu immediately tells Cheon to hurry and examine the cocoon. A few minutes later, Cheon realizes that the monster is having trouble breathing. He places his hand on the little house to check whether the mana supply is working. After examining it, Cheon finds that the mana flow is still stable, leaving him unsure what could be wrong. Suddenly, the flying squirrel starts squirming in Nari's arms, startling her as she wonders what is happening. At the same time, the cocoon calls the squirrel its friend. The squirrel keeps struggling until it slips free from Nari's hands and Cheon's silk threads. Once it breaks loose, it rushes straight toward the cocoon, while Gu wonders why the coon called that monster a friend. Gu is stunned when he discovers that the squirrel is actually a disaster-class monster. Before anyone has a chance to react, the monster picks up the cocoon in its mouth. Then it races away and Nari immediately prepares to chase after it. Cheon, however, tells everyone to rest while he follows the squirrel himself. He does not fully understand what is happening, but he remains calm because he believes the two creatures are likely friends. Monsters are usually shaped and affected by the environments they live in. Because of that, a sudden move to another region can have a major impact on them. If their bodies are not suited to the new area, their health can quickly decline. As a result, they may be unable to use their full strength. In situations like this, what those monsters need most is their homing instinct. As Cheon follows the squirrel, he soon reaches the familiar ice zone, a place he has not visited in a long time. As soon as they arrive, the flying squirrel frantically digs into the ice, and Cheon assumes it may be preparing a nest for the cocoon. Still, he finds it strange since insect-type monsters usually survive best in warmer climates. After digging the spot, the monster carefully sets the cocoon in place and reinforces it with ice, while Cheon and Dodak watch what happens next. Suddenly, the monster growls at Cheon, almost as if warning him to stay back. Cheon tells the little one to continue and assures it that no one will interfere. After a short while, nothing changes, and the cocoon remains silent. Cheon assumes it is using all its energy to recover. Since the silk thread caterpillar is a disaster-class monster, its recovery should be incredibly fast, so Cheon believes it may fully heal within half a day. Before long, the cocoon starts releasing mana, which immediately catches Dodak's attention. Dodak seems to take it as an invitation to feed. He jumps from Cheon's shoulder, and before Cheon can stop him, starts absorbing energy from the cocoon. Cheon quickly covers Dodak's mouth, telling him that the cocoon's energy is not something he can eat. Dodak struggles in Cheon's grip while the flying squirrel grows furious. Cheon explains that the cocoon needs that energy to survive, so it is not a snack for a bottomless glutton. Hearing this, Dodak starts crying, and Cheon figures he must be hungry after the long journey. Deciding to feed the greedy little one, Cheon plants him beside the cocoon. He places his hand on the ground before them and feeds them both mana. As soon as the energy reaches Dodak, he happily starts munching, feeling warm and content. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel waits nervously as the cocoon begins to show signs of life. Slowly, it rises into the air. It glows brightly as the monster inside begins to emerge. Cheon is not surprised that it begins emerging right after waking up. It reminds him of the demonic grapevine he once planted. In the human world, the vine had been withering until Cheon moved it to the demon realm. There, it sprouted almost immediately. Cheon figures the cocoon, like the demonic grapevine, simply could not bloom in the wrong environment. Cheon has never seen a fully grown silk caterpillar before, so he is excited to witness this one leaving its cocoon. As the cocoon fades away, Cheon is left completely stunned. A cute giant butterfly appears from inside. At the same time, the squirrel monster becomes visibly emotional. The butterfly monster gently descends to greet its long-lost friend. Cheon notices that the butterfly speaks much more clearly than it did while inside the cocoon. After their heartfelt reunion, it shrinks down and flies closer to the squirrel monster. As Cheon watches the touching exchange between the two creatures, he cannot help wondering how they became friends in the first place. It turns out the two of them had simply met beside a tree. At that moment, a rather unattractive bird had grabbed the little caterpillar, planning to make it an afternoon snack. The squirrel chased after it in desperation. Meanwhile, the caterpillar was stuck helplessly in the bird's claws. After the chase went on for a while, the bird flew higher, leaving the squirrel unable to follow. But just as the bird thought its snack was secured, an even greater predator swooped in and seized both the ugly bird and the caterpillar. Still, the squirrel refused to give up. The flying squirrel continued pursuing the larger bird. Luckily, the ugly bird, already unconscious from the attack, let go of the caterpillar. Last, the two friends were brought back together. But after falling, the caterpillar wrapped itself in a cocoon for protection and drifted into a deep sleep. Since then, the flying squirrel had guarded it until it somehow ended up being sold to the human world. After an emotional night, Cheon returns home with the squirrel and Dodak, riding the giant butterfly monster and praising it for being faster and smoother than the blue poison parrot. Cheon is pleased to have two new housemates and decides it is finally time to enlarge his small home. On the way back, they fly over to the Rock Mountain Zone, the very place where Cheon once met his end. It is his first visit there since reviving, and while looking around, he spots Biko struggling against a powerful king skull slime. As Biko sees his life flashing before his eyes, he regrets entering the demon realm by himself. But just as he is about to lose hope, Cheon dives in like a heroic figure and destroys the king's skull slime with a single blow. After resolving the danger, he sternly calls Biko by his full name and asks what he is doing there. A few minutes later, Biko thanks Cheon for saving him once again and explains that he came to the demon realm to find a rare auction item for his grandfather. He reveals that Go Hyuk, Lee's former disciple, secretly used his influence to stop Lee from obtaining any legal trade goods for the auction. Biko only wanted to help because he did not want his grandfather humiliated by the elites. Cheon wonders whether Biko is foolish or brave for treasure hunting alone in the demon realm despite being only C rank, and considers helping him for Lee's sake. Cheon asks whether he found anything useful, and Biko says he discovered no major treasure. However, he did collect some unidentified items, and asks Cheon to help identify them. Cheon recognizes the objects at once, and his eyes widen the moment he sees them. Biko is curious because the item looks like a simple pebble, yet it holds an enormous amount of demonic energy. Since its power reading is unusually high, he assumes it may be an unknown mineral. When Cheon suddenly demands that Biko hand them over, Biko is left confused. Then Cheon reveals that those so-called pebbles are actually his bones. After they return home, Gu gives the silk caterpillar the name Sanabi. He then tries to teach it to pronounce the name and improve its speech through repetition. Cheon watches from the side, relieved that the powerful new members are fitting into the family. Ubium notes that the household has grown quite large, so they need to solve the housing problem. Otherwise, anyone sleeping outside at night might catch a cold. Cheon agrees, but he is unsure how to properly expand the house. Ubium and Jia are also concerned about what materials to use. Cheon worries wood may not be ideal, since they would need glowing mushrooms again, so he decides to leave the issue for later. Cheon then tells the Yu siblings that he met Biko, but sent him home because he looked completely worn out. He also shows them the bone fragments from the Rocky Mountain zone and explains that Biko was the one who found them. Jia and Ubium immediately notice that the fragments carry energy similar to Cheon's signature. Cheon explains they are remains from his old body, which he failed to recover after reviving, though Biko somehow dug them up. Cheon then announces that he plans to enter the upcoming gold auction contest, which will take place in 3 days. Grinning like he has just invented another clever game, Cheon explains that he has a plan to help Lee reverse the situation. Regarding the auction, Cheon had asked Jang about Jessica after their meeting at the tailor shop. Cheon felt she did not seem like an ordinary awakened person, but Jang said he had never heard of Jessica being awakened. What Jang does know is that Jessica is obsessed with money, and besides owning Dodo land, she also runs the gold auction house. The auction house mainly serves as a laundering channel for the wealthy, while also functioning as a real estate company involved in illegal speculation. From Zhang, Cheon also learns that several powerful figures are secretly supporting Jessica. One of them is Assemblyman Park Woo-jung, chairman of the Awakened Integration Association. There are others as well, but Woo-jung is considered the center of the Gold City cartel. According to Zhang, the cartel controls the yearly auction contest, and Gold City's wealthy attend mainly to build ties with them. Chairman Lee has been trying to corner the cartel, but with little authority, as the Hunter Association is only a private group they look down on. Back in the present, Cheon continues explaining his plan to the Yu siblings. He knows questioning Jessica directly would be the quickest way to learn about the TDA lab, but approaching carelessly could make them cut ties and vanish, so he plans to use the fragment as bait at the auction. Whoever reacts to it will almost certainly be connected to the TDA experiment. Since the auction is only 3 days away, the Yu siblings eagerly get ready to collect treasure for their submission. Ubium says attending such an event empty-handed would be embarrassing, while Jia simply wants a chance to show off her skills during the treasure hunt. 3 days later, at the gold auction house, the outrageously wealthy gather to flaunt their riches. Assemblyman Woo-jung watches from the VIP lounge, looking down on everyone below as if they are beneath him, and remarks that this year's auction is grander than before. Although Woo-jung already holds a seat in the assembly, he remains dissatisfied because people have lost interest in state affairs. These days, people depend more on massive powerhouse organizations, and Woo-jung only feels satisfied as a godfather figure. To preserve his dominance, he seeks ways to maintain Gold City's broken hierarchy and presents his latest scheme to Go Hyuk, Jessica, and Jang Gibong. Since the cities are divided by status into diamond, gold, and silver, his belief is that the bright side must remain bright, while the shadow should stay hidden. Wujung intends to erase the slums entirely and create Bronze City. To him, the slums do not even deserve to be called shadows, and he says this is only the beginning. Hearing this, Zhang encourages him toward the next step, which is gaining an invitation from those above and rising into Diamond City. Zhang says they must redevelop the slums quickly to speed up their path to glory, while Jessica notes that resistance from the slums has recently grown stronger. Few days earlier, Lee even went to the slums to encourage Chill and his group in their opposition to the redevelopment. Zhang suspects Lee may be planning something because he still has not submitted an auction item. However, Go-Hak says Lee is too foolish to come up with anything impressive. He also assures them that Lee will not be able to submit any rare item for the auction. Zhang is surprised and wonders what Go-Hyuk means. Go-Hyuk refuses to explain, wanting everyone to witness his rise and Lee's downfall with their own eyes. Watching Lee from below, Go-Hyuk eagerly waits for everyone to see who truly controls the world. He gives a sly grin and keeps mocking Lee, calling him an old geezer who will be swept into the sewers for refusing to follow the current. A few moments later, the host steps onto the stage and announces the opening of the long-awaited Gold City Auction Contest, hosted by Gold Auction House. The first item comes from Zhang Gibong, chairman of the Gold City Merchant Association, who has taken part in the auction for 10 years. It is a massive black-blue stone from the Demon Realm, with the opening bid set at $20 billion. Crowd is stunned by the enormous black demon stone, and once the starting price is revealed, several buyers immediately lift their paddles. Some bid because Blackstone has recently become scarce, while others do it simply to form a connection with Zhang. Before long, the stone is sold for $30 billion, leaving Wujung satisfied with the auction's strong opening. Meanwhile, Jessica congratulates Zhang while he proudly talks about how difficult it was to obtain the stone. Zhang then asks what Go-Hak has prepared, but Go-Hyuk chooses to keep everyone waiting in suspense. The host then introduces the next item, a gigantic living geoduck from the Demon Realm, submitted by Go-Hak, president of the Free Hunter Association, with a staggering starting price of $50 billion. Zhang wonders how Go-Hyuk managed to acquire such an enormous geoduck, and Go-Hyuk proudly claims that he currently controls the coastal regions. Next, the host is about to present Jessica's item when Cheon's voice suddenly catches Lee's attention. Lee feels both surprised and delighted at the same time. He sees Cheon, Kizeok, and Nari confidently entering in their freshly tailored coconut family uniforms. Cheon explains that they are late because they stopped at the tailor shop, and Zhang took his time styling them. Kizeok praises Zhang's tailoring skills, and Nari admits that she likes the outfits too. Jessica soon notices them and wonders why they are at the auction, while Go-Hyuk grows uneasy the moment he sees Cheon. Cheon and Nari sit together while Kizeok joins Lee's table. As soon as they settle in, the host announces that Lee's auction item list has just arrived. Everyone turns around to see what the items are. The host says these are easily the finest items of the night. He then announces the first item as 6 red diamonds from a red diamond ladybug, starting at 60 billion won. When Nari sees the item on stage, she excitedly points at it and says it is the same thing they found. The red diamond ladybug is a monster from the forest region of the Demon Realm. It appears only when demonic grapevine seeds sprout, and because both the seeds and germination are rare, its red diamonds are as precious as liquid metals. Cheon and Nari found one beside the grapevine Cheon planted. Wu Zhang is furious that such a valuable item has been submitted under Lee's name. The host then introduces Lee's next item, a huge Demon Realm aquarium filled with rare materials from the coastal areas. The aquarium contains yellow quartz, a mineral found only in the deep sea of the Demon Realm. It also includes several living Demon Realm seahorses and red moss, an ingredient used for the highest grade potions. There is even a giant pearl oyster, said to be 1,000,000 times rarer than a geoduck. Since every item inside is incredibly precious, the starting bid is set at $300 billion. Even at that enormous price, everyone agrees the aquarium's contents are worth far more, yet no one bids, knowing it is not truly for sale, but simply a display of influence. By now, Wujung is burning with anger and jealousy, demanding an explanation from Go-Hak. After all, Go-Hyuk had promised that Lee would be humiliated for failing to obtain rare items. However, Go-Hak has no answer, since he is just as stunned as everyone else. A few minutes later, the host presents Lee's final item, but he struggles to find the right way to describe it. It turns out to be a fragment of Cheon's bone, and the host announces it as the remains of subject number 17, the infamous figure from the TDA lab. Even more shocking, the starting bid is set at $99. The crowd is stunned, while Cheon calmly waits for someone to take the bait. While everyone wonders what TDA even means, the Yu siblings quietly scan the room, waiting for their target to react. Then Jia finally spots the person they are looking for. A young girl trembles after recognizing the number subject 17. She tries to make a call, but when she cannot get a signal, she quickly leaves the hall to find a more secluded place. Outside the auction house, she finally gets a phone signal and prepares to call her master. She intends to report what she has discovered. Before she can make the call, Jia grabs her and flies into the sky, causing her phone to fall. Panicking, the girl asks who Jia is. Jia only asks whether the girl is an awakened person capable of crossing gates, then tells her she needs to visit the demon realm for a little while. Meanwhile, back at Gold Auction House, the auction finally ends and Qian, Li, and the others leave the building. Nari happily stretches and says how much she enjoyed the auction. Suddenly, several wealthy people approach Li to flatter him. Because of the items submitted under his name, his social reputation has soared, and everyone now wants to share tea with him. Li can hardly believe that the same people who once looked down on him are now bowing politely. Qian says showing off those items at the auction was worth it. Li is so thankful that he has no idea how to repay Qian. Qian explains that he did not do it out of kindness, and the items were not even sold. Since everything is settled, he decides Li should use them at the Hunter Association. Li immediately refuses, because the items are far too rare and valuable. However, Nari firmly says they cannot take them back and tells him to treat them as payment for the Hunter licenses. Iziok agrees that Li should accept them, since they are technically part of the Hunter Association. Qian calmly tells Li that he trusts him to use the items well, leaving Li deeply touched by their faith in him. Li then promises to put them toward a worthy purpose. After the emotional moment, Dodak begins wriggling inside Qian's waist pack, signaling that it is time for his mana meal. Qian tells him to wait until they get home. Just then, a pair of hostesses notice Dodak and instantly recognize him. They also recognize Kizeok, the famous 6-time failure who finally passed the promotion test on his 7th try. Qian and the others look confused, while Kizeok seems to owe the attention. Qian wonders how complete strangers know Dodak, and Nari points out that they also recognized Kizeok, since Qian has been in the demon realm and has missed the recent news. Li explains the situation to him. He says Kizeok became a hot topic during the A-rank promotion test. As for Dodak, who was registered the same day, the association had to announce him publicly. Ordinary hunters can remain private, but chimeras must be revealed through the news to help protect their rights. After confirming that Qian is holding Dodak, the hostesses beg Qian to let them take a picture with Dodak, explaining that they are his fans and think he is incredibly cute. Qian asks Dodak for permission first, and Dodak appears to enjoy all the attention. Meanwhile, several meters away, Wuzheng silently watches Qian. Oh Hyuk had told him about Qian and confirmed he was the same man from Li's office. He also warns Wuzheng that Qian is at least S rank. Wuzheng fixes his sharp gaze on Qian. He realizes Qian's rank must be the reason for the strange aura surrounding him. Wicked grin spreads across his face as a new idea hits him, and he declares that it is time to change their target. Meanwhile, back in the demon realm, the pink-haired girl Jia, abducted, becomes completely captivated by the Mandragora field. She can barely process the sight of a naturally grown Mandragora farm, and keeps letting out excited squeaks. The Yu siblings begin wondering what kind of oddball they have brought back. She seems to have forgotten she might be in danger, so Jia reminds her she was kidnapped, while Yubium notes that the Mandragoras made her ignore them completely. The girl keeps studying the Mandragoras, paying special attention to the healthy one in the front row. Suddenly, the Mandragora starts humming a gentle melody, the kind they only make when they are in a pleasant mood. The girl assumes they are happy because the soil is rich in demonic energy. She soon notices the two in the back row hooked to IV drips and wonders if they contain nutrients. She finally asks the Yu siblings for answers, but Jia tells her to wait for their alchemist, Kim. Just then, a gate opens and Qian, Nari, and Kizeok return home. The new girl immediately hurries toward them and asks who Kim is. A few moments later, Qian and the girl discuss why she was brought there, while the others watch from a distance. Nari stays cautious and asks Jia about the newcomer, and Jia simply says the girl is just some strange person. Meanwhile, Qian learns that the girl attended the auction for research and was trying to contact her master about the bone fragments when Jia grabbed her. Qian asks what she intended to tell her master, and to explain properly, the pink-haired girl formally introduces herself as Kim Hyul. It turns out she studies plant-type monsters at a private laboratory in Gold City. Kim Hyul explains that whenever their research stalled, her master would wish he had Psycho No 17, repeatedly saying no. 17's fragments could help complete his work, but whenever Kim Hyul asked about it, her master avoided answering, so she decided to investigate on her own. She found nothing for a long time, until she heard that familiar number mentioned at the auction. Since her master's research was failing, she wanted to report it to him right right away. Cheon then asks for her master's name. Kim Hyul refuses to reveal it and swears she never will, even if it costs her life. She says it is out of respect for her master, leaving Cheon puzzled by her sudden change in attitude. He briefly considers asking Gu to read her mind. However, Cheon drops the idea because he already has a strong guess about who her master, the Mandragora researcher, might be. Cheon's expression turns serious as he tells Kim Hyul to listen closely. He says he is about to reveal the truth about TDA and the real identity of Subject 17. Elsewhere, inside Kim Hyul's private laboratory, her master, Joseph, is in the middle of another experiment. He hopes that the next test will finally succeed. A moment later, it blows up right in front of him. After the dust clears, Joseph wonders what mistake caused the experiment to fail yet again. Suddenly, Kim Hyul arrives, and Joseph scolds her for wandering off instead of researching. He barely looks at her and continues obsessing over what went wrong. He then scolds her again for not organizing the lab, but Kim Hyul ignores him and says she has something to ask. She begs him to answer honestly after serving him for 7 years, and Joseph agrees, telling her to speak quickly. Kim Hyul directly asks him what kind of place the TDA laboratory really was. Joseph instantly freezes, then claims it was only a small, unimportant lab that studied lifestyles from the old era. Kim Hyul refuses to accept that answer and asks if it was an illegal facility that experimented on young people. Joseph immediately erupts in anger when he hears her question, but fear suddenly enters his eyes the moment he hears Cheon's voice. As soon as Joseph sees the frightening expression on Cheon's face, he recognizes him at once. Cheon then confirms that he is TDA's Psycho No. 17. Joseph begins trembling, because he was the one who implanted Mandragora cells into Cheon's body. After the tense reunion, Kim Hyul tells Cheon to wait his turn, while she speaks with her master first. She reminds Joseph that he once taught her research only has value when it benefits the world. Back then, Joseph told Kim Hyul that a researcher could have ambition, but must never become greedy. 7 years earlier, everyone mocked him as a penniless failure obsessed with research, yet Hyul never looked down on him. She respected him for his sincerity, but after hearing Cheon's story, she struggles to believe Joseph could be the same person he described. Kim Hyul then sternly asks whether everything Cheon said is true. When Joseph admits that Cheon told the truth, Kim Hyul immediately turns to leave, crying hard as she thanks him for everything he has done for her. A little later, Cheon finally gets to speak with Joseph, who notes that Cheon has not changed at all. Cheon teases him for aging, since 60 years have passed since their last meeting. Cheon says that without the tattoo on Joseph's hand, he might not have recognized him. Joseph then asks whether Cheon has come to take revenge. Cheon explains that he had set a trap, but he never expected Joseph be the one caught in it. Apparently, Joseph had been expelled from the lab, and Cheon believed he died that very same day. Joseph then begins recalling the first time he saw Cheon, when Cheon was only 13 years old. It happened 66 years ago inside the TDA laboratory. At the time, Joseph had just joined as a new team leader. On his very first day, Cheon immediately caught his attention. He wondered why a child was inside the laboratory, but everyone warned him to be careful and referred to Cheon as a complete anomaly. Even after being warned, Joseph still walked up to Cheon and asked why he was inside the lab. Cheon answered that he had simply been playing with the Mandragoras. Joseph was surprised, since the creatures were not screaming at all. If anything, they looked as though they were enjoying their time with Cheon. One of the researchers warned Joseph not to bother Cheon, explaining that he had a unique body that showed no side effects, even after multiple monster transplants. Joseph was horrified to learn that monster cells were being implanted into a child's body. Another researcher warned him that Cheon was a special subject, so interfering recklessly could anger the director. After that meeting, Joseph immediately called the director to protest the illegal experiment. Bakhtiek had recommended the lab as a place for Mandragora research, but no one had mentioned anything like this. Despite Joseph's protests, the director told him not to concern himself with anything else and coldly ordered him to focus only on his research. Joseph insisted on meeting him in person. However, the director refused and even stated that they would never meet face to face. He then revealed that a lab command had been placed on Joseph as the new team leader, making Joseph tremble at the news. Later, after reviewing Cheon's file, Joseph understood that Cheon truly was as unusual as everyone claimed. The file showed that Cheon had never received any transplant from plant-type monster cells. Still, Joseph could not understand why there was a faint reaction connected to plant-type cells. After going through the records, Joseph tells Cheon to visit his office once a week for a checkup. Cheon ignores the order, puts on a warm cardigan, and asks Joseph if he can keep it. He says he needs it because the dormitory is far too cold. Joseph is slightly startled by the request, but allows him to take the warm coat. A week later, Cheon somehow managed to trick Joseph out of his watch. By the second week, he had also taken Joseph's cozy duvet. By the third week, he had carried away even more of Joseph's belongings, and the pattern continued for quite some time. 6 years later, Joseph had lost his standing and people whispered that he was a failure. He spent every day researching plant-type monsters in Cheon, yet achieved nothing useful, and was eventually demoted. He became a warning example, and everyone kept their distance. People quietly said the director only kept him around because of his ability. Even so, Joseph had not shared any of his research findings with anyone for a long time. One day, Cheon visited Joseph as usual, expecting to get something from him again. Instead, Joseph warned him that side effects would begin appearing within 5 years. This alarming discovery came from Cheon's latest checkup. Joseph then offered to help him escape the lab and promised to remove the binding spell on him. Before Joseph could finish speaking, the security team rushed in under the director's orders to take him away. As he struggled against the guards restraining him, Joseph warned Cheon to stay close to the earth once the side effects began to appear. He explained that doing so would ease the symptoms and slow their progress a little. That was the final time Cheon and Joseph ever met. Joseph says he only survived by luck after being cast out, but he resolved to find a way to stop the experiments on Cheon. After many years, he finally broke the silence command placed on him and began searching for Cheon. Unfortunately, no one seemed to know anything about the TDA lab. Joseph even tracked down former researchers who had left the lab, but that path also led nowhere. Years passed like that, with Joseph carrying guilt the entire time. In the present, he says he wants to atone and tells Cheon to finish things. He admits he no longer has the will to live and only held on to his research because he could not leave behind such guilt. However, Cheon tells Joseph that he has no intention of ending his life. Even as a child, Cheon had understood that Joseph was actually a decent person. Back in the TDA lab, Cheon once overheard Joseph speaking with his mother over the phone. His mother was ill, and Joseph was mainly researching a cure for her. During their call, he begged her to hold on a little longer, promising that he was close to creating an effective treatment. Joseph also worried about the sick children in the lab, since no one else seemed to care about them. Even when implanting mandragora cells into Cheon, Joseph secretly tested them on himself first. He knew Cheon showed no side effects, but still wanted to be certain. Cheon reveals that those hidden tests are what turned Joseph into a chimera, and the tattoo was something he got as a reminder. Cheon then asks how Joseph knew the side effects would begin appearing after 5 years. Joseph looks relieved by the question, almost as though he has been waiting all this time to tell Cheon the truth. Joseph explains that he studied Cheon, who had no side effects, hoping to cure the other test subjects. Combining that with research on plant-type monster regeneration eventually led him to one conclusion. That conclusion was that Cheon's body contained cells from the world tree. Because those cells kept everything balanced, Cheon never suffered any side effects. For Joseph, it was an astonishing discovery, since he could hardly believe world tree cells could naturally exist inside a human body. However, after reviewing 6 years of research, he learned that the world tree cells inside Cheon's body were weakening because of the experiments. Joseph slams his hands onto the table, furious at himself for failing to save Cheon. After hearing the long explanation, Cheon responds casually, leaving Joseph disappointed by his underwhelming reaction. Cheon says he is not shocked, because so many strange things have been put into his body that almost nothing surprises him anymore. Just then, Dodak pops out from his carriage bag, startling Joseph. Cheon ignores Joseph's reaction and asks about his unpublished research on potions that enhance mandragora abilities, explaining that he heard about it from Kim Hyul. Cheon then tells Joseph to set aside the emotional story and hand over the research right away. Meanwhile, back in the demon realm, Kizeok is busy preparing his usual specialty. Nari and Gu watch him closely from nearby. At the dining table, Cheon and the others are also eagerly waiting for the food. Cheon notices that the cold weather has made the mood in their small community feel strange, prompting Yubium to ask about the researcher. Cheon tells them about Joseph, saying the Yu siblings likely saw him at the TDA lab, while also making it clear that he did not beat the man up. Cheon wanted Jia and Yubium's opinion first because the matter involved them too. Yubium turns to Jia for a response, but she seems uninterested, so Cheon says Joseph will soon join them and be put straight to work. Yubium is about to ask what kind of work Cheon plans to give Joseph when the smell of Kizeok's cooking interrupts his thoughts. Meanwhile, Kizeok finishes cooking like a classic restaurant chef, cheerfully announces the menu to his small audience. Cheon and the Yu siblings also end their discussion early and join everyone for the meal. Cheon wonders how he is supposed to eat the strange delicacy, while Jia struggles to choose which one to try first. Kizeok shyly helps her decide by handing her one he baked especially for her. Jia thanks him for treating her specially, then takes a bite of the snack. As the different flavors burst across her tongue, Gia's face brightens with excitement. She praises how tasty the fish-shaped bread is, then eagerly moves on to try the other snacks. After enjoying their lunch, they sit down with drinks and begin talking about Joseph. Yubiom feels disappointed that their trap failed to catch one of the TDA higher-ups, and Cheon shares what he learned from Joseph. He says Joseph has world tree cells implanted in his body, shocking Kizoke so badly that he spits out his drink. Nari asks what a world tree is, and Kizoke explains that it is a plant-type monster known as the source of all life energy. Apparently, it is incredibly rare, with the last known sighting happening 60 years ago. Kizoke soon turns the explanation into something like a scary story. He adds that the world tree is a glowing tree with fruit on every branch, and according to him, it slowly moves through the mist. Then it vanishes into the light in an instant, almost like smoke. After telling the story, he stares at Cheon like a tempting dish, amazed that Cheon's body holds the cells of a legendary plant-type monster. Cheon ignores him and realizes he has never seen the world tree either. Suddenly, Dodak lets out a cry. Pops out of his carriage looking like a dried-up old potato. Cheon is confused because he fed the little glutton plenty of mana just an hour ago, yet now he looks starved for mana. Cheon starts feeding him again while asking Kizoke whether the world tree has any special powers. Kizoke says it is best known for its purification ability. The tree also absorbs polluted energy from its surroundings, purifies it into clean energy, and releases it again. Hearing that, Nari says the description sounds exactly like Dodak, but Kizoke warns them not to jump to conclusions since they do not even know where the world tree lives. Nari suggests Dodak might grow into a world tree someday, but Cheon doubts the cutest creature in the world could turn into that. Meanwhile, Joseph visits Kim Hyul at her home, though she clearly does not welcome him warmly. The first thing Joseph does is apologize for everything that happened. However, Kim Hyul tells him not to dwell on it too much, admitting that she was disappointed at first. Then she heard the full story from Cheon, leaving Joseph to wonder what Cheon told her this time. She says Cheon told her Joseph stole many things from him during their 6 years together. Joseph admits Cheon also did plenty, even once taking his meal coupons and leaving him hungry, and the two joke about Cheon's old nickname. After that, Kim Hyul moves on to the serious topic of the day. She asks Joseph whether he came because of the Mandragora project. Earlier, Joseph had told Cheon he originally had no plans to publish his research results, but because it was Cheon, he decided to show him. Cheon asked whether he could prepare it quickly, which is why Joseph came all the way to Hyul's place. Joseph tells Kim Hyul that they need her help because one of the potions specifically requires her abilities. Just as he is about to say she is free to refuse, Kim Hyul interrupts and tells him she will do it. Joseph's face lights up with excitement when he hears her answer, but Kim Hyul makes it clear that she has one condition, and it is simple. She wants to research mandragoras in the demon realm. When Cheon hears about this, he agrees to her request. He tells Kim Hyul he will introduce her to Kim, who works at their lab in the snowy mountains. Kim Hyul thanks him, but Joseph is more focused on the lab's location. He asks Cheon if he can come along too, and Cheon says he must apologize to his friends first. A little later, Joseph meets Yubiom and Gia, and his heart nearly leaps out of his chest. He remembers them clearly from his time with the TDA. Joseph drops to his knees. He bows deeply to the two of them and apologizes for what happened. He says they should never have been in such a terrible place to begin with. Yubiom is surprised Joseph does not deny what happened, but Gia remains more stubborn and says an apology does not mean they will simply forget what he did. Still, she tells him they will at least consider forgiving him. Cheon then asks what the two of them brought. Kim Hyul excitedly opens their pack and explains that the red and green potions enhance vision and stamina, while the gold one is used for communication. Kim Hyul explains that the gold potion converts the subject's thoughts and emotions into written text. Even if the subject cannot understand them, they will be able to understand the subject clearly. Cheon is eager to try it, since he has always wondered what Dodak is thinking. Cheon tells Kim Hyul he wants to use the gold potion first, and she suggests they begin preparing right away. Kim Hyul prepares a bathtub, which surprises Cheon and makes him wonder why they need one. Before he can react, Kim Hyul places Dodak into the tub. Cheon asks why, and she explains that for both humans and monsters, a comfortable body helps calm the mind. Kim Hyul then begins pouring the potion over Dodak. At the same time, she chants the activation spell. A bright golden light bursts out. Once the glow fades, everyone is completely stunned because Dodak's words are appearing as text. From Dodak's movements and the sounds he makes, they can tell how happy he is. They also realize his usual noises phrases are turning into text, proving the process worked. Joseph tells Cheon they need to wait a little to observe other reactions, and Cheon asks why. Joseph explains that once a mandragora starts humming, it rarely stops quickly. As a mandragora researcher, he has tested countless methods, from playing instruments to shaking rattles, but nothing has ever distracted one mid-hum. In simple terms, mandragoras love humming, so they have no choice but to wait until Dodak stops on his own. Just then, Cheon walks over to Dodak and asks how he is feeling. In an unexpected turn, Dodak suddenly stops humming. Joseph and Kim Hyul are left completely stunned by what happens. His words soon become easier to understand, and it turns out Dodak is calling Cheon his savior. Before anyone can react, Dodak jumps straight out of the bathtub. With a bright smile, he says he is going to answer his savior's call. Since Dodak is clearly enjoying himself, Cheon decides to make him even happier by applying moisturizer. Watching Dodak's dignified behavior, Kim Hyul finally understands why he is considered a monarch. Meanwhile, Dodak completely melts into the message Cheon gives him. Cheon enjoys the scene too, though he feels a little disappointed that the effect will only last 10 minutes. Kim Hyul is amazed by the moisturizer and promises to make more of it once she returns. Joseph is also impressed by its effect, so he picks it up to examine it more closely. But Dodak instantly gets angry, and his chilling aura and sharp side eye make Joseph realize he should not touch the moisturizer. Joseph quickly puts it down, while Cheon scolds him for touching something that belongs to Dodak. Dodak then turns away in visible disappointment. From a distance, Jia and her brother can clearly see how much fun Cheon is having. Suddenly, they notice snow beginning to fall from the sky. The sight catches Cheon's attention, since it is the first snowfall he has seen in the forest zone since his resurrection. Dodak excitedly reminds Cheon of the first time they met. Back then, rain had been falling. Later, after the snow has fully settled and everyone has fallen asleep, Cheon gets up and walks around that night. He understands why everyone passed out, since they exhausted themselves rushing to finish the greenhouse for the mandragoras and even built a shelter for Blue. Cheon is not worried about the mandragoras, believing they should be warm enough as they are. The only one he worries about is Blue, but after checking on him, Cheon relaxes because Blue is sleeping peacefully. At the same time, Sanabi is doing well, and Cheon expects him to wake in 12 hours. Meanwhile, the plants that cannot withstand snow are already starting to wither. Since he dislikes seeing everything look so bleak, Cheon decides he needs to expand the house, though he is unsure what kind of design to choose. Then he suddenly spots Nari in the distance. He is surprised to see that she is still awake. Cheon walks over and asks if something is wrong, and Nari says the other mandragoras are doing fine. However, the liquid metal mandragora seems to be struggling because he feels cold. Nari chose to keep him warm, and Cheon understands why he is uncomfortable. Unlike the others, he came from the human world and may have felt out of place. Cheon then points out that Nari herself looks very cold, even while she is trying to warm the mandragora. Cheon lights a fire and makes cocoa tea for them. After one sip, Nari is amazed by how good it tastes, and says it makes her feel warm inside. Just then, Nari tells Cheon she has something to say about their earlier conversation regarding the world tree. She asks if he is a chimera like her, and when Cheon hears a question, he realizes the little girl has finally noticed. Cheon tells her she is right, and she asks if Jia and Yubiam are chimeras too. He says yes, and then she asks about Kiziok. The two of them laugh, and Cheon jokes about Kiziok's head, saying he might only be a chimera in his mind. Still, Cheon quietly worries about Nari and wonders whether she will truly be alright. Nari then talks about how the liquid metal mandragora was not born in the demon realm, yet ended up living there after meeting friends like her. Then, in a surprising moment, Nari thanks Cheon for giving her a family, and when he hears those words, Cheon realizes she has already answered the concern weighing on his heart. Cheon then asks Nari what kind of house she wants to live in, explaining that he plans to expand their home now that their family has grown. He tells Nari that her opinion is very important to him, and after hearing that, Nari says she wants a house like the castle they visited at the amusement park. He remembers the place where they watched the fireworks and talks about how spacious the second floor was. She also liked how bright it was, because it made her feel unafraid of the dark. Cheon agrees it is a good choice, though he knows he will need strong materials to build a second floor. Suddenly, he realizes exactly where he can get them. He mentions a place called the Bone Graveyard, and Nari immediately asks what that is. Cheon explains that it lies beyond the Rocky Mountain Zone, and is filled with bones from all kinds of monsters. Although it sounds frightening, Nari still wants to go with him. Cheon privately considers leaving Sanabi behind, since there is something in the graveyard that makes him uneasy. Even so, the next morning, Cheon has Sanabi carry them to the Bone Graveyard. When they arrive at their destination, Nari casually praises Sanabi, saying his ride is so smooth it feels like an attraction at a theme park. Just then, Nari realizes they are standing on a cliff. The deeper area below looks truly frightening. She also says she can sense a thick acidic substance brewing below the cliff. Cheon confirms it is acid fog unique to the area, capable of dissolving any living creature. However, Cheon is practically a walking cheat code, so the acid fog has no effect on him. Cheon ties a rope around himself and tells Nari and the others to pull it once he gives the signal. Nari and the others assure him they can handle it, and Cheon decides there is no need to worry, since they are quite strong. After convincing himself that everything is alright, he jumps down from the cliff. When he reaches the bottom, he finds countless bones scattered around. He also notices the fog grows denser the lower he goes, but his main focus is finding something useful. He soon discovers a monster bone that seems quite durable, but he throws it aside because he needs something much larger. Suddenly, he turns and spots what looks like the ribcage of a huge snake-type monster. Cheon smiles in relief, realizing it is exactly what he was looking for, and gets ready to tie it to the rope so it can be pulled up. Then a sharp mental pressure suddenly hits him. Fragments of his past begin flashing through his mind. They are memories from the time when he worked for TDA and carried out missions. Surprisingly, one memory shows the order he received telling him not to return after completing his mission. As the grim scene unfolds, Cheon slowly realizes he is remembering the moment of his death. Up on the surface, Nari begins wondering why Cheon is taking so long to return. Just then, she receives the signal to pull and quickly tells Sanabi and the squirrel. Together, they move into position and prepare to pull. However, they soon realize that whatever they are pulling is far heavier than they expected. Since things have reached this point, Sanabi decides to reveal his strength by growing even larger. As he rises into the air, pulling the bone becomes much easier. Moments later, the bone appears from the cliffside, with Cheon standing on top of it. He emerges smiling and asks if everyone is doing all right. Cheon finally sees Sanabi in an even more intimidating form, though he is not especially surprised since Sanabi is a disaster-class monster. Cheon suggests they return home, and Sanabi immediately agrees, admitting that he really loves being at home. Once they arrive, Nari immediately starts a game of tag beneath the giant monster bone. She makes things difficult for Kazak by chasing him around with a laser. Meanwhile, Yubiom is amazed that the bone came from the bone graveyard, while Cheon explains that he needed materials to expand the house. Cheon also obtained an unexpected bonus inside the bone graveyard, but he plans to discuss that with Kim once he returns. Cheon then suggests they begin working on the house. However, Yubiom tells him he needs to check on Dodak first. Cheon quickly hurries to Dodak's place and is shocked to see that his eyes are badly swollen. Yubiom explains that Dodak has been crying ever since he woke up and could not find Cheon. In fact, Yubiom and Jia had a hard time calming him down. Cheon bursts into laughter when he hears this, understanding exactly how much trouble they must have had. Just then, Cheon notices that Dodak seems to have grown again, since he now has 7 leaves. On top of that, his body appears larger too. Cheon wonders whether this is natural growth or the result of Joseph's potion. Suddenly, Cheon senses something completely different. He realizes it is a phenomenon known as vision sharing. A moment later, everything becomes clearer, and Cheon asks Dodak if he can finally see properly. Dodak answers by leaping into Cheon's arms with a bright smile. Yubiom is utterly stunned by how quickly Dodak's mood has changed, especially after they had tried everything since morning with no success. Cheon then tells them that Dodak can now share his vision, leaving both of them completely speechless. Cheon explains that one of Joseph's potions shares health, which is the red one, while the green one lets Dodak share vision with him. In simple terms, the effect activates when they are close together. Cheon finally understands that Dodak's physical growth is natural, since he cannot detect any traces of drugs in him. Cheon also realizes Dodak is seeing his face for the first time and wonders how he feels about his new sight. Cheon then pours more potion over him. Dodak clearly enjoys every second of it. Just then, Dodak asks Cheon why his leaves look so withered, revealing that this is the first time he has seen them. Cheon is completely puzzled by the question. Dodak then hurries back in his home. Before long, he returns with many red berries and tells Cheon to eat them. When Kim comes back that day, he is completely shocked to learn that Dodak gave Cheon all the red fruits without asking for anything. Cheon scratches his head awkwardly and asks Kim if his long hair makes him look pitiful. Cheon quickly changes the subject and asks whether having the red berries means they can finally remove the spells on Jia and Yubiom. Kim confirms that everything is ready, and Dodak simply helped them finish the preparations. Kim asks whether they should begin. Cheon says yes, since there is no reason to waste any more time. The siblings hold each other's hands, anxiously hoping the process will go well. Kim explains that he will first extract the explosion spells from their bodies, then destroy them with a new annihilation spell. Since the process may be risky, he tells them to keep their mana flowing to protect themselves. The two admit how nervous they are about the entire procedure. Kim then tells them it is time to start. He creates a mana circle for them to stand on, and Kim begins his work. Within a few minutes, Kim successfully extracts the spells, but before he can annihilate them, the whole thing triggers a powerful explosion and releases a massive surge of energy. Cheon panics and asks Kim what just happened. Kim says he successfully extracted the explosion spell, but for some reason the annihilation spell is not working. Kim voices his confusion, saying the spell should have worked even on S-class targets. Then it dawns on him that the two of them may have already surpassed S-class. Kim realizes that if his guess is right, the explosion spell will activate right there. He scolds himself for being careless and blames his own failure to foresee this outcome, especially when he is supposed to be an experienced alchemist. Because of that, he prepares to risk himself in order to finish the job. Suddenly, Kim sees Cheon walking toward the unstable energy source and asks what he thinks he is doing. He urges Cheon to step back, saying this is an alchemist's responsibility and that his presence will endanger all three of them. Cheon says he understands, but also tells Kim that he knows very well how unstable those spells can be. Cheon gathers his strength into a massive punch, drawing in his power as he prepares to destroy the spells by force.